Dead at First Bark, written by Cindy Kirk. Prologue. The Crown and Pickaxe, 10 years ago. The Crown and Pickaxe was the kind of place built for bad days and long nights. Its low amber light softened faces, its wood-paneled walls absorbed secrets, and its dusty jukebox hummed through the same old country tracks. A man sat at the far end of the bar, shoulders hunched, turning a beer glass in slow circles. He'd come straight from work still wearing his dress shirt, though the tie was tugged loose, the sleeves pushed above his elbows. Another man slid onto the stool beside him, younger, rumpled, a little wild around the edges. He nodded once, and the bartender set down 2 fresh beers without being asked. "Rough day?" the younger man asked. The older man huffed a laugh that had no humor in it. "You could say that." "Well," the younger one said, lifting his bottle, "as long as we're not trying to outdo each other. Mine was pretty damn awful." They drank in quiet solidarity for a moment. Outside, a motorcycle rumbled past, its headlights slicing a brief streak of brightness across the bar's dim interior. The older man exhaled shakily. "You ever feel like the whole world's stacked against you? Like everybody else got the rule book and you're just guessing?" "Oh, sure," the younger one said, shrugging. "All the time. Some folks are born lucky. Others, well." He tipped the bottle back and swallowed. "People like us get the scraps, if we're even that lucky." A wry smile pulled at the older man's mouth. His eyes, tired and shadowed, drifted toward the front windows. "Some people have more than they know what to do with." "You're telling me?" The younger man leaned in, voice lowering. "Take that rich widow. You know the one. Struts around town wearing that mammoth diamond like she's Queen of Cornwall." "Harriet Thorson," the older man murmured. "I know her." "She flaunts it," the younger man snorted. "Probably insured for more than either of us will make in 10 lifetimes." The older man closed his eyes as if the number hurt. "She keeps it in a safety deposit box. I see it every time she comes in. Same box, same routine." Something dark, something that had been coiled inside him for weeks, stirred. The younger man tapped his bottle against the bar, thoughtful. "Seems like a waste. Someone else could put that diamond to actual use, someone who needs the break, someone who—" He cut himself off with a shrug. "Well, doesn't matter. Life's not fair, never has been." The older man's fingers tightened around his glass. He wasn't drunk enough to pretend this conversation was harmless, but he wasn't sober enough to stop it from burrowing in. "What if?" His voice came out hoarse. "What if the world didn't get to decide anymore? What if a person took what life owed them?" The younger man's gaze sharpened. Not greedy. Something worse. Hungry. "You thinking out loud or thinking?" The older man stared at the fizzing ring of beer at the bottom of his glass. He thought of the words he'd been told earlier that afternoon. Terminal. Inoperable. Months. He thought of the job he was doing poorly, the paycheck that barely covered the bills, the future his wife and son didn't know was slipping through his fingers, quietly, day by day. He thought of the shining diamond Harriet Thorson brought in after every gala, nestled in velvet like it was some sacred relic. "I'm just saying," he breathed, "it would be easy." The younger man's smile was slow, thin. "Easy is nice. Easy feels fair." Another beat of silence stretched between them, thick as smoke. Finally, the older man lifted his beer in a shaky hand. The younger one mirrored him. "To the pieces life owes us," the younger man said. The older man hesitated only a heartbeat before clinking his bottle against the other. "To what's owed," he whispered. They drank. Outside, The wind rattled the sign above the door. The iron pickaxe and brass crown clanged once, sharp, hollow, final. Chapter 1. I nearly groaned aloud when the bell over the door of Three Whiskers Coffee jingled, and Jim Goody strode in like he owned the oxygen supply. The banker was a good guy, generous, reliable, the type who shoveled neighbors' walkways before his own, but best taken the way you take cough syrup, in small, necessary doses. The warm scent of dark roast drifted around him as he entered, mingling with the faint cinnamon sweetness of the scones cooling behind the counter. "Penelope, I didn't expect to see you here." His booming voice ricocheted off the tin ceiling tiles and the chalkboard menu. "It's a beautiful day out there. Make sure you get out and enjoy it." A couple of the cats looked up from their naps, ears flicking in collective annoyance at his volume. "Hey, Jim!" I looked up from the cash register where I was busy counting out change and offered a friendly smile. "I'll be with you in a minute." Behind me, the espresso machine let out a sharp hiss, like it was seconding the sentiment. As my cousin Elise hadn't yet replaced the employee who'd been fired 2 days ago, I'd stepped in to man the cash register while my cousin, Isla, another one of the owners, ran an errand. I didn't mind. Helping where you were needed was how it was here in Cornwall. It was an unwritten law, woven into the fabric of life in this small town in southwestern Wisconsin. That neighbor-helping neighbor sensibility was only one of the reasons I'd never strayed far from my hometown. Besides, where else could I earn a decent living turning animal hair into yarn? Jim wasn't here for the cats or the pastries. I knew that the moment his gaze bypassed the scones and cats and landed directly on Elise. My cousin sat in the far corner, laptop open, posture cool as a lake in November. Thick brown hair fell in a sleek curtain around her shoulders, framing hazel eyes that missed nothing. People like to call her the beauty of the family. Elise preferred the word efficient. A couple of the cats near her table lifted their heads, ears swiveling at the sound of Jim's entrance, as if bracing for the noise. Even though her gaze remained on the screen, I caught the subtle tightening around her mouth. Not fear, more of a brace-yourself response. Elise could handle herself, but cousin intuition didn't need a flare gun to know that she'd appreciate backup. In the past year, Jim had made his interest in Elise clear. That interest only swung one way. My cousin never gave him the slightest encouragement. It was clear to me, and to anyone who took the time to look, that these two were not a good match. Closing in on 40, the balding bank manager with the cherubic face made a beeline through the tables, the scent of cedar-heavy cologne trailing behind him. I followed in his wake. Halfway to them, I paused to give Cleocatra, the cafe's resident diva, a quick scratch behind the ears. Her purr vibrated like a small motor, grounding me before I stepped into the social splash zone. Pulling out a chair, Jim dropped into the seat across from Elise and leaned one elbow on her table as though settling in for a fireside chat. Elise's polite smile looked glued in place, her eyes flicking toward the door as if calculating escape trajectories. "Are you a time traveler?" he asked with an earnest optimism that made me pause mid-step. My ears perked up. Could the divorced father of 2 have finally stumbled onto something he and my cousin had in common? Cornwall wasn't all that far from New Begonia, a community known for its connection with the spiritualist movement. It was one of Elise's favorite haunts on her days off. "No," Elise drawled out. For the first time since Jim had approached her, I saw a spark of interest in her eyes. "Why do you ask?" Jim brightened. Obviously sensing the change, he leaned closer. "Because I see you in my future." "Who, Kay?" I bit back a groan. Barely. I couldn't stop the wince. No common ground found. Elise's brows knit. Then she checked her watch with, frankly, Oscar-worthy conviction. "Well, look at the time. If I don't leave now, I'll be late." Then she stood, scooping laptop and papers into her messenger bag, poised and lovely as always. In addition to being a partner in the cat cafe with her two sisters, Elise worked as an investigator for insurance companies and attorneys. I'd watched her dig up things grown men swore were buried forever. As far as I knew, she didn't have any meetings or appointments this morning, but survival often required improvisation. Watching her improvise and exit reminded me why she'd make a brilliant spy and a terrible poker player. Her tells were adorable, even when she tried to hide them. "Have a good day, Jim," Elise told the banker, arrowing toward the door as if it were an escape hatch. "It's always a good day when I get to see you." No surprise, Jim raced to open the door for her, nearly tripping over his leather wingtips. Elise paused, smile still gracious. "You go ahead," she told him. "I just remembered something I need to ask Penn." He hesitated, gearing up for one last line, no doubt, then shockingly chose a simple salute before disappearing into the sunlight. Elise expelled a relieved sigh when he went in the direction of the bank. "Have you thought about being firm with him?" I said, keeping my tone soft in deference to the customers nursing lattes. The grinder started up behind me, adding a steady hum beneath my words. "While I admire your patience, he drives me bonkers and I'm not even the one he's aiming those lines at." "I can't do it." Elise shook her head. It'd feel like kicking a puppy. My phone rang before I could respond. I answered automatically. "Augustus Loom, this is Penelope. How may I help you?" "Pen, thank God." Isla, breathless, shaky enough to frost glass. "Isla? What's wrong?" "I tried Elise first. Her cell went straight to voicemail," she rushed out. "I didn't know you were working today. I needed to reach someone before they confiscate my phone." Ice slid into my bloodstream. "Who is going to take your phone?" I asked. A beat. "The police." "The police?" I repeated, too loud, voice slipping high. The word echoed through the shop. A nearby tabby froze mid-stretch, whiskers twitching. Elise moved closer, one hand hovering near my arm, eyes sharp. "What happened?" I switched the call to speaker and headed for the quieter back corner, weaving around chairs and cats. "Where are you?" I asked, already bracing for the answer. 525 Garfield. Isla gasped the address out in ragged pieces. "Lance Dobbs is dead. I found the body. The police are here and want to question me." Elise and I locked eyes. Same thought. Same punch of fear. "I'm on my way," I said quickly. My heart thudded hard enough that I felt it in my throat. "Listen carefully. Don't say anything until you have an attorney present. Tell the officers you'll make a statement, but only with representation." "Listen to her, Isla," Elise echoed. "That's good advice." "Miss Trevithick, I have a few questions." The deep male voice in the background made my pulse spike. Isla had called at the last possible second. "We're coming right now," I told her. "Remember what I said." The line clicked off. Isla must have ended it. I still had half a dozen questions locked behind my teeth. Lance had worked as a barista at Three Whiskers, until Elise fired him for shoving Cleopatra off the counter. Before that, his performance could generously be described as inconsistent. Had Isla been with him? And if so, why? Elise's eyes searched my face, worry clouding her usually steady gaze. "What do you think happened?" "No idea," I admitted. "But we should leave. Now." "You go," Elise said immediately. I opened my mouth to argue, but she lifted a hand. "She'll listen to you," she said. "I'm just her bossy older sister. I'll call Mom and tell her what I know so far." "Okay," I said. I hesitated as a thought flicked through. "Lance was the guy you fired, right?" Elise grimaced. "I didn't like him from the start, but his references were good." I nodded slowly. "He was always trying to chat me up," she added with a faint shudder. "There was something in his eyes, pale, cold, like he wasn't really seeing you. Creepy." She exhaled a breath she'd been holding. I'm sorry he's dead, but surely they don't think Isla has anything to do with it. Of course not, I said firmly, but finding the body doesn't look great. I'll know more once I get there. Elise pressed her lips together, then exhaled. I changed my mind. I don't care if Isla falls apart when she sees me. I'm coming with you. Andrea can hold down the fort, and Sasha will be coming in soon. I haven't really met Sasha. Surprise flickered across Elise's face, momentarily pushing back the worry. She's been here a couple weeks. Part-time, but puts in a lot of hours. A flash of red hair darted through the staff hallway, combat boots thudding once against the old wood planks, before she disappeared around the corner, fast, focused, and not at all interested in saying hello, Sasha, clearly, and apparently not the chatty type. Elise reached for her bag. I'll call Mom on the way. Whatever you think is best. We hurried toward the back of the shop. The warm smell of roasted beans and the low hum of conversation faded as we stepped into the break room. But just before she pushed open the back exit, Elise paused, shifting her weight. Or maybe I should stay here and dig into Lance, his date of birth, old addresses. Most of it's in his personnel file. Elise stepped back, resolve settling in. You go. I'll start sleuthing. If there was anything to uncover about the young man who drifted into town a few months ago, Elise would find it. She was equal parts tenacity and tech wizardry, a one-woman discovery machine. Though 525 Garfield was technically walkable, every second mattered. I sprinted to my vintage VW convertible, fired up the engine, and peeled out of the lot. The Bug was wildly impractical for Wisconsin winters, but in every other season it hummed happily along the asphalt, sunshine glinting off the bright blue paint. It had been my granny's during her college days, then my mom's, and eventually mine. Family legacy on 4 wheels. The flashing lights told me I'd reached the scene. Patrol cars blocked off both Garfield and 5th, their strobes cutting across the sun-washed street in jittery reds and blues. I pulled to the curb and hopped out, my flip-flops slapping against hot pavement. Not ideal footwear for crime scene sprinting, but here we were. 2 officers stood near the barricade, keeping onlookers contained in a loose half-circle of morbid fascination. I'm sorry, ma'am. The female officer, young, fresh-faced, firm, held up a hand. This is as far as you can go. Ma'am, lovely. To 20-somethings, 31 probably counted as the pre-retirement years. She clearly expected me to retreat. She turned back to the male officer beside her, both of them unfamiliar. Cornwall's police force had seen a wave of retirements this year. Gone were the faces I'd grown up recognizing at parades, school events, and fundraisers. These 2 were the new guard, still finding their footing. Excuse me, officer. I injected just enough authority to avoid sounding pushy. My cousin, Isla Trevithick, called me. I'm here to take her home. The woman hesitated. I offered a calm, practiced smile. Unless she's being charged, I added gently, I assume she's free to go. Thank you, True Crime Podcasts. Is there a problem? A new voice interjected. A tall man strode over, purposeful and controlled. Not in uniform. Dark suit, measured footsteps, badge glinting at his belt. I recognized him instantly. Chief of Police Dean Albers. The Cornwall Herald had run his photo when he took over the department. In person, he looked even more like the kind of man who ironed integrity into his shirts each morning. Dark hair cut short, jawline sharp, eyes the color of spring storms gathering over open fields. No problem, I answered before the officers could jump in. I'm Penelope Penrose. I'm here to take Isla home. Right on cue, Isla barreled down the sidewalk, arms flung out, blonde hair streaked with blue streaming behind her. All my cousins were tall. She looked like she was covering half the street in each stride. I stepped around the officers and caught her in a tight hug. Her shuddering breath hit my shoulder before she pulled back, swiping her cheeks. No tears now, but the redness in her eyes and the tremor in her voice gave her away. And beneath it all, fear. Deep and humming. Some days it felt like the whole world had been assembled without a rule book. Today was shaping up to be one of those days. Taking her arm, I guided her away from the officers, the chief, and the growing cluster of looky-loos pretending not to stare. "What happened?" I asked, keeping my voice soft even though no one was close enough to overhear. "He's dead." Isla shivered from head to toe. I saw this knife-like thing in his chest, and so much blood. "I'm sorry," I murmured. The shock of encountering death, especially violent, unexpected death, carves something out of you, even if you didn't like the person. Isla winced. It was awful. Sensing we didn't have much time before someone interrupted, I pressed. "Tell me everything. Start with leaving the shop." She drew a slow breath, her tone steadier than I expected. "I was walking home for lunch when I heard a dog barking. Couldn't see it at first. When I turned onto Garfield, I saw it limping up a walkway." "Lance's house," I guessed. She nodded. "Yeah." "What happened then?" As I got closer, the barking stopped. The dog just sat on the porch, whining, one paw up. Her eyes flicked toward the street as if she could still see it. I had to help. You know how I am with animals. I nodded. Isla might be a cat cafe co-owner, but she loved all living creatures. There was a car in the driveway, so I figured he was home, but he wasn't coming out. She held up her hands helplessly. "I know you might say it wasn't my business, but he needed to know his dog was hurt." "That's reasonable," I reassured her. "That's what I thought." Isla blew out a shaky breath. I climbed the porch steps and knocked on the screen door. No answer. I knocked harder. Then I noticed the inside door was ajar. I called out, "I think your dog is hurt. You should come out." No response, I said. She began to tremble again. I placed a hand on her shoulder. "Take your time." I pushed the screen door open and called again. Still nothing. Her voice thinned, and then I saw his legs. "Just his legs from the doorway?" I asked gently. A jerky nod. "I assume you went inside." I thought maybe he'd fallen. Maybe he was unconscious. Tears slipped down Isla's cheeks again. She wiped them with the pads of her fingers. It was Lance. She pressed trembling fingers to her eyes, pulled herself together, then continued. I crouched beside him and checked for a pulse. I couldn't find one. I pressed my hand to his chest. Nothing. She lifted her hand instinctively, staring at it. Someone had allowed her to clean up, but traces of dried blood still clung under her nails and around her cuticles. "He was dead," I said, finishing the sentence she couldn't. "Dead when we arrived on the scene." Chief Albers's voice cut in, low and controlled. I hadn't heard him approach. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. As I turned toward him, Isla reached out and gripped my hand. Her palm was damp and trembling. I gave her a quiet, "We've got this squeeze." Chief Albers. I summoned my warmest smile. He was new, but I'd heard only good things. Unmarried, thorough, hot. That last one had come from one of the dispatchers, who also happened to be a devoted member of my granny's breakfast club. I swallowed a half laugh, recalling Katie's description. She'd been spot on. The man was hot, thick, dark hair, a jaw carved by angels or excellent genetics, and eyes pewter. Today, anyway. Definitely pewter. Get a grip, I told myself as I extended my hand. I'm Penelope Penrose. I know who you are. I arched a brow, waiting him out. Katie, down at the station, has been singing your praises. Warmth threaded through my chest. Katie's beloved poodle, Valentina, had passed away several months ago at 15. She'd wanted a keepsake scarf made from Winnie's fur, but didn't have enough until I blended what she had with wool. She's a lovely person, I said. Yes, she is. His tone softened. Then he glanced between Isla and me. "Officer Todd said you're Miss Trevithick's cousin." "That's right. Isla's upset, understandably so." I gave her hand another gentle squeeze. "She's ready to go home." "I'd like to ask her a few more questions first." His voice was polite, but his eyes were keen, sharp enough to slice through pretense. This man was nobody's fool. Good thing, considering he had a murder to solve. "Can the questions wait?" I asked, keeping things light but firm. "Finding a dead body is traumatic. You can contact her later for a full statement." I wasn't trying to obstruct anything, but Isla was hanging together by threads. And first finders? They always drew scrutiny. All I know at this point is she's the one who found the body and called 911. The chief angled his body toward Isla, offering her a warm smile that looked genuinely sincere. "Miss Trevithick, this really shouldn't take long. We want to find whoever did this to Mr. Dobbs as quickly as possible. Any information you can provide could be helpful and bring justice for your friend." Her friend. Lance hadn't been her friend. I opened my mouth, ready to correct that assumption, but he continued. "This should only take a few minutes." He gestured toward a few chairs that had been pulled near a fire pit, shaded by a maple tree. A surprisingly cozy place to question a witness. "Or," he added, slipping his hands into his pockets, "we can continue this down at the station, which will only delay our investigation." Isla's lower lip quivered. She turned to me, eyes wide and wet. "I want them to find who killed Lance." "You can answer the chief's questions at the station with an attorney present." I touched her arm in warning, but she jerked it away. Tiny movement. Big message. I want to help him find Lance's killer. Her chin lifted in a stubborn tilt. I knew that tilt well. I'd seen it during family game nights, during teenage drama, during every moment she'd ever dug in her heels. Pushing her now would make her twice as immovable. "I'll come with you," I said. "If at any point you want to stop, or if I think you should, we stop. Then we leave, and I'll take you straight home." "Okay," Isla said, swallowing hard. "Good. The department appreciates your cooperation." The chief's charming smile returned. "I just need to clarify a few things." Though I was immune, mostly immune, I saw the smile for what it was, a tool. One more piece of equipment in a well-trained investigator's kit. Go in soft, appear kind, ease the witness forward, let them talk themselves onto a path they hadn't intended to walk, which was exactly why I needed to stay glued to Isla's side, to make sure he didn't lead her anywhere that pointed toward blame. Did I for one second believe that Isla had anything to do with Lance's death? Absolutely not. But I also knew prisons were filled with people who'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or said the wrong thing to the wrong cop. And I wasn't about to let my cousin be one of them. Chapter 2. The moment we sat down, Chief Albers set his phone on the small metal table between us and tapped the screen. A soft tone chimed, and the red dot appeared. "This is just to make sure I get your statement right," he said evenly. "You're not under arrest, and you're free to leave at any time. Do you understand?" My shoulders loosened by a fraction. "Yes," Isla said, though her fingers twisted together in her lap. "Good." He glanced at his notes. "Since this is our first conversation, why don't you start by telling me a little about yourself, Miss Trevithick?" "Call me Isla," she said, glancing at me for reassurance. I gave her a small nod. "All right, Isla." His voice settled into something calm and measured, not warm, controlled. "Do you live nearby?" "On Washington," she said, "a few blocks down." He nodded, as if placing her on a mental map. "And you work with your sisters?" "Yes, we own 3 Whiskers Coffee. It's a cat coffee shop. I love animals, cats especially." He let that land, then said mildly, "I'm going to ask something that may feel unrelated, but it helps me understand how people respond under stress. My spine stiffened. This isn't the first time you've encountered someone who'd passed away. I leaned forward. Chief. He didn't look at me. His focus stayed on Isla, patient and unblinking. Isla's shoulders curled inward. No, she said. It isn't. I slipped my hands over hers, anchoring. It happens, I said firmly. Unfortunately. To first responders, yes, Albers replied without heat. Less often to civilians. That's all I'm noting. Then, smoothly, what were you doing in that neighborhood today? I told the officer earlier, Isla said, uncertainty creeping in. And now you can tell me, he said. She drew a steadying breath. I was walking home for lunch when I heard a dog barking. She told it again. The limping dog, the porch, the ajar door. The moment she saw Lance's legs inside, Albers asked her to clarify, to repeat details in a different order, to slow down. Her answers stayed consistent. When she finished, he tapped his pen once against the table. Where is the dog now? I don't know. I didn't see him after I went inside. The dog is the reason you approached the house, he said calmly. That's what you told the responding officer. And me. Isla's chin lifted. It's the truth. If she says there was a dog, I said flatly. Albers's gaze flicked to me, sharp, assessing, then back to Isla. Can you describe him? The officer said you compared him to someone named Mark Twain. Isla blinked, then a weak smile flickered. Bark Twain. I couldn't help it. The dog looked like Mr. Twain? She nodded. George Bark Twain. He taught high school science for years. I added, wiry brown hair, bushy eyebrows, always wore hideous white sneakers. Albers's expression didn't change. And you believe this dog may have been Jory? Maybe, Isla said. Jory's the town dog, I explained. Shows up everywhere. We've seen a dog matching that description at another recent scene, Albers said. Isla went very still. What happened to the dog after you entered the house? He asked. I don't know, she said again. Once I realized Lance was... She stopped, swallowed. I guess he ran off. He nodded slowly. Earlier, you believed the animal was injured. I didn't examine him, she said, steadier now. I just know what I saw. She lifted her chin. Can I go? Not quite yet. His tone stayed even. What was your relationship with Lance Dobbs? I let out a short, incredulous laugh before I could stop myself. Isla's cheeks flushed. What do you mean? Were you close in any way? He asked. Socially, romantically. No, she said quickly, then hesitated. I mean, we weren't involved. We were friendly. That was enough. I stood. This interview is over. If you have further questions, you can contact an attorney. Isla rose with me, eyes wide. I'm calling counsel as soon as we leave, I added evenly. We're done for today. Albers studied me for a long beat, then rose as well. That's your right. He turned to Isla. Stay in town. We may need to follow up. Then his gaze slid back to me, measured, intent. I'll be seeing you both again. The chill that followed stayed with me long after he walked away. He suspected her, gentle, soft-hearted Isla, who apologized before killing a mosquito. And the only way to pry Isla off the top of his person of interest list was to find out who killed Lance Dobbs, before the chief decided her fear looked a little too much like guilt. The only place Isla wanted to go was home. As I drove the short distance with her curled silently in the passenger seat, I kept wondering how she'd ended up on Garfield in the first place. Yes, Washington and Garfield were parallel streets, but Lance's block wasn't on the natural route home. Now wasn't the time to ask. The shock of finding his body and the interrogation that followed had hollowed her out. I can't believe he's dead. Isla's voice was thin, scraped raw. She turned toward me, eyes filling again. Who would do something like that? I don't know. It was the only honest answer. I was as puzzled as she was. Not grief-stricken, beyond the awful fact of any life ending violently, but I hadn't known Lance well. Had Isla? Were these tears simple shock, or something deeper? 3 whiskers is great, she murmured suddenly, swiping at her cheeks. But I don't want Elise to feel like she has to keep carrying me. The words landed heavier than I expected. Elise had started the cafe, built it from scratch. Isla had joined later, full of ideas and color and impulse, but the numbers, the structure, the hard decisions, those were Elise's domain. I want something that's mine, Isla whispered, not just the fun parts. I love the cafe. I do, but I've always wanted to work in fashion or retail, somewhere I get to create a look, build something from the ground up. Her laugh trembled. Not just help. The confession caught me off guard, not because it didn't fit Isla, she'd always chased beauty like it was oxygen, but because of the moment she chose to say it. Lance had been her secret, her misstep, and now he was dead. Isla had always taken missteps harder than the rest of us. Being the baby, 10 years younger than Elise and 8 younger than me, had a way of doing that. Elise and I had grown into ourselves before she'd even figured out who she was allowed to be. I laid a hand on her arm. I'd been protective of her since we were girls, since the first time she'd trusted the wrong friend and come home pretending she didn't care. You'll have that. Truly. She didn't look convinced, but she nodded and fell silent again. Back at her cottage, I settled her onto the sofa, where Aster, her temperamental Siamese who hated everyone but Isla, immediately burrowed into her lap with a hiss in my direction, as if warning me not to stay. Okay, I whispered, backing off. I'm going. The moment I stepped outside and pulled the door shut behind me, my composure slipped. By the time I reached my car, I already had Elise on speed dial. Main Street Cafe, I said when she answered. 5 minutes. Are you sure she wants to be alone? Elise's voice was taut with worry. You spoke to her when we were leaving Lance's house. She doesn't want anyone there. Not right now. A shaky exhale whispered through the phone. Okay, for now. And yes, Main Street works. Past the lunch rush, it shouldn't be crowded. What about the shop? Lydia and Tater can handle it, Elise said. Her tone sharpened. Give me a quick rundown before you head over. I summarized everything, then clicked off. 10 minutes later, we sat tucked into a booth along the far wall of the diner, surrounded by the comforting aroma of pasties, beef and root vegetables wrapped in buttery crust. My stomach was too knotted for real food, so I stuck to hot tea. Elise did the same. While we waited for the mugs to arrive, I glanced out the front window at the slow, mid-morning traffic on Main. Larry Dvorak from Cornwall Energy was halfway up a ladder beside the streetlight, replacing the cracked glass globe over the bulb. He tightened the screws with methodical care, climbed down, and wiped his hands on a rag before moving on to the next pole. Once the mugs were down, Elise fixed me with her direct investigator stare. You're worried. I heard it in your voice. You think they consider her a viable suspect. You and I both know the finder of the body always gets a hard look. I sighed, especially when no one else saw a dog and no other leads pop up. On the way over here, I called Mrs. Singleton. She lives a few houses down from Lance's place. Elise tore open a sugar packet without looking at it and dumped it into her cup. I frowned. Elise never added sugar. She swears she didn't see a dog, Elise continued, then proceeded to tell me she knows every dog by name within a 5-block radius. It has to be Jory. Elise nodded, took a sip of tea, and grimaced. Is your tea overly sweet? I flipped the clean mug by my elbow and poured hot water into it. Move your tea bag. She did, and I continued. The chief seemed skeptical that she'd followed a stray dog to Lance's house. Elise's mouth tightened. They didn't believe her story. Not all of it, I admitted, especially not when the dog vanished into thin air. Elise stirred her tea absently, brow pinching. And if they don't buy that part, they're going to start looking harder at her. Probably. Elise blew out a long breath. I called Mom and Dad. They aren't worried. She grimaced. Dad actually said, look at what happened the other time. This will be just another misunderstanding. I lifted an eyebrow. Your father has always had an optimistic memory. Apparently, Elise muttered. I called Nora, too. She is worried. She went straight to panic mode, then talked herself right back into believing this is nothing. Nora lived out of town, but Isla was still her little sister. And with money invested in 3 Whiskers, she had one more reason to spiral before steadying herself. I huffed a soft laugh. Classic Nora. Catastrophe, then instant calm. It's a gift, Elise said wryly, and occasionally a liability. Elise let out a slow breath. The fact that Isla dated Lance isn't going to help. I inhaled sharply. What? Too loud. A few diners glanced over. I flashed a quick smile, waved it off, then leaned across the table. She dated him? Elise frowned. I thought you knew. I didn't. My mind jumped back to Isla in the passenger seat. Curled in on herself, hollow-eyed, barely speaking. Not once had she mentioned it. She never said a word. Elise's gaze lightened. I don't think she meant to hide it. I waited. She went out with him once, Elise continued. Maybe twice. It wasn't serious. And when things ended, it ended badly. She paused. Isla hates conflict. When she's scared, she shuts down. That tracked. Too well. I exhaled slowly. So when the chief asked about their relationship, she probably answered the question she could survive answering, Elise said. My stomach sank, not lying, just not telling the whole truth. And in an interrogation, that distinction barely mattered. She should have said something, I said. I know. Elise winced. But think about it, from her perspective. She'd just found his body. She was terrified, and admitting she dated him turns a horrible coincidence into motive. I stared into my untouched tea, dating the deceased, arguing with the deceased, finding the deceased. It was a pattern no investigator could ignore. Albers will find out, I said at last, even if she never tells him. Elise nodded grimly, which means, I added, we're on borrowed time. We need to call Bran, I told her. Do you want to do it, or should I? Bran Hawking had been our friend long before he'd been our attorney. Elise didn't answer right away. She stared past me, worry tightening her features, and I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. Time was running out. I gave her arm a gentle squeeze and headed for the door. Outside, Main Street stretched ahead, warm with slanting gold light. Nothing in this town ever stayed secret for long. Not affairs, not mysteries, not trouble brewing where you least expected it. The drive back to Isla's took only a few minutes. As I turned onto her street, her cottage came into view. A small, single-story stone house, snug as a button on its patch of lawn. Blue shutters framed the windows, and a climbing rosebush curled along the front stoop as if determined to add charm no matter the season. The place had always reminded me of a Cornish postcard, compact, welcoming, utterly harmless, which is why what I saw waiting in her driveway stopped me cold. Chapter 3. The dark sedan was just pulling away from the curb as I turned onto Isla's street. For one suspended heartbeat, I thought it might stop. that the driver would glance in the rearview mirror, recognize my car, and wave me down. But it didn't. It rolled forward at an unhurried pace, turned the corner, and disappeared from view. I didn't need to see a badge to know who it had been. My chest tightened as I pulled in behind the empty space it left behind. Whatever questions they'd come with had already been asked. Whatever answers Isla had given were already out there, spoken into the morning air, impossible to take back. I shut off the engine and sat there for a moment, hands locked around the steering wheel. Please, I thought, please have remembered what we talked about. Then I got out of the car and headed for the house. I didn't bother knocking. The door wasn't locked, and the cottage felt too quiet for a morning that should have been ordinary. No radio, no kettle warming on the stove, just the steady tick of the wall clock and the faint scrape of claws on upholstery. "In here," Isla called. Her voice came from the living room, thin, stretched tight. I followed it down the short hall and found her curled into the far corner of the sofa, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around herself. Aster was wedged against her stomach, tail flicking in slow, irritated arcs. Isla looked up when she saw me. Her oh-no eyes. The ones that always meant she'd already said something she wished she could take back. "They just left," she said quickly. Too quickly. I didn't know how to stop them. I crossed the room and sat beside her, careful not to spook either her or the cat. Aster hissed, then decided I wasn't worth the effort and settled again. "Okay," I said gently. "Start at the beginning. Who was here?" "Two men," she said. "One I recognized from yesterday. The other didn't say much." My stomach clenched. "Did they come inside?" "No, just the porch." She rushed on. "They asked a few things, that's all." That's never all. But I kept my face neutral. "What kind of things?" Her gaze dropped to her hands. She twisted her fingers together, then stilled them, pressing her palms flat against her jeans. "About Lance. About yesterday. About us." There it was. I took a slow breath. "What did you tell them?" "That we'd gone out a few times." Her voice wavered, "and that we argued." I nodded once. No judgment. "Not yet. Anything else?" She hesitated. "Isla." "They asked about the house," she whispered, "about what I touched." The room seemed to tilt, just slightly. "What did you touch?" I asked. Her breath caught. "That's why they came back, because of the knife." She stared at the floor, shoulders folding inward. I didn't pull it out. I knew not to do that. I wrapped my hand around it. Then I remembered hearing you're not supposed to pull a knife out. "Stop," I said. She froze. "What you did makes sense," I continued. "A lot of people would have done the same thing. But the police don't look at moments the way we do. They look at patterns." Her brow furrowed. "What kind of patterns?" "You argued with him. You went to his house once and left. Then you went back. You were inside the house. You touched the weapon." The color drained from her face in stages. "They're not going to hear panic," I said. "They're going to hear opportunity." But I didn't. "I know," I said immediately. "I believe you." She clung to that like a lifeline. "But belief isn't evidence," I went on. "And right now, from their perspective, everything points in one direction." Her voice came out small, toward me. Yes, the word landed heavy as stone. She wrapped her arms around herself, trembling. "I just wanted to help him." "I know." I squeezed her knee. "But from this moment on, you do not speak to the police without an attorney present. Not casually, not politely, not even if they tell you it'll clear things up." "Okay," she said before drawing a shaky breath. "What happens now?" I sat back and exhaled slowly. "Now, we get ahead of this." Her eyes searched my face. "How?" "We find out who really killed Lance Dobbs," I said, "before the police decide they already have their answer." Relief cracked through her fear. "I knew you'd have a plan." I managed a thin smile. I always do. Outside, the morning sun slid higher, gilding the quiet street. Cornwall looked the same as it always had, peaceful, unassuming, stitched together by small routines. I only hoped Isla had told me everything, because in a town this size, secrets didn't stay buried, not for long. Chapter 4. Elise and I agreed that some things simply couldn't be texted or whispered over the phone, especially not to Morwenna Granny Travathik, matriarch, town historian, and unofficial keeper of everyone's secrets. If anyone in Cornwall deserved a face-to-face update, it was her. Until this morning, we'd both assumed Isla would be coming with us. Elise even called Sasha to cover the Three Whiskers cart. But when it came time to leave, Isla folded. If I have to relive that scene one more time, I'm going to go stark raving mad, she'd said, pressing the heel of her hand to her forehead. Melodramatic? Yes, entirely understandable. Also, yes, I get her not wanting to come, I told Elise as we turned onto Granny's block lined with century-old stone and clapboard houses. Granny's going to have enough questions to fill a legal pad. And she's a tough interrogator, Elise muttered. Remember when Mom and Dad went out of town and a few friends came over? A few, I arched a brow. It was supposed to be just Jen and Sarah, she protested. I don't like crowds. And yet, I said dryly, word gets out your parents are gone and suddenly your living room looks like a viral party video. Elise winced. Don't remind me. Granny grilled me until I confessed to the 3 things I didn't do. She finally decided the whole blowout wasn't my fault, but only after an interrogation that would make the FBI proud. I pulled the bug against the curb in front of Granny's stone house, a home that somehow managed to look both inviting and mildly intimidating. It really sounded like Isla liked Lance, I said. I can't imagine being the one to find him like that. Me either, Elise exhaled. But we are going to find who killed him. I uncovered some interesting things about the guy. Tell me, I said, turning toward her. After we get Granny out of the way, she said, stepping out of the car. I just hope she hasn't already heard. In this town? I snorted. She probably heard before the guy was cold. I was so busy talking and admiring Granny's spring explosion of potted ferns and geraniums that I missed what was right in front of me, the extra cars along the street. It wasn't until laughter drifted through the screen door that realization struck. Her breakfast club, I whispered. Elise's hand, poised to knock, plummeted to her side. We can come back. Come on in, a cheerful voice called. We're in the dining room. Too late, I murmured, pushing open the screen door. It gave its familiar squeak, like a tiny warning bell tolling our doom. Ridiculous, really. We both adored Granny, and she adored us. But walking in, unprepared on breakfast club day, that was another story. It's Elise and Penelope, I called as we crossed the foyer. If she was welcoming guests, she deserved fair warning. The hum of voices swelled as we stepped into Granny's dining room, the mahogany table gleaming under the chandelier, the glass front cabinet sparkling with family china, and the occasional knick-knack that had stories, according to Granny. And there she was. Granny, mid-70s, champagne blonde hair styled to perfection, leggings and an oversized tunic draped elegantly like she'd invented cozy chic. She looked younger than my mother, but that was Granny. Graceful, stylish, impossible not to admire. Elise, Penelope, she said with that theatrical flair earned from decades dabbling in community theater. We were hoping you'd stop by. We thought you might bring Isla, said Mary Ann. She peered behind us as though Isla might be crouching under my jacket. She's holding down the fort, Elise said, managing a warm smile for the assembled group. It's good to see all of you. Breakfast Club was a motley but charming crew made up of Mary Ann Albrecht, master gardener and herbalist extraordinaire, and wife of Bob, the county coroner. Terrence Kessler, bookstore owner and aspiring thriller writer. Katie Nichols, part-time dispatcher and official town grapevine. Lydia Hawking, genealogy buff and Brand's mother. "Please sit," Granny said, gesturing to 3 chairs near the end of the table. "Can I get you girls a mimosa? Or coffee, though I imagine you're both tired of that." "I could drink a gallon and never get tired," Terrence said, making everyone laugh. "I'll take a mimosa," Elise said. "Nothing for me," I said. We didn't mean to interrupt. I forgot today was breakfast club. Sit, Marianne insisted, as Granny returned with Elise's drink. "We're talking about everything going on. Hard not to with today's excitement." "I'm sorry to hear about poor Mr. Dobbs," Lydia said gently. "So young, not much older than Isla." "Do they know who killed him?" Terrence asked. Before Elise or I could respond, Katie set down her glass with authority. "They don't," she said. "But from what I overheard at the station, Isla's still their prime suspect." Granny's frown could have curdled fresh cream. "Ridiculous! That girl wouldn't hurt a fly." "We know that," Terrence said, offering Granny a soothing look, "which is why we need to figure out who did it." I looked at Granny. "We came to tell you what happened, but I'm guessing you already know?" "Not everything," Granny said, her tone laced with mild reproach. "Nora called as soon as she heard, and then both my son and daughter phoned last night after you called them." "We didn't want to upset you," Elise said. "Better from us than through town gossip," I added. "Oh, my dears," Granny said with a soft laugh, taking her seat. "If anyone has an inside track on Cornwall happenings, it's me, and the people around this table." "Well then," I said, smiling back at her, "we've clearly come to the right place." I paused, glanced at Elise's mimosa, then exhaled. "Granny, I think I'll take one after all." "Of course, dear." Granny was already rising, her movements elegant despite the haste. She retrieved the bottle and poured a fresh, cheerful splash of citrusy bubbles into a waiting flute, sliding it toward me with a knowing smile. Elise set her mimosa down with a clink, gentle but with the kind of purpose that made everyone at the table instinctively lean in. I should probably start with why I fired Lance. A hush fell across the group. Even Granny's eyebrows lifted in that "go on, dear" sort of way. "He was always snooping," Elise said carefully. "And not casual wandering either. I'm talking opening drawers he had no business near, checking cabinets, poking into the storage closet. I even found him out back doing who knows what when he was supposed to be at the register. He barely worked unless someone was physically standing over him." Marianne clicked her tongue. Never trust a man who needs the same level of supervision as a toddler with a crayon. A ripple of laughter circled the table. "But the final straw," Elise continued, "was when he shoved Cleopatra off a chair. She wasn't doing anything, just napping. That was it. You don't push a cat at 3 whiskers." A collective hum of outrage rose. Clearly, this room valued cats as fiercely as Cornwall valued gossip. Terrence winced. "Yeah, I'd fire someone for that." Elise smoothed her napkin, the motion tight with lingering frustration. "When I heard about everything and that the police were looking at Isla, I did a deeper dive into his background, more than I did when he was hired." "What did you find?" Katie asked, reaching for her refreshed mimosa. "He'd cycled through a lot of short-term jobs," Elise said. "A few weeks here, a month there, mostly service positions. Nothing stuck. His references weren't terrible, but they certainly weren't glowing." "Service work weeds out the weak," Marianne sniffed. "If you can't handle a rush of grumpy customers and lukewarm coffee, you're going to have a hard time surviving in the modern world." "After that," Elise said, "I checked what I could of his social media presence." "Social media?" Marianne repeated, squinting as if Elise had mentioned quantum physics. "You know, Instagram, TikTok, that kind of thing," Lydia supplied. "I love Facebook, Marianne declared, as if that were the gold standard of social media. Lance was only 21, Elise said with a wry smile. Definitely not relying on Facebook. What stood out was how little he posted publicly, almost nothing, and his Instagram was brand new, like he'd deleted the old one or scrubbed it. That's odd for a young man, Lydia murmured. Exactly. And there was zero mention of family. But I did find his father's obituary, Bruce Dobbs. He passed away suddenly, natural causes, right here in Cornwall about 10 years ago. I rolled the name around on my tongue. Bruce Dobbs. Nothing sparked. Then an image flashed of a middle-aged man with a friendly smile. Granny straightened, interest warming her gaze. Oh? I found an old Herald article, Elise said. Bruce was a bank manager. He was found dead in his apartment. A blood vessel ruptured related to the tumor, according to the coroner. I don't know why I don't remember him, I admitted. He was only here a few months, and he came alone, Lydia said. He was waiting for the school year to end before relocating his family. I remember thinking it was lucky they weren't here yet, especially after hearing Tom Goody, Jim's father, plan to fire him. Fire him? Marianne's eyes widened. Lydia nodded. Apparently, he'd been making a lot of mistakes. Granny tapped a manicured nail against the table, a sound that always meant a memory was assembling itself behind her eyes. If I recall correctly, after his death, it came out that he'd recently been diagnosed with a brain tumor, but he'd told no one. I liked Bruce, Marianne said. Harriet Thorson and I used to chat with him when we did our banking. Bruce enjoyed chatting with customers, and he adored Harriet. She's a dear, but... She waggled her hand. She misplaces things. Frequently. Yes, she does, Granny agreed. This one time, Marianne continued, she left her safety deposit key on a lobby table. Bruce found it and took it to her house instead of making her come back. That's nice, Elise said. Unusually nice, Terence muttered, for a banker. And that, I thought, was what happened when you read too many spy novels. Marianne ignored him. Harriet had several heirloom jewelry pieces she kept in her safety deposit box. She'd take them out for events, then put them right back. Bits of memory began surfacing around the table, each one nudging the next into view. A thought snagged. Didn't one of her necklaces go missing? Yes, Granny said. A beautiful 12-carat diamond. She insisted it was stolen. But don't you need 2 keys to open a safety deposit box? I asked. The customers and the bank's? Correct, Terence said. And since she'd misplaced hers earlier, I said slowly, someone could have used her key and taken the necklace before Bruce returned it. But they'd still need the bank's key, Marianne reminded us. What if it were a bank employee? Elise suggested. Someone who saw Harriet leave her key behind and took advantage. Did the police check the footage? I asked. They tried, Marianne said, but the camera in the vault hall had been down for 10 days. Tech hadn't fixed it yet. I blinked. So the police couldn't prove anything? They might have pushed harder if Harriet had been absolutely certain she'd put the necklace back, Granny said. And Bruce said he found her key right after she left, Marianne added. Too soon for anyone to have gotten into the vault. This group, I decided, would make an excellent investigative committee. They were thorough, analytical, and mildly terrifying. Granny smiled serenely. If you want to know what's gone on in this community, you've come to the right group. We know where all the bodies are buried. Warm laughter floated around the table, and several heads nodded in agreement. Elise leaned forward. Was the necklace ever found? Marianne shook her head. Terence's brows rose. That's quite a coincidence. What is? I asked. The dad dying here, Terence said. And now the son coming here and dying. Bruce died of natural causes, Granny reminded him. Lance was murdered. I get what you're saying, Terence, Elise said. Out of all the towns in Wisconsin, why did Lance come here? What was he looking for? Katie tipped her head in a mock-wise nod. Coincidence. Oh, absolutely. Total coincidence. A chill scampered down my spine. Coincidences in Cornwall were about as rare as open parking during Apple Fest, and I'd learned long ago they were rarely just coincidences. After enjoying a blackberry turnover from Pasty and Crumb and politely turning down a second mimosa, I pushed back my chair. Thank you for the hospitality and the information. You've given us plenty to think about. Tell Isla we're praying for her, Marianne said. And if you need anything, Lydia added, you know we're here. Elise offered her thanks, and we started toward the door, until Granny rose fluidly from her chair. Now, back to the cemetery map, ladies and Terrence. If we don't finish charting those old headstones before Memorial Day, half the ancestors in Cornwall will stay misfiled for another century. Laughter rippled through the room. I'll walk the girls out, she announced, already on her feet. I expected a lighthearted send-off, but the moment we stepped onto the porch and the door clicked softly shut behind her, something in Granny's expression made my stomach tighten. I touched Elise's arm. Granny has something to tell us. Elise turned. What is it? Granny clasped her hands, her eyes sharp and knowing. I need you both to listen closely. There's something you should be aware of. The spring air felt suddenly cooler. Harriet may misplace her glasses and forget her own birthday, Granny said, but she never once, not once, got confused about that diamond necklace. She loved it, cherished it, the history, the craftsmanship, everything about it. You're saying, I said carefully, that if she told the police she put it in her safety deposit box, then she did. That's exactly what I'm saying. Granny's nod was firm. What did the diamond look like? I asked. A round solitaire. Simple setting. Exquisite stone. Harriet always described it as gleaming even in the dark. Elise frowned thoughtfully. A stone that distinctive, anyone who saw it would know it was valuable. Very much so, Granny agreed. And remember, Bruce Dobbs was the last bank employee to handle her key. With all the confusion and the necklace being insured, the police didn't push the matter. Elise and I exchanged glances, one of those moments where a dozen implications passed wordlessly between us. So, Elise said slowly, you think the old theft might be connected to all this? Granny didn't blink. She stepped back toward her door, her hand closing lightly around the knob. Girls, she said, her voice calm and certain, men have been killed for far less. Chapter 5. I pushed through the glass door of Three Whiskers Coffee and immediately felt my pulse climb. Not because of the scent of espresso or the familiar clang of mugs, but because Chief Albers was sitting at the counter, sipping coffee and petting Aster. Aster. The Siamese barely tolerated anyone besides Isla. I cleared my throat and glanced at my cousin. You brought Aster with you today. She wanted to come and be with me, Isla said. Aster didn't even look at her. She was far too busy making herself comfortable on Chief Albers's lap. Stress made strange alliances, I reminded myself. Still, if my cat decided a police chief was lap-worthy, I'd have questions. Isla stood behind the counter, her hands twisting in her apron, trying desperately to look calm. Miss Penrose, Albers said without turning around. His hand glided from Aster's head to her tail, as if he'd been doing it his entire life. We meet again. You can call her Penelope, Isla blurted. Everyone does. Albers finally looked over his shoulder, waiting. Yes, I said, pasting on a tight smile. That's fine. I kept my tone light because the alternative was to ask him why he was here, in my cousin's workplace, playing cat whisperer, like he hadn't questioned her yesterday. I'm surprised to see you here, Chief, I added. I figured you'd be knee-deep in actual police work, not charming the cats of Cornwall. His eyes glinted. Multitasking. Isla shot me a look, a wide-eyed, please don't poke the man with the badge kind of warning. I stepped beside her as Albers straightened, Aster stretching like she owned the counter and everyone in it. We were just talking, he said lightly, far too lightly. Your cousin remembered a few details she forgot earlier. Fantastic. My headache now had a headache. Isla, I said, keeping my voice low, you and I went over this. No more questions without Bran. I didn't answer anything important, she whispered back, casting a quick glance at Albers and then at me. He just asked how long I'd known Lance and whether I'd ever been inside his house before I found him. That was never for her to decide. My stomach dropped anyway. Tell me you didn't... I said no, she snapped, defensive, nerves threading every word, because it's true. Albers watched us like we were an amusing exhibit at the zoo. Well, he said, giving Aster one last indulgent scratch, I think I've taken up enough of your time. His gaze landed pointedly on me. For now. He strode to the door, then paused, hand on the handle. Oh, almost forgot. A trucker stopped for a dog standing in the middle of Highway 23 this morning. That's when he saw the car in the ditch. By the time EMS got there, the dog was gone. My mind immediately snapped to Jory. Did you get a description? I asked. Brown, scruffy, long nose. His eyes found mine. Sound familiar? My mouth went dry. It does. If it's your dog, Albers added, he gets around. The bell jingled behind him as he left, and the sound felt too sharp for something so ordinary. For maybe the first time all morning, I let myself breathe. If Albers believed the dog existed and had been present again, Isla's story wasn't so easy to dismiss, which meant the narrative the police were building had to adjust. One good thing from today, I murmured. Probably the only good thing. I turned to Isla. You cannot keep talking to him. You're not helping yourself. But he was being nice, she said weakly. He's not on your side, Isla. Stop treating him like he is. Isla swallowed hard. Aster nudged her elbow, her version of moral support. Before I could push further, the office door cracked open and Elise stepped out. What's going on? Isla's hands twisted together, but now I saw something deeper in her eyes. Fear, yes, but also loss, not just of freedom, of hope. I stepped closer. Isla, what's going on? Her voice cracked. I was supposed to interview at Finch and Fig next month. Elise's head snapped up. You didn't tell me that. I didn't want to jinx it. Isla swallowed hard. It's the first job I've really wanted in a long time, something that's mine. And now, she gestured helplessly toward the door Albers had just exited. Who's going to hire someone whose name is tied to a murder investigation? I thought if I answered his questions, he could find the killer, and this could be over before then. Her breath shuddered out, small and broken. And it hit me. She wasn't just scared of being suspected. She was scared of being derailed. Again, like the last time she'd lost a job she loved because her name ended up in the wrong headlines. Don't you worry, Elise said, radiating confidence. We're going to figure this out. What are you holding? I asked, because Elise's hand was clenched around something green and wadded. I cleaned out Lance's locker, she said. This was in the pocket. She held up a barista apron, faded green, damp with old coffee stains, and unfolded a single printed page. The moment my eyes skimmed the jumbled lines, dogs, cars, cappuccinos, warnings, panic, my skin prickled. This wasn't just strange. It felt off, like a puzzle built by someone whose pieces were all the wrong shape. This is, I whispered. Bruce Dobbs sent it to his wife, Elise said. Lance kept it folded in his apron. Before I could read it again, a throat cleared behind us. We all jumped. Jim Goody stood at the counter, reusable cup in hand, expression fixed. His eyes flicked from the apron to the page to our faces. What's going on? He asked, too casually. Just work stuff, Elise said, a beat too fast. Jim's gaze sharpened. Looks like more than that. I folded the paper instinctively, hiding Bruce's name. We're trying to understand why Lance came to Cornwall, I said carefully, and whether anything from back then, when his dad was here, matters now. Jim's jaw clenched, hard. Then his voice, usually friendly, easy, tightened. Some things from that time ought to stay buried. Isla blinked at him. Elise went very still. I just stared. Realizing what he'd said, Jim cleared his throat and backed away like the floor was too hot under his shoes. It was a long time ago, he added, not meeting my eyes. No sense stirring things up. He retreated toward the door. See you around. The bell jingled as he stepped out. We stood in stunned silence until the sound finally stopped. What was that about? Elise whispered. My heart thudded once, clean and hard. I don't know, I said, but it wasn't nothing. Elise's gaze darted to the office. Bran's coming by in a few minutes. I texted him while Albers was here. He said he'd swing over before his lunch meeting. Good, I said. We need someone whose job it is to keep Isla from accidentally lighting herself on fire. I wasn't, Isla began. You were, Elise and I said in unison. Isla exhaled, defeated. Astor yawned, smug. A moment later, the bell jingled again, and Bran Hawking stepped into the shop. Fit, clean-cut, sandy brown hair swept stylishly to the side, warm brown eyes that always looked as if they knew more than they let on. His gaze locked on me first, something unreadable flickering there, then dropped to the folded page in my hand. Please tell me that's not evidence, he said. Define evidence, I replied. He closed his eyes for a beat. That's never a good start. We moved into the back office with Elise, leaving Isla at the counter with Sasha and the cats, and God help us, her urge to be helpful. Bran shut the door and turned, all warmth gone from his expression. Okay, he said. Someone summarize. Briefly. I found an email in Lance's apron, Elise said, stuffed in the pocket. And Chief Albers stopped by again, I added, and got Isla talking. Bran's jaw tightened, but when he spoke, his voice was controlled. Isla spoke to the police without me. She didn't mean harm, I said quickly. She panics, and he's good at what he does. Bran exhaled through his nose. He is, which is why she doesn't talk to him. Not again, not ever, under any circumstances. He held out his hand. Let me see the page. I passed it to him. He read in silence, eyes tracking line by line. The longer he read, the more his face changed. Not fear exactly, but focus. This is from Bruce Dobbs, he said. His father, I confirmed. Elise found his obituary, Bran said. He read again, slower. This isn't random, he said at last, but I don't think we understand it yet. He looked up. Where did you get it? In his apron pocket, Elise said. He kept it folded. Bran's gaze sharpened. Do not show this to anyone. Not the police, not the breakfast club, not your mother, no one. Elise blinked. Why? Because if this connects to motive, Bran said, it's leverage, and leverage attracts the wrong kind of attention. A chill feathered down my spine. Bran pulled out his phone, angled it over the paper, and snapped a picture. I want a record, he said, in case this disappears. I didn't like the word disappears, and I didn't like it at all. He folded the paper, careful, deliberate, and handed it back to me as if it were fragile. Keep it somewhere safe, he said, and Isla stays quiet. If Albers comes back, you call me immediately. He paused, eyes shifting to mine for a beat too long. Old history flickered like a match struck in the dark, brief, hot, dangerous. I cleared my throat. Is Lauren still working in Madison? Bran's brows lifted. We're not seeing each other anymore. Oh, it's been months, he added, then softened. But Penelope, stay focused. Right. Murder first, nostalgia later. Bran reached for the doorknob. I have to go, he said, but I'll start pulling records on Bruce Dobbs's case, quietly. Thank you, Elise whispered. He nodded once and slipped out. When the office door clicked shut behind him, Elise and I sat in the silence for a long moment. Finally, I pressed the folded paper flat on the desk, staring at the disjointed lines until they blurred. Whatever this was, it hadn't started with Lance. The past was surfacing in fragments, names, old grievances, things better left buried, rising up at the worst possible moment. I'd always believed that if you gathered enough facts, you could steady the ground beneath your feet. But the ground wasn't steady anymore, and I had the uneasy feeling I was already standing in the middle of something I couldn't control. Chapter 6. I didn't read the email again until that night. Not because I didn't have time, though the day had been a blur of cats, coffee, and trying to keep Isla from unraveling, but because I didn't want to touch it. Not because it was paper. Not because it felt like evidence. Because, in my mind, it had become a voice that had tried to warn someone and hadn't been heard. Augustus Loom was dark when I unlocked the door. The familiar scent of wool and cedar oil met me in the calm, steady, and grounding. I didn't bother turning on the overhead lights, just the lamp by my work table, its amber glow pooling over skeins of yarn in soft, patient colors. This was where I came to think. I set the folded page beside a half-finished scarf, the fibers looped and waiting, every strand exactly where I'd left it. Order, pattern, intention, things that didn't happen by accident. I poured myself a mug of tea. I forgot to drink and finally unfolded the paper. From bdob71 at lakecounty.net to Susan date Tuesday, February 18th, 11:42 p.m. Subject. No subject. Susan. I was walking down the street tonight and saw a dog brown with a long nose reminded me of my car. I need to get my oil changed before I come home. The mechanic shop is on Block 5 near the coffee shop. I had a dream last night about me driving a coffee machine, a brand new coffee machine. I need to be careful the police will be watching, wondering where I got the money to buy one. People will be honking when I leave town, wanting me to make them cappuccinos. I need to stay centered, stay off Main, only go down B and up 5. Secrets gleam in the dark. My life is dark now, but the light will come soon, and it will be blinding love, B. At first glance, it read like a mine slipping its gears, one thought grinding into the next, errands and dreams stitched together without seam or sense. But the longer I stared, the less random it felt. Block 5, coffee shop, mechanics, stay off Main, down B, up 5. I leaned back in my chair, eyes drifting to the loom itself, the warp stretched tight, waiting for the weft to make meaning of it. Directions, not thoughts, coordinates. A cold clarity slid into place, slow and precise, like a pattern finally resolving after hours of work. This wasn't a message you read for meaning, it was a message you followed. My fingers hovered over the lines again, tracing them as if the paper might give up its path under pressure. If Bruce Dobbs had been losing his words, maybe this was what he'd done instead. Hidden the truth inside the only thing the tumor couldn't steal. Not sentences. Pattern. And Lance had carried it around like a map, which meant he believed whatever it led to was still here, in Cornwall, waiting. I stayed at the loom until my shoulders ached and the tea went cold. I'd barely slept. Bruce Dobbs's email kept looping through my mind. Dogs and coffee machines and streets he never named outright but clearly meant. A broken compass, a scrambled treasure map, and the fact that Lance had carried it folded in his apron like a lifeline. Something in Cornwall had pulled him here. After dropping Elise off, I headed straight for Lance's neighborhood. The morning air was sharp enough to wake the dead. The The narrow bungalows along Garfield looked ordinary, quiet, contained, as if nothing at all had happened. According to Elise, Lance hated cats, hated coffee, hated people, if his tendency to skulk instead of work meant anything. So what was he doing in Cornwall? Simple. He'd come looking for Harriet Thorson's missing diamond, the one his father had almost certainly stolen and hidden. Why this house? His rental sat at the far end, white siding gone gray with neglect, shutters peeling like old paint that had simply given up, the lawn a patchwork of surrender. More likely, he chose it because it was close enough to walk downtown if he needed to keep an eye on something, tucked among a row of monthly rentals where no one paid attention, and perfect for someone who never planned to stay long. A man expecting to find something and leave with it would pick a place exactly like this. It still didn't explain why he'd taken a job at Three Whiskers, but I'd figure that out soon enough. I was halfway down the block, scanning driveways and porches, when voices drifted around the curve. One belonged to Chief Albers. The other belonged to a woman who could outwatch, outlisten, and outreport every camera in Wisconsin. Gladys Singleton, retired school teacher, lifelong snoop, and Cornwall's unofficial neighborhood sentinel. If a squirrel sneezed on this street, she knew which tree it came from. I slowed, pretending deep scholarly interest in a mailbox shaped like a trout. Gladys stood at the end of her driveway in a quilted jacket, gesturing with the confidence of someone who'd been giving witness statements since the invention of sidewalks. Albers listened, notebook open, shoulders squared. "And like I told you," Gladys said, "the only person I saw go up to that house during the last week was the red-headed girl from Three Whiskers. Sweet girl, but very bold hair." I choked. Sasha. Her questions yesterday suddenly felt less innocent. Albers looked over his shoulder and spotted me. "Morning, Penelope." "Chief?" I jogged up, giving Gladys a polite wave. "Hope I'm not interrupting." "You aren't interrupting," Gladys said with the tone of a woman who believed she owned the right to decide such things. "I'm just telling the chief what I saw, which apparently wasn't enough to be useful." "I appreciate any help," Albers said. "I wish I could offer more. No strange men or women, no suspicious vehicles." She leaned toward him, lowering her voice by half a decibel. "The electric company truck was out here for a spell. Larry said they were doing some work on the block." "He and his crew were at my shop week," I said. "Routine stuff." Ignoring the comment, Gladys continued, "And that Pete Ball fellow was knocking on doors again, asking if anyone needed repairs." I blinked. Pete Ball, the town's overly enthusiastic handyman. He wandered these neighborhoods often enough that most people barely noticed him anymore. Albers wrote something down, his expression unreadable. Gladys kept going, oblivious to the way she was casually detonating clues. "I do hope you'll put a stop to those summer parties at that little White House." She jabbed a finger toward Lance's bungalow. "Last year, I found beer cans in my azaleas. My azaleas." "I'll keep that in mind," Albers said, closing his notebook with a snap. Gladys finally noticed the way I was studying the bungalow. "You searching for something, Penelope?" I forced a casual shrug. "Jory's been popping up everywhere lately. Thought I might see him around." He watched me for a beat too long, a man taking the measure of someone he didn't quite trust, or maybe someone he understood a little too well. "You're not investigating," he said. Not quite a question. "No," I lied smoothly. "Of course not." His eyebrows lifted, unimpressed. Gladys waved a dismissive hand. "Let the girl walk, Chief. It's a free country." "It's an active crime scene," Albers corrected mildly. He took a step closer, dropping his voice enough that Gladys had to pretend she wasn't straining to hear. "Stay out of trouble, Penelope." "Trouble?" I smiled lightly. "I'm allergic." His gaze flicked from my shoes to the direction I'd been heading. "Try not to have another reaction." He nodded once at Gladys and headed to his car, his footsteps unhurried but purposeful. Gladys leaned toward me as soon as he was out of earshot. "Men," she muttered, "all puff and posture until something real happens." Then she tilted her head, studying me with unsettling accuracy. "Whatever you're looking for, dear, you won't find it standing in the street." She shuffled back toward her porch like a woman who'd just parted a curtain and delivered a prophecy. And maybe she had, because she was right. Whatever Lance had been hunting, whatever Bruce had hidden, wasn't on the surface. And if I wanted answers, I'd have to dig. By the time I rounded the corner behind Three Whiskers, the morning had moved on without me. The alley was orderly, undisturbed. I expected quiet. Instead, Sasha sat on the back step, elbows braced on her knees, staring down the alley as if waiting for it to hand over answers. Her red hair was twisted into a messy knot, curls springing loose. She looked up when she heard my steps. She tried for a smile. It wobbled. I didn't think anyone would be back here. "Are you okay?" I asked, lowering myself onto the step beside her. A shrug. I just needed a minute. I gave her space, just not enough to slip away from the conversation. "If you're worried the chief will find out you went to Lance's house, he already knows. Mrs. Singleton told him." Sasha let out a sharp exhale. "Fantastic." "And now that he knows," I said, "he's going to wonder why you were there. Were you and Lance involved?" "Not like that." She shook her head hard, cheeks only barely flushing. "He wasn't my type, but we talked. Mostly about local history stuff." That startled me more than I expected. She went on, quicker now. "I help sort the library's donation bins sometimes, the free cart out front. People drop off old pamphlets and directories constantly. When I mentioned that to Lance, he asked if the library ever threw away Cornwall materials." My breath hitched. "What kind of materials?" "Nothing anyone would frame," she said dryly. "A faded downtown map from the 80s, a few historical society walking tour guides, old business directories, the kind of thing people find at the bottom of a drawer and offload because they don't know what else to do with it." Exactly the sort of documents someone searching for a long-buried landmark would want. "He asked if I could save them for him," Sasha continued. "Said he liked to learn about the communities where he was living." Of course he did. So I saved a few things. He told me he wasn't home much, so just leave the stack near the back door. No knocking. She lifted one shoulder. I knew he and Isla had gone out a few times. I didn't want to intrude or be misread. "And the day he died?" I asked. Her throat moved as she swallowed. I dropped off another stack. "Same deal. Drop and go." My pulse flickered. Lance had been searching, patching together scraps of Cornwall's past, trying to turn Bruce Dobbs's scrambled email into something that made sense. "Did he ever mention Bruce Dobbs?" I asked. "His dad?" Sasha's brows knit. "Only once. He said, 'People remember things here.'" Her frown deepened. It sounded off, like he wasn't talking about nostalgia. That tracked too well. She looked at me then, not timid, not frightened, just wary in a sharp, intelligent way. "The chief thinks Isla's involved, and now he's looking at anyone who ever stood within 10 feet of Lance. That includes me." "You didn't do anything wrong," I said. She snorted. "That is not the same thing as being safe." Fair point. A delivery truck groaned past the mouth of the alley, and Sasha glanced toward the street as if calculating escape routes. "Pen," she said, "I hope the chief doesn't think I was close to Lance. We weren't friends. Honestly, I just listened. Because sometimes lonely people talk to the nearest warm body." The honesty in her voice hit harder than I expected. "I understand," I said. And I did. Lonely people tended to find each other in the strangest places. Sasha pushed to her feet, brushing grit from her jeans. And here I thought working at a cat cafe would be the safest job in the world. "That was your first mistake," I said lightly, "assuming you'd be safe around cats." She almost smiled. It was small, but real. Penelope? She hesitated. Be careful. Whatever Lance got tangled up in, it wasn't small. That's what I'm afraid of. Good. She nodded once, firm, decisive. Then maybe you'll stay alive. Sasha headed for the door, shoulders tight but spine straight. A woman who had decided she would not be collateral damage in someone else's secrets. I stayed on the step a moment longer, staring at the alley where Lance had once stood. Quiet, watchful, searching. Sasha was right. This wasn't small. I stood, brushing grit from my palms, and something fluttering beneath the back step caught my eye, a torn scrap of paper. I knelt and eased it free. Not garbage at all, but a piece of a Cornwall walking tour guide, the same type of local history material that Sasha said Lance collected. But Sasha had never dropped anything off behind 3 whiskers, which meant someone else had been here, someone who shouldn't have been, and very recently. My pulse kicked hard. If Lance's research had made its way to this alley, whatever he'd been chasing was still out there. Bottom of form. Chapter 7. Morning light slanted through the high barn windows of Augustus loom, catching on threads and turning them to spun gold. I'd opened early, sliding the big side doors apart to let in the warm breath of spring. The place always felt calmer in the morning, the soft clack of treadles, the faint scent of wool, the low hum of the heater ticking itself awake. I was halfway through threading a heddle when the barking started. Sharp, urgent, too close. At first I thought someone was walking a dog past the shop. Then the barking grew louder, right outside, followed by the unmistakable scrabble of paws on the concrete threshold. "Jory?" I whispered. He shot into the barn, his tail flagging wildly. He skidded to a stop in front of me, barking with the intensity of a creature who had absolutely no time for niceties. "What is it?" I asked, already setting down the heddle. Jory spun, bolted back out through the partially open doors, then barked again, impatient. "Oh no, not again," I muttered, grabbing my jacket. I locked the barn doors behind me, habit even in a hurry, and followed him down the side alley across the street and through a narrow walkway between 2 old maples. Jory didn't look back. He never looked back. He led with purpose, and I'd learned to trust that purpose, even when my common sense begged me not to. By the time we reached Garfield Street, my breath was tight in my chest. Lance's neighborhood. "Jory," I warned, "this better not be—" He veered into the alley behind the row of rentals and stopped dead behind Lance's bungalow. That's when I saw it. The basement window, shattered inward, glass glittering in the grass, fresh. My pulse kicked sideways. Someone had been inside. Today. Recently. Maybe minutes ago. Jory circled me, whining low, careful to avoid the glass, then lifted his nose toward the house as if tracking a scent only he understood. I looked to the back stoop, just a few feet from the shattered pane. The door itself was closed, no visible damage, but the footprints in the damp soil beneath the window were fresh and hurried, leading back toward the alley. I straightened slowly, scanning the street on instinct. A flicker of red caught my eye. Sasha was a block up, messenger bag thumping lightly against her hip as she walked past the mouth of the alley. She wasn't hurrying, just focused, intent. She paused when she noticed me, just a heartbeat's hesitation, then lifted a quick, awkward wave before turning the corner. Not guilty, not nervous, just watchful. Or maybe that was my adrenaline looking for patterns where there weren't any. I glanced back at the broken window. Whoever they were, they'd been in a hurry. I stepped closer to the back stoop, telling myself I wasn't going inside. I just needed to see, assess, breathe. "Miss Penrose." I startled hard and spun. Chief Albers stood at the edge of the yard, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. "I got a call that someone was snooping around here." "Of course," Gladys had called. He moved beside me, taking in the glass, the prints, my face. "Care to explain why you're trespassing at an active crime scene?" "I wasn't trespassing," I said. "I was walking," he supplied dryly. "Jory led me here," I insisted. "He was just—" I turned. Empty lawn, no dog, not even a rustle of retreating paws. Albers exhaled. Convenient. Then he crouched beside the broken window. His voice dropped into something low and tight. "This wasn't here yesterday." A cold thread slipped down my spine. "Chief," I whispered, "someone's trying to find whatever Lance was hunting." He rose slowly. "And you think trying to get a step ahead of them is a good idea?" "No," I said, "but ignoring it isn't either." His jaw flexed. Annoyance. Yes, but beneath it, something far more disarming. Concern. He stepped closer. "Penelope, I'm asking you, stay out of this. It's not safe." I didn't answer, because the morning light hit the glass shards just right, making them gleam, a cold, sharp flicker, diamond bright. Whoever had broken into that house hadn't found what they were searching for. They weren't done looking, and if I wanted to stay alive, I needed to stay ahead of whoever had just been here. Albers exhaled, hard. "Miss Penrose," he said, "I need you to go. Now. I can't have you wandering around an unsecured scene. Whoever smashed that window was here recently, and until we know who it was, this yard isn't safe." He wasn't scolding anymore. He was worried. "I'm fine," I said. Automatically, stupidly. His look said he didn't buy it for a second. "Walk with me." He waited until I stepped away from the window, then stayed half a pace behind me as we crossed the patchy yard toward the street, close enough to shield, far enough not to spook. Only when my feet touched the sidewalk did he stop. "I'll call when I know more," he said. A promise. And a warning. I nodded and headed back toward downtown, my pulse still uneven. The image of the broken glass lodged behind my ribs. Whoever broke into that house hadn't found what they were looking for, and I still didn't know what it was, which meant I didn't know where they'd search next. I hated that feeling, being a step behind, guessing instead of knowing. I'd barely unlocked Augustus' loom when my phone buzzed. "Granny, can you stop by the house? Nothing urgent. Just a little something we'd like your eyes on. Nothing urgent." In Granny speak, that translated to, "Drop everything and come immediately before the town implodes." And the weed told me she wasn't alone. Fine. If someone was digging deeper into Lance's secrets, maybe it was time I let the Breakfast Club dig too. I grabbed my jacket and headed for Granny's. By the time I reached her house, the sky had clouded over, the kind of low gray that flattened the light and tightened the air. Granny's curtains were wide open, which was never a good sign. When she wanted privacy, she shut out the world. When she opened everything, it meant she was plotting. I let myself in, noticing the weight in my chest hadn't lifted. "Granny?" "In here, dear," her voice chimed from the dining room. "And shut the door behind you. Marianne brought half the archives with her." That was concerning. I stepped into the dining room and froze. The Breakfast Club, Granny, Lydia, Marianne, Terrence, and Katie, were gathered around the dining room table, though calling it a table felt generous. Maps of Cornwall blanketed the surface, layered with sheet protectors and dry erase grids. Color-coded pins formed constellations. Yarn connected locations in a way no sane person would interpret. Lydia had commandeered an archival magnifier and was interrogating a worn photocopy like it might confess under pressure. It appeared the Cornwall Genealogical Society, better known as the Breakfast Club, had officially pivoted from genealogy to murder. Terence naturally was taking notes for a future novel. Granny beamed at me. There she is, our missing puzzle piece. Oh no, I said automatically. Absolutely not. Whatever this is, I'm not. Granny waved a hand. Sit. You'll want tea. Marianne, pour her a cup. Marianne handed me a mug already filled. They had anticipated my surrender. Terence glanced up from a corkboard now labeled Community Connection Chart in elegant cursive. Excellent timing, Penelope. We were just discussing the burglary. My stomach dipped. What burglary? Lydia didn't even look up as she answered. The one at that young man's rental. We heard the basement window was broken out. I nearly dropped the mug. How do you know that already? A ripple of synchronized Cornish curiosity rolled across the table. Right, Cornwall, also known as Gladys Singleton. Granny patted the chair beside her. Tell us what happened, dear. I didn't say I was involved. You didn't have to. You look upset. Her tone softened. Sit. There was no point fighting this tide, and maybe I didn't want to. The morning had left a knot in my chest I hadn't untangled. Fine, I said, and sat. Jory led me there. Terence made a delighted noise. The dog reappears. This is marvelous narrative symmetry. Granny swatted him with a rolled-up ancestor chart. I continued, choosing my words with care. I followed him to Lance's backyard. The basement window was shattered inward. Fresh footprints were in the soil. You're right. Someone did break in. Recently. Marianne's hand flew to her throat. I hope whoever crawled in didn't cut themselves. His or her choice, Lydia murmured, still magnifying her document. I realized she was right. The person could be either sex. Granny leaned forward. What do you think they were looking for? Lance was looking for something, I said carefully. I think the intruder was looking for it too. Lydia's brows arched. Do you know what it is? I have a theory, I said. Nothing solid. Lydia tapped the corner of a photocopied file, her expression tightening with the satisfaction of someone about to reveal a flaw in an otherwise neat equation. Bruce Dobbs may not have been here long, but he did leave a few anomalies, gaps, oddities worth noting. I think Lance was trying to fill in those blanks, I said. Follow whatever trail his father left behind. Exactly, Terence said, stabbing a pushpin into the corkboard with more enthusiasm than necessary, which brings us to... He gestured grandly at Lydia, who straightened like she'd been called to the stage. She adjusted her glasses. I stopped by Brand's early this morning. Terence coughed. With saffron buns, he added, because of course he did. Lydia shushed him with a flick of her wrist. He never bakes anything properly for himself. Anyway, while I was setting them on the counter, his phone rang. She leaned forward. He stepped into the next room to take the call, but the door didn't quite latch. All I heard was, "The map doesn't match the current street layout. If Dobbs meant the old grid, we need to shift our search." My heartbeat stuttered. Map, old grid, Dobbs. He must have been talking to Elise. Marianne leaned forward. Penelope, what do you think he meant? Granny caught my flicker of panic instantly. Yes, dear, a map. I don't know anything about a map, I said, too quickly, but not untruthfully. Granny tapped the table. We need your insight. Lydia thinks Bran meant the 1954 plat map, but he may have been referring to the post-fire resurvey from '68. He didn't specify, Lydia offered, frowning, but he sounded unsettled. Well, you did surprise him with buns, Granny said soothingly. Lydia sniffed with pride. When he came back, she added, he asked whether the searchers ever cataloged street plans from before the courthouse fire. The Searchers was the nickname Granny's breakfast group, the Cornwall Genealogical Society, had given itself. My mind raced. What did you tell him? That I'd ask around, Lydia said smugly, and now I'm asking. Granny's gaze pinned me. Penelope, did Lance have a map? I didn't lie, but I didn't hand them the full truth either. I think Lance had something, I said. Something that pointed toward a specific location he didn't fully understand. Terrence scribbled furiously. Obscure clue. Secret location. Intergenerational conflict. Perfect third-act twist. Terrence, Granny snapped. He silenced instantly. The real question is, what map was Bruce Dobbs using? If the son followed the father's clues, then whatever is missing... Marianne pointed at the corkboard with dramatic flair, maybe sitting somewhere the modern town barely remembers. A bead of cold recognition slipped down my spine. Bruce's email. Stay off Main. Only go down B and up 5. He had been referencing an old grid. I swallowed, choosing my words with surgical care. I think it's possible Lance was looking for something his father hid, something he believed is still in Cornwall. 5 heads snapped toward me. What's something? Marianne demanded. A historical item, I hedged. Maybe something of the Thorsons. The necklace, Granny breathed. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. Granny's eyes sharpened on me, perceptive, maternal, and unmistakably worried. You, my sweet girl, are standing far too close to the center of this. I didn't argue, because the truth was settling over me, a storm shadow creeping across open ground. Granny laid her hand over mine, warm and steady. Searchers, she said to the table, though her eyes stayed on me. Someone in this town knows what that boy was after. The question is... She lowered her voice to a whisper that slid across my skin, cold and deliberate. How close are they to finding it? Chapter 8. The morning rush at Three Whiskers had thinned into a peaceful lull. The espresso machine ticked as it cooled, and light from the front windows stretched across the wide plank floor. The cats had arranged themselves into soft, purring punctuation marks. The bell over the door chimed, and Larry Dvorak stepped in, rubbing his hands together against the lingering cold. "Morning, Pen," he said with an easy smile, already reaching for the coffee urn. "Morning, Larry." He poured a cup, added 2 sugars, and tucked the rag from his back pocket into his belt before heading out as quickly as he'd come. A moment later, the bell chimed again. Pete Ball stepped through the door, and the air changed. It wasn't anything obvious, just a hush under my ribs, a cold thread of instinct pulling tight. His tool belt jingled as he crossed the room, and the green and black Milwaukee Bucks Fear the Deer Carhartt hat cast a shadow that felt a little too pointed. My morning calm didn't just break, it recoiled. He lifted one hand in a casual greeting, stride loose and easy. The deer skull on his hat looked a shade too predatory for a friendly drop-in. "Pete." I rose and slipped behind the counter. "What can I get you?" His small-town handyman smile appeared on cue. "Thought I'd check if you needed anything fixed. Hinges, shelves, odd jobs. Business is slow in the off-season. Figured I'd make the rounds." His gaze drifted toward the back hallway, casual in all the ways that aren't actually casual, cataloging sightlines, exits, corners. A prickle lifted at the base of my spine. "We're good, I think. Nothing broken." "Well," he said, stepping closer, "sometimes folks don't know they need help until someone points it out." From atop the bookcase, a cat hissed. Pete flinched, just a fraction, before smoothing it into mild amusement. Never been much for cats. They're unpredictable. "Usually, it's people who are unpredictable," I said. He chuckled, but the sound died before it reached his eyes. Pete rocked back on his heels, hands loosely behind his back, posture relaxed but watchful. "This place is looking real nice. You and Elise sure put in the elbow grease." Something in the way he said "you" and Elise landed wrong. Hard to pin down why. "Three Whiskers is actually Elise and her sister's place," I said. I'm just a cousin helping out." He should have known that. Everyone knew Three Whiskers was a Trevithick business. "Oh," he said. "I'll come back when Elise is here." "No need," I smiled, keeping it easy. Like I said, no repairs needed. His eyes wandered toward the back again. "I heard Mrs. Singleton spotted you out on Garfield the other day," I said lightly, "asking neighbors if they needed repairs." He froze, not dramatically, just long enough to register, then forced a chuckle. "Gladys sees more than she ought to. Can't step on a porch without her reporting it to half the town." Was it a work call? I kept my tone breezy, or neighborly checking in. "Does it matter?" he asked. Too quick? Too sharp? There it was, the edge beneath the grin. I shrugged, letting the moment drift. "Good to know you handle home repairs too." That seemed to soothe him. His smile widened. "Sure thing. Anything you gals need." "I was curious," I said. "Lance Dobbs lived on Garfield. He was killed the day you were knocking on doors." I tilted my head. "Did you talk to him?" His mouth tightened. "I don't know any Lance Dobbs. He used to work here." The bell over the door jingled, and Jory slipped inside. He didn't bark, didn't wag. He simply sat and watched Pete with the kind of unblinking focus only dogs and detectives possess. Pete's smile faltered. Thought that mutt stayed near the square. "He goes where he wants," I said. Jory didn't blink. Pete shifted his weight, uneasy. "Dogs don't usually look at me like that." "He has good instincts," I said. Pete bristled, just a flicker. "You saying something?" "No," I said, though maybe I was. Jory's tail tapped once on the worn wooden floor, deliberate, certain. Pete swallowed. "Well, like I said, if you ladies need anything fixed, you know where to find me." He backed away, not casually, not naturally, more like a man easing out of a room he'd suddenly realized wasn't as safe as he thought. He kept one wary eye on Jory, then slipped outside, tool belt bumping against his leg as he turned up Main Street. Only after Pete was halfway down the block did Jory flick his tail and trot off, job apparently done. A cold weight settled in my chest. Pete Ball hadn't come in for coffee. He'd come to look for something, which meant he'd be back. I rolled my shoulders to ease the tension that had gathered and went back to work. I just finished straightening the display of cat-shaped mugs, busy work, really, while I waited for Elise to come out and take over, when the front door eased open. Jim Goody stepped inside, his smile dimming a notch when he glanced around and didn't see Elise. Penelope. He strode to the counter, smile brightening again. "You're here so much you might as well move in." "That's how it's felt lately," I said. "Is Isla around?" he asked, though the question wasn't fooling either of us. "She's out shopping. There's a new boutique opening and she has an interview." I smiled. We're all excited for her. As if on cue, Snowball batted an empty cup off a side table with the enthusiasm of a tiny home run hitter. I hurried over, but Jim scooped it up first and deposited it neatly into the trash. "Thanks," I said. He gave an easy grin. "Didn't expect that from Snowball. That feels more like a Cleopatra signature move." "You're not wrong." He took in the cafe with a quick sweep. Windows, hallway, counter, his hands slipping into his coat pockets. Elise had returned from her insurance appointment 10 minutes earlier and was in the back on a shipment call. For the moment, it was just me and Jim, and the faint hum of the espresso machine winding down. Jim lingered by the pastry case, tapping once on the glass before pulling his hand back. His gaze drifted toward the hallway again. He wasn't here for coffee, which is why I didn't offer. "You planning to take in the Spring Arts Walk today?" he asked, clearing his throat. That wasn't the reason I'd expected him to stop by. "I thought I might," I said. "Are you going?" "Thought I might." He shifted, the movement just a shade too deliberate. Isla mentioned she submitted a couple watercolors to the Arts Council tent. That tracked. Isla's watercolors were soft and careful, the opposite of the bold textiles I tended to create. I didn't know she'd decided for sure, I said. I'll have to stop by and take a look. Do you have anything in the show this year? No. I shrugged. Time got away from me. Maybe next year. If you want company, he said, brightening a little too quickly, I'm headed that way. We could walk together. Something in his tone tugged at me. He could be a suspect. He absolutely could. But Elise's voice nudged in the back of my mind when I'd asked why she didn't shut him down. It'd be like kicking a puppy. Sure, I said, let me wait for Tater. Oh, there he is. The skinny young man with the dreads emerged from the back. I'm turning things over to you, Tater, I told him. He grinned. Got it. Elise is in the back if you need anything. I grabbed my jacket and turned to Jim. Ready? Relief flickered across his face, quick but unmistakable. We stepped onto Pine Street, already alive with motion. Artists propping canvases, neighbors clustering in easy conversation, vendors arranging their displays. Colorful tents ran the length of the block, orderly and bright against the brick storefronts. Cornwall didn't advertise its arts walk. It simply existed, and people showed up. So, I said lightly as we fell into step with the crowd, how've you been? Living the dream, he said with his signature cheesy grin, then sobered. Better than you, I imagine. You're referring to everything with Lance. A shadow crossed his expression. I don't think I've ever seen Elise more stressed. You know me, I like to tease her, but I've cut that out. She needs support right now, not jokes. My respect for him inched up. I agree. It's been a hard few days for everyone. We walked a bit in comfortable silence. A folk trio outside the cobbled quill strummed something mellow and earnest. When the moment felt right, I said, Jim, can I ask you something? He brightened. Ask away. You mentioned before that your dad worked with Bruce Dobbs. Something tightened around his eyes. Yes, Bruce worked for him, years back. What was he like? Jim hesitated. He wasn't here long. Customers seemed to like him. Dad hoped he'd work out. Bruce had the education and the background. There was more. Anyone could see there was more. But Jim let the sentence drop. Did Bruce ever talk about Lance? I asked. Remember, I wasn't living here then, and Bruce was only around a few months. Jim shook his head. I didn't even know he had a son until Lance showed up. Reasonable enough. And yet. We reached the busiest stretch of Pine Street. Artists chatted with patrons. Kids darted between booths. A chalk artist crouched low, coaxing wildflowers onto the pavement in vivid sweeps. Penelope, Jim. Chief Dean Albers stepped out from beside a table of carved walking sticks, jacket unbuttoned, coffee in hand. His eyes, fixed, unreadable, took us both in. Chief, Jim said, giving a small Chamber of Commerce flourish. Enjoying the arts walk? There he was, the Jim I knew. Booster, joiner, cheerleader in chief. It's interesting, Dean said. Impressive turnout. He shifted to me. I thought I might spot something of yours in the textile booth. Next year, I said. This one slipped away from me. Dean nodded once. Then his stare lingered a beat too long on Jim. Not confrontational, just weighing. Either of you heard anything new about Lance Dobbs? Casual question, not a casual tone. I haven't, I said. Jim answered too fast. Nothing here either. Dean let a small silence settle, sharp, precise, before saying, Let me know if that changes. He moved on, greeting a couple admiring metal garden sculptures. Jim released a breath, a soft, escaping leak. Time to press. Rumor was your dad planned to fire Bruce before he died, I said. That would be a personnel matter, Jim replied automatically. The man is long dead, I reminded him. Yes, he said. Okay, yes, he'd been written up and was on the verge of being terminated. Why? He blinked. Why what? Why was your dad going to fire him? Jim looked uncomfortable. Does it matter? Like you said, he's long dead. It matters to me. He rubbed the back of his neck. Bruce was making mistakes. Things he should have known, did know. He was good with customers, but that only goes so far in banking. People want accuracy. There was the necklace incident, I said. He let out a low breath. Mrs. Thorson couldn't recall if she even put it in the safety deposit box. Police didn't pursue it. We stood there amid the festival chatter talking about theft and murder, and somehow it didn't feel out of place at all. Do you think Lance came here to clear his father's name? I asked. I don't know. Jim shook his head. He only asked if I knew his dad. When I told him I wasn't living in Cornwall then, that was the end of it. I think Lance was after something. Puzzlement creased Jim's brow. If you mean clearing his father's name, only Bruce knew he was close to being fired. This was starting to feel like a dead end. I feel bad for the man, Jim said, and for his son. He rubbed the bridge of his nose as if a headache was forming. Sympathy tugged at me. I knew what it was like to never have had a father. Jim's phone buzzed. He pulled it out. Goody? A pause. A nod. I need to get back to the bank. Are you? I think I'll walk around a little longer. Jim nodded, then slipped into the crowd, vanishing between a jewelry tent and a row of candles that smelled faintly of honey and smoke. I watched him go. All of his answers made sense. Maybe it really was as simple as he'd said. And yet, something in the spaces between his words told me there was more, either something he didn't know or something he wasn't ready to say. Music drifted from a nearby guitar, bright and warm and at odds with the chill threading through my chest. The breeze lifted, carrying the scent of wet pavement and kettle corn. Everyone said Cornwall was safe. Everyone said nothing dark ever took root here. But as I stood alone on Pine Street, with watercolor canopies swaying in the wind and a prickle of unease sliding beneath my skin, a quiet truth settled over me, unwelcome but impossible to ignore. Cornwall wasn't as untouched as everyone liked to believe. Something here had already cracked. Chapter 9. The rain arrived before dawn, soft and relentless, tapping at the windows like it was trying to get my attention. Cornwall felt smaller under that steady gray veil, more tightly coiled, as if the whole town were holding its breath. I tried to lose myself in the rhythm of my shuttle at Augustus Loom, but the damp air made the fibers cling, catching on every movement. My hands worked, but my thoughts stayed fixed on the day before. The look on Jim's face when I pressed him, the way his answers had slipped sideways instead of straight. Whatever he wasn't saying felt suddenly important, and maybe dangerous. I pushed away from the loom just as Granny's silhouette filled the doorway, rain glistening in her champagne-colored hair and purpose shining even brighter in her eyes. "Penelope," she said. No preamble, no explanation. "Come to Three Whiskers." She didn't wait for my reply. She never did when she'd already decided the matter. I grabbed my jacket and followed her into the rain, the sky low and heavy overhead. Something in the air, wet pavement, brewing storm, the faint metallic tang of unease told me the day wasn't done unraveling, and whatever thread Granny was about to tug, I had the sinking feeling I wouldn't like what came loose. Across the square, I spotted the reason for her urgency, a line of umbrellas making their way toward the cafe. Marianne's garden print umbrella bobbed cheerfully beside Terrence's black one. Lydia navigated puddles with archivist precision, and Katie strode through the rain like she intended to scold it into stopping. When that group traveled with that kind of coordinated urgency, it meant something had happened. By the time I locked up Augustus Loom and crossed Main Street, they'd already claimed the round window table inside Three Whiskers. Warmth wrapped around me the moment I pushed open the cafe door. 3 whiskers felt cocooned against the rain, golden lights glowing over empty tables, cats curled into luxurious puddles of fur. The espresso machine gave a low, contented hum, as if appreciating the silence. Elise looked up from behind the counter. "Isla's out for the morning," she murmured. "It's just me until noon. Want me to call her?" "Let's see what this is first," I said. I joined the group, sliding into the open chair between Terence and Lydia. Mary Ann leaned in immediately. "I probably shouldn't say this." Lydia adjusted her glasses in that familiar, precise way. "And yet you will, which is exactly why we're all here." Mary Ann gave a little shrug of surrender. "Bob told me something last night about Lance." Elise froze mid-wipe, the towel suspended as she instinctively leaned in to listen. Mary Ann lowered her voice. "He wasn't just stabbed." The air tightened around the table. "He had broken ribs," she continued, "like someone kicked him more than once, and hard." Terence leaned back slightly. "Multiple strikes. That's someone working out a whole lot of anger." "Or frustration." Katie tilted her head, her trademark mock-wise angle. "What I heard at the station was that whoever did it was angry, or frustrated, or both." A hush swept the room. Even the cats fell still. Lydia folded her napkin with meticulous precision. "Were the injuries after death?" Mary Ann nodded. A cold ripple threaded through me. Katie leaned in. "And his place?" "Torn apart. Drawers dumped, mattress flipped, baseboards pried loose." Lydia's brows lifted. "You don't go to that extreme unless you're searching for something hidden." Terence scribbled in his notebook. "This is exactly like—" "Terence," Granny warned. He offered a sheepish shrug. "In fiction, I'd say they were hunting for something specific, something important enough to make a mess for." Elise came out from behind the counter, brow furrowed, eyes dark with worry. What on earth were they looking for? Granny reached into her oversized tote and pulled out a pair of knitting needles. She clicked into a steady rhythm. No surprise. She was one of my best yarn customers and tended to solve life's problems with wool nearby. "People don't tear apart a house unless they think something is hidden," she said. "Something valuable, at least to them." A deeper shiver slid through me. Mary Ann nodded. "Bob said it didn't look like a break-in gone wrong." "Right," Katie added. "Nobody touched the electronics or big-ticket stuff. This wasn't about stealing valuables." "It was about finding something," Lydia said. Terence lifted his pen for emphasis. "Which means the motive wasn't just violence." Granny clicked her needles once, sharply. "Someone believed Lance had something, whether he realized it or not." I pressed my palms to my thighs, grounding myself as the pieces rearranged. The stabbing, the broken ribs, the ransacked house, Bruce's past, the necklace, Lance arriving with questions, and leaving with none answered. Someone was searching. Someone still was. And Lance had died in the middle of that search. Rain hammered harder against the windows, blurring the world beyond. Inside, the cafe's warmth felt suddenly fragile. Lydia touched my arm gently. "Penelope? Are you all right?" I nodded, though something cold pulsed through my chest. Granny didn't look up from her knitting as she murmured, "Curiosity is a fine lantern, my girl. Just be mindful of what might walk toward the light." Her warning settled deep. Whatever Lance had come looking for, someone else wanted it badly enough to kill. The last of the breakfast club drifted out into the rain, umbrellas blooming open like damp, determined flowers. Their footsteps faded into the steady patter outside, leaving the shop quiet again. Too quiet, considering what they had just told us. Elise stood behind the counter, staring at the espresso machine as if it had personally delivered the bad news. Snowball hopped up beside her and nudged her hand, but she didn't move. "That was—" I began. "Awful," Elise said. "Awful," I echoed. and complicated. She exhaled, long and slow. I feel sick for Lance, and for whoever has to tell his family, if he has any. I stepped behind the counter and bumped her shoulder gently. Hey, you okay? No, she said, but I will be. Before I could answer, the door chimed, and Isla swept in, shaking the rain from her bright yellow umbrella like she was determined not to bring a drop of gloom inside. Morning, she called, cheeks flushed, hair half wild from the wind. You two look like you just found out the espresso machine has feelings, and they're hurt. Despite everything, I smiled. Isla always did that. Tilted the room toward light, whether it wanted it or not. Elise let out a small breath that might have been a laugh. Just a long morning. Well, brighten up, because today is the day. Isla twirled once, carefully, since Snowball had zero regard for foot safety. The Finch and Fig interview. Do I look employable? Don't answer. I know I do. You look great, I said. Perfect, Elise added, her smile softening. They'd be lucky to have you. Isla's brightness dimmed a shade. I'm still struggling with whether I should tell them about what happened in Madison. Everything stilled for a moment. I hesitated. Honesty could be admirable, but honesty could also be weaponized. Elise shook her head immediately. No, I don't think you should. I nodded after a beat. It has nothing to do with your ability to work retail, and you weren't responsible for what happened. I know, Isla murmured, twisting the strap of her purse. But I left Blue Skies, the boutique I worked at in Madison, off my application. It just feels dishonest. And Jerome, her breath trembled. Finding him in the stockroom like that, I still have nightmares. Elise wrapped an arm around her shoulders. The police cleared you within hours. Let your strong references speak for you, I added. A shaky breath, then a small, hopeful smile. Okay, good. That's good. She checked her phone. Oh, I have to go. She gripped her umbrella tightly and hurried for the door. Outside, the rain had eased to a mist, almost hopeful. Wish me luck, she called. You won't need it, Elise replied, firm, encouraging, unwavering. When the door closed behind Isla, the cafe fell still again. Elise leaned her elbows on the counter, worry clouding her features. Do you think we gave her the right advice? I exhaled. She asked for our opinion, and we gave it. That's all we could do. It wasn't long before the rain thickened again, drumming hard enough to tremble the window panes. The door chimed, and Isla stepped inside, dripping, shaken, clutching her half-open umbrella like she wasn't sure how she'd made it back. I glanced at the clock. Elise hurried over. Isla, what happened? The owner, Isla swallowed. The interview was going so well. She loved my references. Liked that I lived in Cornwall. She asked if I minded working every other weekend. I thought, her voice thinned, I thought I had the job. A cold knot formed beneath my ribs. What changed? A phone call, Isla whispered, from a concerned friend of hers. She wanted to warn her about me, told her what happened with Jerome, and that the police questioned me because I had the only other key. Elise went ashen. But you said you didn't list Blue Skies. How would she know to call? I don't know, Isla whispered. But the owner said she couldn't risk hiring someone connected to a murder back then. And now another one here. She pressed her lips together, gathering herself. She walked me to the door. Elise pulled her close, arms tight around her. You didn't deserve that. Not then, and not now. You did nothing wrong, I said softly. Isla lifted her head, eyes shimmering. Pen. Why would someone do that? Why bring it up? Why now? Her breath hitched, and something in me locked into place. Not fear this time, but resolve. Whoever had come for her once wasn't going to get another chance. Not while I was standing. Chapter 10. The rain had cleared by mid-afternoon, leaving Cornwall unexpectedly bright. Main Street shone in long, damp stretches, and I slid open Augustus Loom's barn-style door to let the fresh air drift inside. The pavement still held the dark sheen of the storm, the ground newly turned and calm. I told myself the fresh air would help me focus. It didn't. I'd been fussing with a display of hand-dyed merino for 10 minutes without actually seeing a single skein. My brain kept circling Isla, her small, crumpled expression, her question. Why would someone do that? I knelt to adjust a basket near the bottom shelf when a shadow slid across the floorboards. Not footsteps, not a greeting, just a shape, blotting out sunlight. I straightened slowly. Pete Ball stood framed in the doorway, hands in his pockets, the light behind him leaving his expression unreadable. His stillness carried more weight than movement ever could. "Afternoon," he said. The word was casual, too casual. "Pete." I wiped my palms on my jeans and rose. "If you're looking for something, the shop's open." He stepped inside, one deliberate, scraping footfall. His gaze drifted around the shop, not with appreciation or curiosity, more like he was taking inventory. "Nice place you've got," he said. "Thanks." I kept my tone even. "Quiet day." He tapped the barn door's frame with one knuckle. "Good weather to keep this open. Sun feels real nice." "After the rain?" "Definitely." His eyes landed on me then, steady, cool, unreadable. Something flickered behind it. Not warmth, not friendliness, something sharper. "You've been asking questions," he said. My pulse tucked itself under my ribs. "Have I?" About Lance, about Bruce. He took another slow step inside, looked over the shop like he was cataloging the place. "Small towns notice things, Penelope, especially when someone starts poking around." My fingers tightened around the merino in my hand. He watched that, and then he watched me, and the corner of his mouth lifted, not in amusement, but in recognition. "It's good to know when to stop digging," Pete said. "Not everything buried needs uncovering." A cold thread wound up my spine. I met his gaze evenly. "What are you saying?" "Nothing worth worrying about," he said lightly, the denial smooth enough to be insulting. He made a motion, one foot pivoting toward the door. Then he paused, tipped his head as if something had just occurred to him. "Hard week for your family, though." His eyes were flat, unreadable. Interviews going sideways, questions getting asked. Timing like that makes people jumpy. My spine straightened, and I refused to look away from him. Pete didn't flinch, but something in his expression tightened before he stepped outside. He didn't immediately move on. Instead, he paused on the sidewalk and looked back, not at me, but past me, at the shop itself. Then he disappeared up Main Street. I kept staring long after he disappeared, trying to shake the cold ripple his words had left behind, which was why I didn't notice the figure approaching from the opposite direction. "Penelope?" I startled, spinning toward the barn door. The chief stood just outside it, one hand braced on the frame. His eyes tracked the direction Pete had gone before returning to me. "Was that Pete Ball I just saw leaving?" he asked. "Yes." My voice came out thinner than I meant. "He stopped by." Dean stepped inside, his presence grounding the space instantly. He didn't crowd me, but he positioned himself in that way officers sometimes do, close enough to reassure, not close enough to intimidate. Why? Not sure. I hesitated, then told the truth. He said people were talking, that I should stop asking questions, that curiosity can take you places you shouldn't go. A muscle shifted along his jaw. "Did he threaten you?" "No." The word felt insufficient. He didn't say anything directly, just indirectly. Dean nodded and glanced around. His gaze settled on the pastel bins, the mohair skeins, the lavender and cream spring display I'd painstakingly arranged. Something in his face softened. "You've put a lot into this place," he said. "It shows." For a moment he kept looking, not just at the shop, but at me, as if fitting the work to the person who'd made it. I cleared my throat and reached for a skein that didn't need straightening. He shifted as if debating something. "Please, have a seat." I gestured to a robin's egg blue chair. I'd appreciate the company. Just for a few minutes, I told myself. Pete's visit had rattled me, and Dean had a way of calming the noise in my head. He hesitated only a second before lowering himself into the chair. I took a pink one across the work table, close enough to catch the clean citrus note of his cologne. "Is everything all right, Penelope?" he asked. "You can tell me." I clenched my hands in my lap to still their trembling. He just surprised me, that's all. His gray eyes met mine, not steel hard as they were when he investigated, but warm, concerned. "I want you to know I'm here for you." He paused, then added more firmly, "And that means telling you things you might not like." The words landed with a weight I wasn't prepared for. A beat later, he cleared his throat. "That's my job." But the moment between the sentences said more than the one after them. "Want to tell me what happened with Pete?" he asked. "He said I'm poking around too much, that it isn't safe." Dean's jaw flexed. "If he comes around again, if he makes you uncomfortable in any way, you call me immediately. Understood?" I nodded. He pulled out a card and scribbled on the back. "This is my cell. Anytime, Penelope. I mean it." Warmth flickered low in my chest, unexpected and somehow comforting. "Understood," I said. He leaned back, studying me with that steady river stone gaze. "I actually came by because we had some developments in the case." My stomach tightened. "About Lance? I thought you might want to hear them." A breeze drifted through the open barn door, rustling a row of pastel cotton skeins. Outside, spring sunlight glowed bright and harmless, so wildly at odds with the undercurrent threading through Cornwall. I swallowed. "Yes, I want to know. More than that. I need to know. Tell me." Dean leaned forward, forearms resting on his knees, hands loosely clasped. For a moment he studied me as if weighing something. "You're not going to stay out of this," he said. It wasn't a question. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. He exhaled once through his nose. "That's what I thought." His glance shifted briefly toward the shop windows before returning to me. "You're tied into half the people in this town, Penelope. If something moves in Cornwall, chances are you'll hear about it before I do." That's not exactly comforting. "No," he agreed, "but it does make you useful." A pause. "I'm not giving you everything," he said, "but I'd rather you know what you're walking into than go chasing shadows." Then he nodded once. "All right, here's what we know now." The way he said it, not stiff, not official, but almost personal, made something tighten in my chest. I had the uncomfortable feeling he'd sized me up perfectly. He drew a slow breath. "First, the medical examiner revised the time of death window. It's narrower than we initially believed." My pulse fluttered. "Narrower? How?" "Late morning," he said. "Between 10:30 and noon. Not earlier. Not later." My heart lurched. Isla's lunch break. Dean read the thought on my face. "It doesn't clear her," he said. "She may have simply walked in right after it happened, but we can't prove that yet." My stomach dipped. "Second piece," he continued. "The autopsy showed something else. Lance's ribs." He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "The pattern matches someone wearing work boots, not sneakers, not dress shoes, and the person wearing those boots kicked him, more than once with force." Relief flickered through me. brief but real. Then you know it wasn't Isla. Why do you say that? She doesn't even own a pair of that type of footwear. In case you haven't noticed, my cousin is a girly girl. She wouldn't be caught dead in work boots. I winced, realizing what I'd just said. Poor choice of phrasing. I swear I saw his lips twitch. Clearing his throat, he continued, "We also pulled his laptop. Lance was trying to access old Bank of Cornwall records." My breath stilled. Safety deposit box logs? His gaze sharpened. Why would he be looking at those? I just shrugged. No. Dean shook his head. Those aren't accessible without a warrant, and he wouldn't have had one. But he was searching internal account histories and archived staff directories, things that would have pointed him toward people who worked with his father. Bruce, I whispered. Dean nodded. He was building a trail, a thin one, but a trail. Was there anything else? Notes? Missing box? Scraps of paper? I asked. Nothing. No obvious theft, he said. Nothing that looks like a stash or a search target. Whoever ransacked the place either found what they wanted or wanted it to look like they were searching. My stomach dipped. So the ransacking looked staged. He didn't answer immediately, which was answer enough. I pressed my palms together. Dean, why are you telling me all this? Because it seems you're already in the middle of it, whether you want to be or not, he said, and because I trust your instincts more than some of my own officers do. The words lodged somewhere low in my chest. He cleared his throat, regrouping. There's one more thing. I braced. We got a witness statement about St. Brecca Park, he said. Something that happened 2 days before Lance died. A cool ache slid down my spine. What kind of something? A sighting, Dean said. A witness saw Lance near the West Path. He wasn't alone. Something tightened low in my gut. Dean held my gaze. He was arguing with someone. Witness thought it was a woman, or possibly a teenager. Not certain. They couldn't hear the words, but it was heated. I looked toward the front window on instinct. Outside, Sasha strode down the sidewalk. Her pace, fast, clipped, almost slicing through the air, made my pulse falter. Dean continued, unaware of the small storm that had just passed through me. We're following up on the sighting, but it confirms Lance had conflicts we weren't aware of. He exhaled slowly. I'm telling you this because I don't want you thinking Pete Ball's visit today was harmless. It wasn't. His voice dropped gravel soft. It was a warning. The words settled deep and cold. His expression softened, barely but unmistakably. Penelope, I came here because it's my job to keep people in this town safe. A beat. And because I don't want you feeling alone in this. Warmth stirred unexpectedly in my chest, threading through the fear. He cleared his throat, regrouping. Tell me what you think Lance was looking for. I opened my mouth, hesitated. I don't know exactly, I said finally, but whatever it was, he believed Bruce left something behind. Dean rose, slow and deliberate. And someone else believes it too. A shiver traced up my arms. He stepped toward the barn door, pausing in the open doorway. Be careful, Penelope. I will, I said. You too. He held my gaze for a beat longer, long enough to say what he couldn't say out loud, then stepped into the bright spring light. I stood there a moment after he was gone, the door easing shut on its rails. For a moment the shop seemed to hold its breath. Lance had been following a thread no one else could see. Now that same thread was tightening, and whether I liked it or not, I was already walking straight into it. Chapter 11. Dean's footsteps had barely faded before I slid the barn door closed again. The shop felt still around me, quiet, watchful, as if it were holding that last moment in suspension. But life doesn't stay suspended for long in Cornwall, not when family expects you for dinner, and not when worry has already taken a seat at the table. Granny's kitchen smelled of the faint citrus cleaner she insisted on using even when the house was already spotless. It should have felt comforting. Instead, the meal was pushed around our plates more than eaten, the conversation lukewarm and drifting nowhere. My thoughts kept circling Pete's visit, and fine, the way Dean's eyes had warmed when he looked at me. Across the table, Isla's usual sparkle was flat, muted. She tried to rally, but the Finch and Fig disaster clung to her shoulders like damp wool. Elise kept the conversation alive out of sheer force of will, but even she seemed brittle at the edges. By the time the last bite of chocolate torte vanished, stress, after all, never dulled our devotion to chocolate, the dishes were rinsed and slid neatly into the dishwasher. I stood, uncertain. Should we? Granny tapped her nail on the mahogany table, her tell, and fixed us with a bright, knowing look. Sit, she said, waving us down. No sense standing when there's a problem to discuss and solve. Ah, so this wasn't simply a family dinner. This was a meeting. Elise gave me a brief sideways look. What problem? Don't pretend you don't know, dear, Granny said. When one of us has a problem, we all do. Now, who wants wine? I raised my hand. Granny did too. We'd barely taken our first sip when a knock sounded, immediately followed by the creak of the front door opening. It's just us, Marianne called. Us? Elise shot me a glance. I shrugged. Granny pushed back her chair and stood as if greeting guests who simply walked through the door was nothing unusual. Maybe for her it was. Thankfully, Cornwall was a safe community. Then I thought of Lance and Pete. My doors would be locked tonight, and I'd be reminding my family to do the same. Marianne walked in first, hair damp from mist, smelling faintly of basil. Terence followed, clutching a rolled tube, expression gleefully important. Lydia slipped in with her stack of documents, and Katie brought up the rear. I blinked. What are you all doing here? Searcher's emergency, Terence declared, flourishing the tube as if he were unveiling a prize. Terence had embraced the nickname Granny's genealogical society had given itself with theatrical enthusiasm. It was a group text, Lydia corrected, nudging up her glasses. A very urgent group text, Terence amended. I looked at Granny. When did you? Granny only smiled and sipped her wine. I thought you girls should hear this sooner rather than later. Something low and uneasy stirred beneath my ribs. Terence unrolled the sheet with theatrical ceremony. Behold, our working theory, he amended quickly, decoded provisionally. I nearly inhaled my wine. Already? Katie smirked. We're good at what we do. She eyed the bottle. Is that Pinot up for grabs? Of course, Granny said. Glasses are out. Some detective I was. How had I missed that? As Terence and Marianne filled theirs, Lydia carefully spread the blueprint across the table, smoothing the curled edges with meticulous care. It wasn't a map of Cornwall, or the cemetery, or anything outdoors. It was the Cornwall Opera House floor plan. My pulse stuttered. Wait, what? Granny leaned in, eyes bright. The numbers weren't coordinates at all. Well, Block 5 matches the Opera House block, but then so do many of the businesses downtown. She fluttered a hand. The going down B and up 5 sequence threw us. Marianne nodded. We thought B might be Buchanan Street, but it didn't line up with anything on Block 5. So we bounced ideas around, Katie said, beaming, like we do when birth and death records look like they were written by a drunk flamingo. I'm very good at deciphering things. The fact that Bruce had a brain tumor. We had to consider that, too, Granny added. Then Terence here had a flash of brilliance. All eyes shifted to Terence, who attempted modesty and failed. I was at the Opera House last month. William Elliott Whitmore. One man, one banjo. A formidable combination, I murmured. Exactly. Terence tapped the right section of the blueprint. I got there early and went up to see Harriet Thorson to tell her a book she'd special ordered came in early. I knew right where to find her. She sat in that same box for as far back as I can remember. Isla perked up. Was she wearing all her fancy jewelry? Not that night, Terence said, but her seat. Loge B, seat 5, B5. In the opera house, boxes were lettered vertically, seats numbered across, down B over 5. The wine went down the wrong pipe. I coughed until tears blurred the paper in front of me, but the numbers fell into place. Loge box seat B5, Harriet Thorson's box. The one she and her husband used for every gala. The one she still used for fundraisers, for concerts, even for kids' free movie night. Elise leaned closer. Why would Bruce leave numbers tied to Harriet's seat? Lydia answered. Because she wore the diamond to opera house events. Bruce volunteered during events. He would have known that. And the opera house is the safest place to stash something, Terence added. Protected, locked, climate-controlled, unlikely to be demolished. My throat tightened. He hid it there. If Bruce's thinking was fragmenting, he'd choose a place that already belonged to someone else's routine. Katie nodded. That's what it looks like. Isla's fingers twisted together, and her voice came out high. Are we going now? Granny shook her head, firm. Not tonight. Doors are locked at this hour, and we're not breaking and entering. She tapped the blueprint again. Tomorrow we search the loge. A coil of anticipation unwound through my chest. What if someone else figures it out first? Elise whispered. Terence grimaced. Someone with red hair and combat boots. Katie shot him a look. Or someone with work boots and worse intentions. Granny reached across the table and wrapped her hand around mine. We go in smart, we go in early, and we go together. I nodded, though a shiver slid through me. Tomorrow the opera house would open its doors. Tomorrow whatever waited inside would no longer stay hidden. Tomorrow. The truth would stop whispering and start shouting. The Cornwall Opera House sat at the corner of Main and Pine Street, its limestone facade glowing pale gold in the late morning sun, every curve and cornice polished by more than a century of performances, town meetings, and whispered scandals. Even before we stepped inside, I felt it, the hush of history waiting. Rowena Clay greeted us at the front doors, a ring of keys jangling at her hip, and her auburn hair swept into its usual no-nonsense twist. "Sorry to make you wait," she said cheerfully. "I just got through meeting with the guy from Cornwall Energy." "Is everything okay?" Granny asked. "Now it is." Roe offered a rueful smile. The wiring in this building was the biggest challenge during renovations, and we still occasionally have problems. Old buildings, old access points. No mind, what can I help you with? Lydia shifted the folder clutched in her arms. Roe, if it's all right, I'd love to practice my tour spiel with my friends. Get comfortable before summer. Roe brightened. I'd love that. I want this place sounding lively again once the tourists come back. We followed her into the lobby. The air inside was cool and perfumed with old wood and dust, the comforting sort that belonged to velvet curtains and stories long since told. Tall windows lined one wall above the terrazzo floors. "This is already making me emotional," Marianne whispered, "and we haven't gotten to the seats yet." Rose smiled at that, then checked her watch. "Listen, would you all mind if I step into the office for a few minutes? Cornwall Energy finally called me back, and I want to take it while the building's quiet." She jingled her keys. "Feel free to practice your tour in the public areas, just don't go backstage." "No problem," Lydia said quickly. "We'll be fine." "If you hear any weird thumps from the rafters," Roe added lightly, "it's just the building settling, or the opera house ghosts. Depends who you ask." She winked, pushed out through the lobby doors, and was gone, leaving us in a silence that wasn't really silent at all. Granny exhaled softly. She really shouldn't eat pasties every day. Katie smirked. Who can resist them? Not me. Not me either, Lydia said. Terrence turned slowly in place, taking everything in. I can't believe we get to look for a priceless stolen diamond inside a theater originally built as a vaudeville house. Maybe I should have worn my black cape. Let's be smart, I said, not dramatic. Maybe I should have stayed silent, but unease had its claws in me. I just wanted to get this over with. No better place for being dramatic than in a theater. If Terrence was spooked at all, it didn't show. Focus, Lydia reminded gently. We moved into the auditorium proper. The space opened around us. Vaulted ceilings painted in deep midnight blue, chandeliers catching shards of light, rows of red velvet seats stretching forward in perfect symmetry. The house was sleeping, but not dead. More like it had just paused mid-breath. Over here, Lydia said, pointing toward the upper right balcony. Loge box B. Seat 5 will be along the back rail. The climb up the narrow staircase creaked with age. Every step seemed to whisper its own memory. Galas, debates, performances, Harriet Thorson's unapologetically ostentatious jewelry. Marianne shivered. This place gives me goosebumps. Good goosebumps or bad? I asked. Her eyes twinkled, reminding me of a child on a great adventure. The fun kind. The something big happened here once kind. When we reached the loge, the view opened to the whole stage below, dark, majestic, empty. The balcony box was intimate, carved with scrollwork and trimmed in gilt. Seat B5 waited against the back rail, plush and slightly indented by decades of Harriet's expensive dresses. Granny rested her hand on the seat back. If Bruce wanted a location Harriet frequented, he chose the right spot. But how? Elise whispered. How would he hide anything here without being seen? Bruce volunteered backstage once or twice, said he wanted to become a part of the community, Lydia said. Harriet never missed an event, so he'd have seen where she sat. You couldn't miss Harriet and her bling. Toward the end, well, people gave him a lot of space. A familiar ache pinched behind my ribs. Bruce Dobbs had been many things, but during those final months, he'd been frightened, forgetful, fading. Terrence crouched near the seat rail, running his fingers lightly along the underside. Nothing obvious, no panels, no loose fittings. Katie knelt beside him and rapped along the wood. Sounds solid. It feels too neat, I said, like something isn't lining up. Granny tapped her nail once, her tell, eyes narrowing. What if we interpreted the numbers wrong? Again? Terrence groaned. Oh no, not another death certificate with the wrong year situation. Or a baptism record written by someone who might have been tipsy, Marianne added. I swallowed. Bruce wasn't thinking clearly. Hiding a diamond inside Harriet's box seat requires more coherence than he probably had left. Elise glanced around the box. Let's not give up so quickly. We at least need to do a thorough search before we move on. It didn't take long to realize that whatever Bruce had hidden here was no longer obvious, if it had ever been. A faint scuff marred the underside of the rail, newer than the surrounding dust. Lydia straightened. We need to revisit the original clue. He could easily have transposed digits, or meant a different B. Buchanan Street? Block B of the downtown Platte? A basement level? It's like, Terrence offered, his expression turning serious, we're in the middle of a genealogical puzzle competition we didn't sign up for. Katie snorted. Maybe we'll get a medal when we solve this one. Absolutely. I mean, we deserve them, he said primly. But beneath the humor, something electric hummed, a shared awareness we weren't alone in this search. Elise whispered, if Lance left a copy in his 3 whiskers apron and didn't come back for it, I'm betting he had more than one copy, which means we're not the only ones with the clues. The truth hit me all at once. And we're not the only ones looking, I said. Granny's expression tightened. And whoever else is out there, may not have good intentions. A floorboard popped somewhere below us, sharp enough that every head snapped up at once. Probably nothing. Old buildings had their own voices. Marianne swallowed. Is that... Katie held up a hand. Listen. Silence. Then the wind moaned against the high windows, slipping through century-old seams. Just settling, Terence whispered. But no one looked convinced. Lydia expelled a breath. We need to regroup, redraw, redecode. And do it fast, Elise murmured, before someone gets there ahead of us. We stepped out of the loge box together. The opera house seemed to breathe behind us, alive, waiting, watching. As we descended the stairs, my heart thudded with something tight and foreboding. This had felt like a straightforward hunt. Now the game board had shifted. The clue wasn't wrong. The clue was incomplete, and someone else out there might already have the missing piece. Chapter 12. By the time we stepped back out onto Pine, the early afternoon sun had sharpened into something brighter, more insistent, too cheerful for the weight we were carrying. The opera house loomed behind us, graceful, self-contained, keeping its secrets for one more day. No one said much at first. We moved as a loose cluster toward Maine, our footsteps scuffing the cracked sidewalk, the blueprint roll under Terence's arm catching the light like a baton passed mid-race. Lydia held her folder tight to her chest. Elise walked close enough that her shoulder brushed mine every few steps. We didn't fail, Granny said finally. We just eliminated an option, which is how real answers usually begin. Katie snorted softly. That's one way to spin we came up empty. We found information, Lydia countered. We know the diamond isn't in Loge B5, and we know Bruce's clue can't be taken at face value. Spoken like a woman who loves footnotes, Marianne said with a teasing smile. A flash of movement drew my eye. Sasha rounded the corner from an alley, a 20-ounce soda in one hand and a worn messenger bag slung across her body. Her red hair was twisted up in a loose knot, a few strands escaping to curl at her neck. Combat boots, scuffed and unapologetic, hit the pavement in a confident, no-nonsense stride. She slowed when she saw us, a small hitch, barely there, the kind you only notice if you're already watching, then kept coming. Field trip, she asked, arching a brow, or did I miss the memo on moving 3 Whiskers to the opera house? Her tone walked that careful line between teasing and territorial. I still hadn't decided which side it fell on. Just brushing up on local history, Granny said smoothly. Never hurts to know your town. Sasha's gaze flicked from Granny to Lydia's rolled schematics, then to me. Something skated across her expression. Wariness, maybe, or irritation that we were all together and she wasn't looped in. Must be nice, she said lightly. Some of us have to work. Today it's a double. Elise frowned. You're covering the afternoon and evening? I thought Tater had the afternoon. He texted, car trouble, again. She lifted the cola. Fueling up before the chaos hits. Her combat boots sliced a line through a shallow puddle. See you around, she said, eyes lingering on me a half-second too long. Then she turned toward 3 Whiskers, shoulders tight, red hair catching the light. Elise watched her go. She seems pricklier than usual. More guarded, I thought. Not angry, alert. Can you blame her? Marianne said. She's working double shifts in a town where all anyone wants to talk about is murder. Not all anyone, Terence objected. Some of us want to talk about murder and obscure property records. Despite myself, I huffed out a laugh. Granny nudged my arm. Come along, Penelope. If we're going to chew on this, we might as well do it somewhere with comfortable chairs and good lighting. Not 3 Whiskers, Elise said quickly. No, I agreed, thinking of Sasha. We'll convene at my place. We crossed Main, the familiar sight of my shop easing something tight in my chest, relief edged with the knowledge that even safe places could be watched. Rows of yarn hanks hung in the big front window, soft blues, mossy greens, cheerful corals, stacked in vertical bands of color. I unlocked the barn door and slid it open wider, letting in warmth and street noise and the faint smell of roasted coffee from 3 Whiskers. Home base. "Shoes clean," Granny said automatically, eyeing Katie's boots. "They're not muddy," Katie protested. "Just morally gray." Terrence made a reverent sound as he stepped inside. "I adore this place. If I ever go missing, check the thriller section at the Cobbled Quill, and then here. I'll be in one of the 2. "Good to know," I said. "I'll put that on your missing persons flyer." They drifted toward the central work table as if drawn by muscle memory. Granny took my usual stool without asking. Lydia spread her printouts in tidy stacks. Mary Ann beelined for the basket of individually wrapped mini muffins near the register. "It's not brunch," I warned her. "Everything's brunch if you believe in yourself." She brought the basket to the table, already unwrapping a lemon poppy seed. Katie leaned on the end of the table, head cocked. "All right, Professor Hawking, lay it out." Lydia unrolled the Opera House schematic, smoothing it with careful hands. "We're treating this like any other thorny record set," she said. "When information doesn't align, you don't force it. You step back and ask what you assumed that might be wrong." "That nothing was keyed in wrong for starters," Terrence said, which, given Bruce's diagnosis, was optimistic. "He was a good man with a failing brain," Granny said. "We have to honor both truths." The words landed heavier than I expected. I remembered Bruce at the bank, polite, dignified, the faint confusion in his eyes when the tumor began to steal pieces of him. "So," Lydia picked up a pen and wrote B5 in the corner of a notepad. "We assumed this meant Box B, Seat 5, Opera House. That part tracks. But if the diamond isn't there," she drew a line through it, "we have to consider B as something else. A street, a block, a basement, a building designation. Or all of the above." Terrence leaned in, eyes brightening despite the tension. "Like I said before, treat it like a competition." Katie tore open a muffin wrapper. "Have you done any of those?" "No," Terrence said, "but this will be good practice." "Competition?" Lydia smiled. "Yes, I'm going to think of it that way, and I'll visualize a successful outcome." What did it say, I wondered, that her optimism reminded me so much of her son? I was going to need to update Bran. Granny sniffed. "They should just mail us the trophy and save time." For a moment, I was confused. Then I realized they were still in competition trash talk mode. "Exactly," Terrence said. "We'd win in a walk." The humor skimmed across the surface, light as foam on coffee, but beneath it, that same electric hum from the Opera House. We were all aware of the same thing. We were not the only ones playing this game. Elise traced the B5 on Lydia's notepad. What if Bruce meant more than one thing at once? Yes, the Opera House, but also something tied to Block 5, or Buchanan, or someone else had the clue. I finished. The talk stilled. Mary Ann brushed muffin crumbs from her fingers. "You think Lance had more than one email?" "I do," I said. "If he left a copy at 3 Whiskers and didn't come back for it, that means he had another. Probably more than one. He was methodical about this. You don't chase a decades-old theft on a single scrap of paper." "And whoever killed him," Katie said slowly, "didn't just want him quiet. They wanted whatever he was chasing." "The diamond," Elise whispered. "Or what the diamond represents," Granny added. "Shame, legacy, proof, and consequences someone thought they'd buried." Lydia adjusted her glasses. "Which means someone else out there is following the same breadcrumbs we are, maybe with more crumbs." A prickle crawled up my arms. Outside, a car door slammed. Normal Cornwall sounds drifted in. A dog barked, a bicycle bell chimed, someone laughed on the sidewalk. For a moment, the world felt frustratingly ordinary. "Terrence," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounded. "Look at that email again. Every line, every number, every odd phrase. Pretend it's a suspect in one of your thrillers and you're trying to break the alibi." He straightened a little in his chair. "I can do that." "Lydia," I continued, "will you pull up what you have on Block 5 and look at it again with fresh eyes? Old plats, property records, anything that uses letters as designations, not just numbers." Her eyes twinkled. "Already on my list." "Katie, keep an ear out at the station. Anything about sightings, old rumors tied to Bruce, anyone poking around where they shouldn't?" She gave me a mock salute. "Your morally flexible dispatcher reporting for duty." "And us?" Elise asked. I looked at her, at Granny, at the skeins behind her, soft threads of color suspended in the air. "We keep asking questions," I said, "carefully, and we watch who gets nervous when the past comes up." Granny's gaze held mine. She tapped her nail once, approving. "You're thinking like a searcher now," Granny said. Not pleased exactly, but resolved. "Am I?" I wondered. Or just someone already in too deep to back out? Silence settled for a moment. Thick, but not hopeless. More like the pause before a shuttle moves through the warp and draws the pattern tighter. "Look at us," Terrence said finally, a crooked smile tugging at his mouth. "If this were a real genealogical contest, we'd wipe the floor with the competition." Katie bit into her muffin. "Hate to break it to you," she said around it, "but this time, the competition might be willing to kill to win." The words hung there, stark and ugly against the pastel calm of Augustus loom. I swallowed, lemon and fear tangling on my tongue. We didn't know who else had a copy of Bruce's clue. We didn't know how far ahead they were. We didn't know how many steps behind Lance we still might be. But I knew this much. Someone out there thought the diamond, or what it could expose, was worth a life. We gathered the papers and half-eaten muffins, each of us pretending we were ready to step back into an ordinary day. None of us believed it. As the searchers filtered out onto Main, I crossed to the window to latch the barn door, and paused. Across the street, Sasha stood beneath the Finch and Fig awning. She wasn't moving. She wasn't even pretending to check her phone. She was watching us, watching me. And when our eyes met, something unreadable flickered across her face, gone before I could name it. She turned sharply and headed toward Three Whiskers, boots striking the pavement in quick, clipped strides. A beat later, my phone buzzed. "Dean, just checking you got home safe. Let me know if anything or anyone feels off." The message shouldn't have unraveled me the way it did. But as I looked at his name glowing on the screen, a single truth tightened low in my chest. We weren't just chasing answers anymore. We were racing someone who had already proved exactly how far they were willing to go. And the closer we came to the truth, the closer we came to crossing their path. Chapter 13. The street was quiet when I pulled into my driveway. Too quiet for late afternoon in Cornwall when someone was usually out doing something ordinary. No kids biking, no neighbors sweeping a porch, no dog walker tugging an overeager spaniel toward the square. Just stillness. Except for Jory. He was planted at the side of my house, front paws braced, barking sharp and furious at something near my bedroom window. His whole body vibrated with it. Hackles up, tail stiff, gaze locked on a point he refused to give up. My pulse kicked hard. I jumped out of the VW and jogged toward him. "Jory, sweetie, hey, what's got you so upset?" He spun when he heard my voice, one bark, urgent, relieved, then wheeled back to the same spot, pacing in tight, frantic circles. And then I saw it. The screen to my bedroom window popped clean out of the frame, leaning at a crooked angle against the siding. Not torn, not kicked, removed, deliberate. then abandoned in haste as if whoever did it had been interrupted. The window itself was locked from the inside. Ice slid beneath my skin. Someone had tried to get in, not this morning, not yesterday, and today. Penelope! Mrs. Ellington stepped onto her porch, a knitted cardigan wrapped tight around her narrow shoulders. Even at a distance, worry pinched her features. "Oh, good. You're home. That dog of yours, well, the town's dog, has been beside himself." I swallowed. "How long?" 15 minutes? 20? She shook her head, silver hair trembling. We came out, turned on the porch light, told him to hush, but he just barked harder. "Probably scared off whoever was creeping around back there," she said. "Someone was, I'm certain of it. I was so worried I called the police." A cold, heavy knot formed in my stomach. "Did you see anyone?" I asked. "No, dear, just shadows, movement." She hugged her sweater tighter. "I'm sorry I couldn't do more." "No, thank you," I said. "You probably scared them off." She gave a small, sympathetic smile and retreated indoors. Jory pressed against my leg now, whining instead of barking. The danger passed, but the tension still humming through him. I crouched, fingers sliding into the scruff at his neck. "I wish you could talk," I whispered. "I wish you could tell me what you saw." He woofed softly, tail brushing my ankle, and then footsteps, steady, purposeful. I straightened quickly. Dean's sedan pulled up to the curb. He got out and walked toward me, hands in the pockets of his jacket, eyes fixed on the popped screen. Even from yards away, I saw the moment the shift happened. The cop settling over the man. He didn't speak at first, just looked, jaw tightening, shoulders knotted, every line of him honed into something laser-focused and dangerous. Penelope. Just my name, heavy as a hand gripping the back of my neck. "I just got home," I said. "Jory was barking, and then I saw—" He stepped closer, not touching me, but close enough that his presence steadied something inside me I hadn't realized had slipped loose. "You're not going inside alone," he said, then firmer. "You're not going inside at all until I clear it." That sharp, protective edge in his voice sent heat and fear tangling together in my chest. Jory slipped away just as Dean moved past me, vanishing around the house with a soft scuffle of paws. Dean watched him disappear, eyes narrowing. "I'm glad he was here," he murmured. "I'm glad you saw him," I said, the attempt at lightness thinner than paper. Dean crouched beneath the window, studying the screen, then the lock, then the siding with a slow, measured sweep of his eyes. "This wasn't an accident," he said. "Oh, I know. And they weren't just checking if you were home." A chill crawled up my spine. Then what were they checking? His answer was low, grim. "Access." The word hollowed something out inside me. Dean stood, turning fully toward me. His expression softened, barely, but that softness made the fear worse, not better. "Penelope, someone tried to enter your house." A beat, and I don't think they were planning to leave quietly if they'd gotten inside. My heart stilled. "You think they were waiting for me to get home?" He didn't confirm it. He didn't have to. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you somewhere safe while I check the inside." "What about the window?" My gaze drifted back to the screen, its crooked angle strangely accusatory. "Shouldn't someone come?" "I'll send an officer to dust for prints." His mouth lifted in a humorless curve. "Whoever did this probably wore gloves, but sometimes people get sloppy, and we get lucky." Lucky. Nothing about this felt lucky. Whoever had come to my home hadn't been looking for me. They'd been looking for whatever they thought I was on the verge of finding. Jory had driven them off, and my neighbor's porch light, and sheer timing. But they wouldn't stay scared off forever, not if they believed Bruce's trail now led straight to me. Dean moved ahead of me with controlled precision, each step measured, posture coiled, one hand hovering near the flashlight, clipped to his belt. I stayed planted on the front step, gripping the railing because my knees weren't convinced they could hold me. Lights flicked on one by one. Kitchen, hallway, living room, bedroom. When he reached my bedroom, I saw the shift in his posture through the doorway. Subtle, alert, the kind of stillness that said something here matters. Then his silhouette filled the entryway. "It's clear," he said, voice steady. I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath until it rushed out of me in a shaky stream. The house felt wrong the moment I stepped inside. Dean shut the door behind us and stood with his back to it, eyes sweeping the room, then sweeping me. His gaze caught every tremor, every shallow breath, every crack I was trying too hard to hide. "Anything look out of place?" he asked. I made myself look, really look. The kitchen counters, the living room shelves, and then the bedroom. The window still latched tight, the curtains unmoved, the screen missing from the outside but no sign anyone had made it in. Nothing disturbed, nothing stolen, and yet everything felt violated. "No," I said, "not that I can tell." He nodded once. "Good." But he didn't relax, not even a fraction. He stepped closer, slowly as if approaching something fragile, and rested one hand against the doorframe near my shoulder. "Penelope, this is no longer about curiosity," he said gently. "It's about threat." My pulse tripped. "I know. You're part of this now, not because you want to be." His jaw tightened. "Because someone out there sees you as a threat." The room suddenly felt too small, too warm, too bright around the edges. "You're saying this wasn't random," I whispered. "No." His voice dropped, low and unyielding. "Whoever killed Lance and whoever broke into that house knows you're following the same trail." His eyes softened, protective and fierce in a way that made my stomach twist. "I'm not going to let anything happen to you." For a moment, just a breath, my world balanced on the point where fear met something I refused to name. I wasn't scared of the sound. I was scared of the way something in me already knew what it would be. Dean saw the shift in my face before I even lifted the phone. "Penelope," he said, "what is it?" I lifted the phone and turned the screen toward him. A text. No contact name, just 2 words. "Stop looking." Dean went completely still. He held out his hand. "Don't touch anything else on the screen. I'm going to start a trace request." "You can do that from here?" "With your permission, yes. I can log the message ID and push it to our cyber unit, but your phone stays with you." Relief flickered, thin but real. I nodded and placed the phone into his palm. His jaw locked hard. "You're not staying here tonight." "I figured," I whispered. "You'll stay with family. Somewhere with people," he said. "And you do not come back here alone, not until I say it's cleared." "I'll go to Elise's." "Good." He returned the phone carefully. "If they text again, screenshot it and call me immediately." Before I could respond, headlights swept across the porch. A shiny red SUV rolled to a stop at the curb, brakes hissing. Jim Goody climbed out, shutting the door gently as if bracing for whatever he was walking into. He took in the scene. Dean, the popped screen, me standing stiffly on the steps. "Pen?" His voice cracked. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said quickly, though the tremor in my voice said otherwise. "I'm going to Elise's for the night. I just need to pack a bag." Jim stepped closer, concern softening the rough edges of his expression. "Did something happen?" "Someone tried to get in," I said. "Jory scared them off." He went very still. "Are you hurt?" "No." I lifted a hand in reassurance. "If you'll meet me at Elise's, I'll explain everything. I was going to call you." His eyebrows rose. "You were?" Want your input on a few things." Surprise flickered, then resolve. "All right, whatever you need. I'll head over now. Do you want me to drive you?" I shook my head. "I can take my car. I'll be right behind you." "See you there," he said. As he turned toward his vehicle, Dean followed him. "Mr. Goody, mind telling me what brought you here tonight?" Jim paused, answered quietly, too quietly for me to hear, and Dean nodded, filing it away. The SUV pulled away, and Dean turned back to me. "You're planning to bring him into this," he said, not a question. "Yes," I said. "I trust him." His brow tightened. Since when? "Since I realized he'd been eliminated as a suspect. By evidence, not instinct," I said. "You have eliminated him." I studied his face, waiting for confirmation. A slow exhale. A reluctant nod. The night hummed around us, porch light buzzing, shadows stretching long across the yard. "Go pack," Dean said. "I'll wait right here." My throat constricted. "Thank you." "Penelope." I paused. "Keep your phone on you, and if anything, and I mean anything, feels off, you call." I nodded and stepped inside, closing the door with a soft click. Behind it, the night pressed close, the house suddenly too hushed. Someone had come looking for what they thought I'd find, willing to break in, willing to watch the same trail Lance had followed. A chill crept up the back of my neck as I grabbed my overnight bag. One truth hit with cold, precise clarity. We weren't alone in this search, and whoever else was hunting for answers had shown how far they were willing to go. Chapter 14. Every light in Elise's house was on when I pulled up, curtains open, the porch lamp throwing a wide, welcoming circle across the drive. Jim's SUV was already there. So was Brand's sedan, parked like he expected to stay a while. My chest tightened, not with fear this time, but with the certainty that whatever came next wouldn't stay contained. Elise opened the door before I could knock. She pulled me into a hug that was firm and grounding. "You're safe," she murmured into my hair. "You're here." "For now," I said, and hated that it was true. She stepped back and studied my face, then the overnight bag at my feet. "Dean?" "Still at my place. He'll have eyes on it overnight." I hesitated, then added, "Patrol checks too. Small town resources, but more than nothing." Her jaw set. "Good." The living room was crowded in that way only Cornwall houses ever were. Too many people in a space built for fewer, tension thick enough to taste. A half-finished jigsaw puzzle sat abandoned on the coffee table, pieces scattered as if no one had the patience to finish it. Jim stood near the stone fireplace, hands clasped behind his back, gaze fixed on the mantel. Brand perched on the edge of the sofa, legal pad on his knee, pen idle in his fingers. Both men looked up when I entered. Jim crossed the room first. "Pen." His voice was steady, but his eyes searched mine. "Are you all right?" "I am," I said. "Thank you for coming." "I didn't think you should have to explain this twice," he said. "And I didn't think you should do it alone." "Elise called me immediately after speaking with you," Bran added, rising. His concerned stare moved carefully over me. Given the circumstances, I thought it best to be present. That was Bran, always choosing words like they mattered, because they did. Granny crossed to me and enfolded me in a hug that lingered a second longer than usual. Same here. Elise closed the door behind us. "Why don't we sit?" she said, already heading toward the kitchen. "Everyone drinks tea when things get ugly." No one argued. We settled around the table, me between Elise and Granny, Jim across from me, Bran to his right. Jory had stationed himself by the front window. For a moment, the only sound was the kettle clicking off and the clink of mugs being set down. I took a breath. Dean thinks the break-in was more about access. Jim's expression sharpened. Access to what? To whatever Lance was chasing, I said. Whatever Bruce hid. Granny folded her hands. We believe Bruce left something behind, something valuable, something his son wanted, something someone else believes belongs to them. Silence stretched, the kind that waits to see who will blink first. Then Jim exhaled slowly, like a man who had rehearsed this moment without knowing when it would arrive. My father suspected, he said, then stopped. As if the rest of the sentence carried weight he wasn't sure he had the right to place on the table. Elise stilled. Bran's pen finally moved, but he didn't write. Suspected what? I asked. That Bruce may have taken the Thorson necklace, Jim said. Not accusing, not defensive, just stating a fact that had grown heavier with time. Granny's eyes never left his. Did your father have proof? No, Jim said immediately. If he had, this would have been handled very differently. After his death, I found his personal notes, impressions, concerns, nothing concrete. If he'd had evidence, it would have been actionable and in Bruce's personnel file. I leaned forward, still enough to worry him. Yes. Jim met my gaze, something earnest settling there. Enough that he debated what to do and ultimately chose silence because silence felt kinder. The word landed hard. Why? Elise asked. Jim's jaw tightened. Because an investigation without proof would have destroyed reputations, Harriet's, Bruce's, the bank's, possibly my father's. He paused. Possibly the town's. Bran spoke then, voice careful. Tom Goody didn't bury evidence. He chose not to pursue an allegation he couldn't substantiate, an important legal distinction. And you found this paperwork? I asked. After my father died, Jim said. Personal notes. Nothing official. His mouth curved, humorless. The kind of things you keep if you're trying to remember why you made a choice. Granny nodded slowly. He was trying to protect people. Yes, Jim said. That's what I told myself. And now? I asked. He held my gaze. I think he underestimated how dangerous secrets become when they're left to rot. Elise poured tea with hands that didn't shake. Jim glanced at Bran. If I spoke up now, what would my legal exposure be? Legally, none, Bran said. Socially, professionally, there could be consequences. I thought as much, Jim said. I'm willing to live with them. The weight of that settled deep. You could have stayed quiet, I said. Yes. You didn't. I can't. His eyes moved around the table, lingering a beat longer on Elise. I won't put people I care about at risk. Nothing is worth that. Relief slipped through me, tangled with respect. My father wasn't involved in the theft, Jim added firmly, and my only crime was trying to deflect scrutiny. I believe you, I said. So does Dean. Jim's shoulders eased a fraction. He told me as much. He also told me to expect questions. You should, Granny said mildly. Jim nodded. I'd think less of you if you didn't. Elise squeezed my hand. So where does this leave us? I stared into my tea, watching the steam curl and vanish. It leaves us knowing we're not the only ones who've been sitting on pieces of this story. There may be others, Elise said. People in town who know more than they ever shared. There's also someone out there actively searching, Granny added, steel beneath the calm, and rot attracts scavengers. Bran closed his notebook, which means we stop talking loosely. No speculation, no names spoken where they don't belong. But it's past time this mystery is solved, Jim said. The room went silent again, not heavy this time, but charged. Outside, a car passed. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked once and fell silent. I set my mug down carefully. We need to stop pretending this is about the past, I said, because Lance is dead and none of us are safe. No one argued. Jim nodded once. Then it's time we stop protecting ghosts. The kettle clicked off again, the last of the steam thinning into nothing, when Jory barked. Sharp, singular, warning. Every head snapped toward the front of the house. "That's not his normal bark," I said. My pulse had already begun to race. "That's his something's wrong bark." Jory barked again, louder this time, then went silent. The absence of sound was worse. My phone buzzed. Dean's name already on the screen. He'd told me to text the moment anything changed. "Dean, are you alone?" "No," I said aloud, more to anchor myself than to answer him. "Me. I'm with Elise, Granny, Jim, Bran." Elise's gaze flicked to the phone. "Dean?" I nodded and typed quickly. "Me. Jory's barking outside." The 3 dots appeared almost immediately. "Dean, don't go out yet, too late." The motion lights flicked on, flooding the side yard with yellow. Jory stood at the edge of the grass, rigid, body angled toward the side fence, ears forward, tail stiff. He wasn't barking now. He was watching. "What do you see?" Bran asked. "Nothing," Jim said. "That's the problem." The gate beside the lilac bush stood ajar by a few inches, swaying faintly. Elise frowned. That gate was closed earlier. I remember checking it after the wind kicked up. Granny leaned closer to the glass. Jory wouldn't react like that to a squirrel. I typed again, fingers clumsy. "Me. Side gate's open. Jory's on alert. Dean, stay inside. I'm calling it in." A sound drifted across the yard. Not footsteps exactly, more the suggestion of movement. Fabric brushing wood, the faint creak of the fence settling back into place. Then nothing. Jory let out a low whine, paced once, then turned back toward the house. He trotted to the steps and sat, eyes never leaving the darkness beyond the porch light. "He scared them off," Elise whispered. "Or they were already leaving," Jim said. My phone buzzed again. "Dean, unit en route. I'm 5 minutes out." He was close. Patrolling downtown, he'd told me earlier. Close enough to show up fast. Relief loosened something tight in my chest, but only a little. Granny's hand settled on my shoulder, warm and steady. "This confirms what we already knew," she said. "We're not imagining things." "And they know where you are," Bran added, "or at least where you might be." "They didn't try to get inside," I said. "Tonight?" Jim said gently. "They didn't try tonight." The porch light hummed. A moth battered itself against the glass near the door, frantic, persistent. Elise exhaled slowly. "I don't like that they were quiet." "I don't like that they were close," I said. Dean's sedan beat the cruiser by minutes. He was at the door within seconds, posture all business. "Everyone okay?" he asked. "Yes," Elise said, "but someone was here." "I figured," Dean replied, looking straight at Jory. "Good dog." After the sweep, he came back inside, jaw tight. "They didn't stay long." "But they were watching," I said. "Yes," he agreed. This was a test. "A test of what?" Elise asked. "Not of locks," he said, "of habits." The word settled heavy. "And now they know we stand together," I said. "Yes," he said, "now they do." Later, as the house settled into sleep, I stood alone in the hallway and understood one thing with cold clarity. Stopping the search wouldn't make us safer. It would only make us easier targets. Tomorrow I would stop reacting. Tomorrow I would start looking. Chapter 15. Harriet Thorson's house sat back from the road behind a low stone wall and a stand of carefully pruned lilacs, their blooms just beginning to fade. The place looked exactly as it always had, immaculate, orderly, preserved. I turned into the circular drive and parked, then stayed in the car longer than necessary, replaying the morning and steadying myself. When I'd told Elise I was going to see Harriet, she'd offered to come with me. I'd told her no. This was a conversation I needed to have alone. Now I only hoped the questions circling in my head would make sense once spoken aloud. Harriet answered the door herself. She wore a pale blue cardigan draped neatly over her shoulders, pearls at her throat, silver hair swept into its familiar chignon. If the last few weeks had unsettled her, she gave no sign. "Penelope," she said warmly, "how lovely to see you. Please, come in." Her living room looked exactly as it always had. Everything was in its place. Framed opera posters aligned just so, delicate side tables untouched, heavy drapes drawn to soften the afternoon light without blocking it entirely. Nothing here felt accidental. We sat across from one another, knees angled politely, a small table between us holding a porcelain teapot and 2 cups she must have prepared before I arrived. "I'm so sorry about Lance," Harriet said as she poured. "Such a dreadful thing. I can't imagine what his poor mother is going through. Losing a husband is one thing, but a child." Her voice wavered just slightly before she mastered it again. "No one should have to endure that." Something tightened in my chest. "I was hoping to talk to you about Bruce," I said. "About that time." She didn't flinch, but her fingers paused on the teacup just long enough for me to notice before lifting it. She didn't drink. "Yes," she said after a moment. "I imagined you would." She set the cup down again, untouched. It was horrible. Watching him fade the way he did. He was struck down in what should have been the prime of his life. Such a bright man, curious, kind. Her mouth tightened. And now his son is gone, too. She shook her head. "There's something cruel about that symmetry." I nodded. "Do you remember the day your necklace went missing?" Her gaze drifted, not to the floor, but somewhere past me, as if the memory lived just beyond my shoulder. "Very clearly," she said. "That jewel was precious to me. Not just because of its value, though it was considerable, but because of what it represented. It was one of the first truly extravagant things my husband ever gave me. He surprised me with it before a gala at the Opera House." A faint smile touched her lips. "He said a woman ought to have at least one thing that made her feel luminous." She gave a breathy laugh, then exhaled. "It caught the light beautifully," she continued, "even in low rooms. Sometimes I swear it gleamed in the dark." Her smile faded. "I was always careful with it. Always." "But that day?" I prompted. She hesitated. Not long, but long enough. "That day, I was distracted," Harriet admitted. "I don't remember setting my safety deposit key down on one of the tables in the bank lobby. I never do that, but I must have." Her brows drew together. "Bruce and I were talking, having an invigorating conversation." Her lips curved, softened by the memory. "About what?" "Musical theater, of all things." Her smile returned, warmer now. I hadn't known he shared that interest. We were discussing an upcoming production at the Opera House. He had opinions, very specific ones. She shook her head. "He had a way of drawing you in." Something in her tone lingered longer than the words themselves. "I didn't realize the key was missing until later," she went on. "By then, the necklace was gone." "And when the police wanted to investigate?" I asked. Harriet drew a slow, measured breath. Her shoulders rose and fell deliberately. "I couldn't let them," she said simply. "Why?" She met my gaze fully this time. "Because I wasn't certain it hadn't been my own carelessness, and because I knew who they would look at first." "Bruce?" "Yes." Her voice was firm. "He wasn't just my banker. He was my friend, and he was already struggling, his thinking, his memory." Her eyes softened. "He confided that in me. He was frightened." I thought of the whispers, how quickly fear curdled into suspicion. "So I asked the investigators to stop," Harriet said. "I took responsibility. I chose silence, to protect him, to protect everyone." "And your necklace?" Things can be replaced. Her chin lifted a fraction. A person's good name cannot. The words settled between us with quiet finality. And now? I asked. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached for her tea and took a small sip. Now, she said. I wonder if my silence allowed something else to grow in its place. Bruce died so soon after the necklace was lost. I hoped it would turn up, but it never did. I waited. It felt like the mystery would never be solved, she continued. Then I heard Bruce's son was in town. I planned to stop by Three Whiskers and tell him how much his father meant to me. Her fingers tightened briefly around the teacup, but I never got the chance. Did Lance ever reach out to you? I asked. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. No, why would he? Then understanding dawned. Because you think he was searching. It's possible. A weight settled between us. The stone brought me great joy, Harriet said, but it seems to have brought only tragedy to the Dobbs family. As I stood to leave, Harriet touched my hand, briefly, deliberately. Be careful, Penelope, she said. The past doesn't like being disturbed, especially when it's been protected for so long. Outside, the afternoon sun felt sharper than before. I'd nearly reached my car when I felt it. The pause, the sense of something unfinished. The envelope surfaced as I set my purse on the passenger seat. My fingers brushed against something stiff and unfamiliar. I stopped, then drew it out. Heavy cardstock, cream-colored. The faint imprint of raised lettering beneath my thumb. A ticket envelope. I glanced back toward Harriet's house. The front door was already closed, the windows reflecting afternoon sky and lilac shadows, as if nothing inside had shifted. Of course she hadn't mentioned it. That was her way. I slid the envelope open. 2 tickets. Opera House, loge seating, Harriet's seats. She hadn't said the words. She hadn't needed to. Everyone in Cornwall knew where Harriet Thorson sat. The usher always nodded. The programs were waiting. The sightline was perfect. I imagined her placing the envelope into my bag while my attention was elsewhere. Not hurried, not hidden, intentional. I didn't start the car right away. Instead, I took out my phone and texted Dean. Are you working tonight? Dean replied almost immediately. I am now. Why? I looked at the tickets again and replied, I was just given opera tickets, loge seats. Would you like to come with me? There was a longer pause this time before he replied. Tonight? Me. Yes. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Dean, I'll meet you there. The opera house glowed from the inside out, tall windows spilling warm light onto Pine Street as dusk settled. Music drifted through the doors. Sound check, maybe. Just enough to remind me this place had always been meant for performance, not secrets. Dean studied the tickets as we waited to be ushered in. These are Harriet Thorson's seats, he said. Yes. Inside, the air was cool, layered with old wood and velvet and something metallic beneath it. The house wasn't full yet, but the low hum of anticipation carried easily. We climbed to the loge level. The seats waited exactly as I remembered. Box B set back just enough to feel private, elevated just enough to feel powerful. The lights dimmed slightly. That's when I felt it. Recognition. I scanned the audience slowly, letting my gaze drift the way it would if I were just another patron. Halfway down the aisle on the opposite side, a man leaned back in his seat, one arm stretched along the chair beside him. Pete Ball. No tool belt. No work boots. Just a dark jacket, clean jeans, hair still damp as if he'd washed up for the evening. He wasn't watching the stage. He was watching the loge. Not openly, not obviously, just enough. Dean followed my line of sight. His jaw tightened, not with surprise, but confirmation. Pete, he murmured. Yes. The house lights dimmed further. Applause swelled. Pete lifted his drink, took a slow sip, then turned his attention forward as if nothing about this moment mattered at all. But it did. Harriet hadn't just given me a seat. She'd placed me where I could see, and where I could be seen. And if this was her way of protecting me, it was also her way of lighting a fuse. Chapter 16. The text came through just after the performance ended, and we reached the lobby. Dean stood beside me, close enough that I could feel the residual warmth of his arm through my coat. Applause still floated in the air, people laughing, chattering, drifting toward the exits, when my phone buzzed. He glanced over, curiosity flickering across his face. "I'm sure it's nothing," I said, reaching into my bag. I stayed calm, even as my heart began to hammer, sharp and insistent, against my ribs. "Granny, you're all staying with me. No arguments. Elise and Isla are already on their way." That was it. No, "Are you okay?" No, "What happened?" Just a decision, delivered like a fact of nature. I read it twice, then once more, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something gentler if I gave them time. They didn't. "What is it?" Dean asked. I blinked, momentarily forgetting he was still there while the crowd flowed around us. "Granny," I said, "she wants us all to stay with her." He didn't react outwardly. He simply waited, watching my face the way he did when he already knew this wasn't about comfort. It was about safety. "I guess it makes sense," I added. When I texted back, it felt less like agreement and more like surrender. "I'll follow you home," Dean said. "Wait while you pack." I opened my mouth to argue, then shut it again and nodded. Once home, I pulled my overnight bag from the hall closet and set it on the bed, suddenly unsure where to begin. I didn't pack clothes first. I packed my notebook, my phone charger, the folder with Bruce's name written across the tab, things that mattered, things I couldn't replace. Behind me, the house made its small, familiar noises, the refrigerator cycling on, a floorboard ticking as it cooled. Ordinary sounds, comforting ones. They should have meant safety. They didn't. Dean stayed outside, giving me space without pretending he wasn't alert. When I opened the door again, he was exactly where I'd expected him to be. Posture easy, but eyes working. His gaze swept the porch automatically, windows, locks, the dark corners, before settling on the bag slung over my shoulder. "Just the essentials," he said. "For a night," I replied. "Maybe 2. He nodded, as if filing that away. "I think this is overcautious," I added, because I needed to say it out loud. "I know," he said. "That doesn't make it wrong. You don't have to follow me." "I know." But he didn't move. On the short drive to Granny's, Dean stayed a steady distance behind me, his headlights a constant presence in my rearview mirror. Not crowding, not fading. Just there. I told myself it was unnecessary. I told myself I was fine. I didn't tell myself to slow down so he wouldn't disappear from view. Granny's house came into sight with all the lights blazing, the porch lamp throwing a wide pool over the yard, Elise's car in the driveway. Neighbors waved as I drove past. Safe, my brain insisted. Then I pulled into the drive and saw it. Dean parked behind me and got out before I could open my door. He didn't rush, didn't draw attention. He simply fell into step beside me as we moved toward the side entrance, the one Granny always used, the one that should have been bright beneath the small gable. It wasn't. I stopped. "The light," I said. Dean followed my gaze. The bulb above the side door sat dark in its socket. Not burned out, unscrewed, just enough. My stomach tightened. That light is always on. Granny's meticulous about it. Dean didn't touch it, didn't try to fix it. He just nodded once, slow and deliberate. "Whoever did that didn't want attention," he said. "They wanted shadows." I swallowed. "They know the house." "Yes," he said, "or they took the time to learn it." The front door opened then, warm lights spilling across the lawn, Elise's voice carrying into the dark. "Pen?" I forced my feet to move. Behind us, Dean stayed still for one brief beat longer, eyes fixed on the darkened entryway. Then he turned to me. "Lights don't get unscrewed by accident." "They're done with warnings," I said. Dean's mouth tightened. Or they never intended one. Morning arrived softly at Granny's, as if the night hadn't tested its edges at all. Lace curtains hung at the windows, the polished dining table and the framed photographs lining the hallway just as they always had. Faces from decades past, all of them smiling, all of them unaware of what the present had become. The coffee pot burbled on the counter, toast popped. Astor lay sprawled across the back of a chair like he'd personally stood guard all night and found no reason to move now. Granny moved with practiced calm, setting mugs in a neat row. Elise leaned against the counter, arms folded, listening. Isla sat at the table, one hand absently stroking Astor's back, her expression quieter than usual. I finished explaining what had happened the night before, skipping the unnecessary details, softening the sharpest edges. No one interrupted. No one dismissed it. When I was done, the room stayed still for a beat. "Well," Granny said finally, brisk but not dismissive, "then we were right to consolidate." She poured cream into her coffee and stirred. "Safety in numbers isn't fear, it's sense." Elise nodded. "I need to get to 3 Whiskers," she said. "Isla, you'll come with me?" "Of course," Isla said, already standing. Astor protested with a low, offended cheer-up until she scratched behind his ears. Elise glanced at me. "What are your plans?" "I need to check on the shop. Orders don't pause just because things get strange." Granny's mouth curved with approval. "Good. Routine keeps you grounded." The clock in the parlor chimed. I turned to Elise. "Are you opening late today?" Elise hesitated. "Sasha's covering the opening shift," she added. "She offered to come in early." "Did she?" I said. The words landed more heavily than I'd intended. Elise tilted her head. "Is something wrong?" "No," I said quickly. "Just noted." Elise studied me for a moment, then nodded, accepting the answer for now. She and Isla gathered their things, exchanged reassurances, and were out the door moments later. The house settled again. Granny rinsed a mug. Astor jumped down and wound once around my ankles before reclaiming his chair. Everything felt normal. Too normal. It wasn't until I stood alone at the counter, hands wrapped around a warm mug I hadn't realized I'd poured, that the thought finally clicked into place. Sasha had known where Lance was living. She'd mentioned stopping by his house, dropping off brochures and such, not just once, more than once. A faint chill slid between my shoulders. Dean had never mentioned finding anything like that at Lance's place, and yet when I pictured Lance's final days, where he'd been, what he'd been doing, some of that picture hadn't come from Dean at all. It had come from Sasha. Not lies, not facts either. Just information offered too easily. My grip tightened on the mug until the heat bit back. It didn't mean Sasha had done anything wrong, but it did mean I'd stopped pausing to ask a basic question. Where did I learn that? And I couldn't afford to skip that step anymore. I set the mug down and glanced toward the front window, where morning light spilled across the quiet street. My shop would be opening soon. Customers would come in looking for yarn and patterns and comfort disguised as routine. And I would be there, present, observant, listening. Not confronting, not accusing, just watching. Because sometimes the most important clue wasn't what someone hid. It was what they gave away without being asked. Augustus Loom greeted me with the familiar scent of lanolin and wool when I unlocked and slid open the door. Comforting, familiar, exactly what I needed after a night spent listening for footsteps that never came. The front windows brightened the rows of yarn hung in careful gradients along the wall. Sea glass greens, warm rusts, blues so soft they almost faded into air. I flipped the open sign and took a moment just to stand there, letting routine reassert itself. Customers would come. Orders would need filling. The world would keep turning. I was measuring out a skein for a back order when the bell over the door chimed. "Morning," Lydia said, stepping inside with her usual canvas tote tucked under one arm. She looked exactly as she always did. Linen jacket, sensible shoes, glasses perched low on her nose. A woman who belonged among shelves and systems and things that made sense. "Morning," I said, relieved despite myself. "You're in early." She smiled. "Old habits. I'm not covering reference today until noon." She gestured toward the wall. "I was hoping to pick up something neutral. I'm mending a throw that's older than the Dewey Decimal System." I laughed and pulled down a cream-colored skein. This should behave itself. As I wound it for her, Lydia wandered toward the front table where I'd arranged a local history display. Pamphlets alongside patterns, maps worked into scarf designs, architectural motifs stitched into shawls. She paused, fingertips hovering just above the table. "You've been busy," she said. "I recognize some of these pamphlets." My hand stilled for half a beat. "They've been making the rounds," I said lightly. "Sasha mentioned she dropped some off for Lance once. Library leftovers, donation bin things, old brochures, directories." Lydia turned to look at me. Not sharply, not suspiciously, just fully. She said she helped sort the library's donation cart sometimes. I added, keeping my tone easy. "That kind of thing." "Oh." The word was small, neutral, but it carried weight. Lydia shook her head. "We don't have volunteers sort donations anymore. That's all staff handled now. Has been for a while." She offered a faint, apologetic smile, as if she thought she was correcting a harmless misunderstanding. "Cataloging policies, chain of custody, you know how it is." "Yes," I said, the word steady even as something cold settled beneath my ribs. "Of course." Lydia glanced at the yarn in my hands. "That'll be perfect, by the way." I finished winding the skein and handed it to her, my smile holding. She paid, tucked the yarn into her tote, and waved as she headed for the door. "See you later, Penelope." The bell chimed behind her. I stood there for a moment after she left, the shop humming gently around me, the radiator clicking, a car passing outside, the scent of wool and coffee grounding me in the present. Sasha hadn't said she volunteered recently. She'd said it like it was ongoing. Present tense. Like it explained familiarity. Like it explained access. It didn't mean she'd lied, but it did mean she'd offered an explanation that didn't exist. And suddenly, other things rearranged themselves in my mind. How easily she'd known where Lance was staying, how casually she'd referenced stopping by, how information had flowed from her, unprompted, unchallenged, until I'd stopped questioning where it came from. Not lies, just details delivered too smoothly. I moved back behind the counter as the bell chimed again and another customer stepped inside. I greeted them warmly, measured yardage, talked patterns. But beneath it all, my attention sharpened. Because sometimes the most dangerous thing wasn't what someone hid. It was what they gave away, counting on you not to check, counting on you to trust. Chapter 17. I closed Augustus Loom just after 5, the bell over the door chiming as I flipped the sign and slid the lock home. Outside, the street had settled into its early evening rhythm, cars passing at unhurried intervals, voices drifting from the cafe down the block, the faint clink of dishes from somewhere with outdoor seating. Normal. I stood for a moment with my back to the door, letting the day finish catching up with me. Lydia's voice replayed first. No, that's all staff handled now. Then Sasha's, offered easily, casually, like a detail meant to smooth over questions before they formed. I turned off the lights one by one, the shop dimming into familiar shadows. Yarn colors softened, shelves receded. The quiet felt earned, but my thoughts refused to follow. Because once you noticed where information came from, it was hard not to trace its path backward. Sasha hadn't said she volunteered last year. She'd said it like it was ongoing, current, explanatory, like it accounted for access. I locked the back register, slung my bag over my shoulder, and stepped outside, pulling the door shut behind me with care. The evening air carried a hint of lake breeze and something floral I couldn't place, calm, convincing. I walked half a block before stopping. This wasn't a question to sit on, not because I was alarmed, but because it was time to stop letting assumptions fill in gaps they hadn't earned. I pulled out my phone and scrolled until I found Dean's name. Me. Quick question. Not urgent. The response from Dean came a minute later. Go ahead. I leaned against the brick wall beside the shop, watching light play across the opposite storefront. Me. When you went through Lance's place, did you find any library material? Pamphlets, brochures, old directories? 3 dots appeared, disappeared, reappeared. Then, from Dean. No. Just that. I waited, heartbeat steady, giving the answer room to settle before I replied. None at all? This time the pause was longer. No paper like that. Notes, yes, but nothing from the library. The brick felt solid against my shoulder. Real. Me. Was there anything on the porch? Dean. No. Me. Thank you. Dean. Why do you ask? I stared down the street toward the corner where Sasha had disappeared earlier that afternoon. Me. I'm checking sources. Another pause. Dean. A good habit. I slipped the phone back into my bag and straightened, something quiet locking into place. Nothing dramatic had shifted. No doors slammed open, no truths spilled out all at once. But something had aligned, because absence could be as telling as presence. And now I knew exactly which questions I'd stopped asking, and who they belonged to. Instead of heading for the parking lot, I turned down the sidewalk. 3 whiskers held the warm scent of espresso and cinnamon when I pushed through the door just before closing. The late rush had thinned, leaving behind the low hum of conversation and the soft percussion of cups being stacked behind the counter. Sasha was there. She stood near the pastry case, one hip angled against the counter, sleeves pushed up, red hair twisted into a loose knot at the nape of her neck. She looked relaxed, comfortable in the way of someone who believed she belonged exactly where she was. "Hey," she said when she saw me. "You're out late." "Long day," I replied, letting my gaze drift to the chalkboard menu before returning to her. "I was in the neighborhood." She smiled, not wide, familiar. "That makes 2 of us." I waited for Elise or Isla to appear, but neither did. The shop felt more serene than usual, the cats tucked into corners and windowsills like they'd decided to keep their opinions to themselves. Sasha reached for a paper cup and poured herself water from the tap, then glanced toward the door. "I heard things have been strange lately." The word landed gently, too gently. "They have," I said, neutral, open. She nodded as if that confirmed something. I guess when something like this happens, it never really stays contained, does it? "No," I said. "It doesn't." She took a sip, then added, casual as a weather report. "It'll be harder once his mother arrives." The room didn't change. The lights didn't flicker. No one dropped a cup. But inside me, something clicked into place with precise, unmistakable clarity. What?" I asked. Sasha blinked, just once. Quick enough that I might have missed it if I hadn't already been watching more closely than she realized. "Lance's mom," she said, recovering smoothly. "I mean, if she's coming. That's usually how it goes, right? Family shows up eventually." She gave a small shrug. People talk. People talk, like it was nothing more than background noise. I hadn't heard his mother was planning to come, I said, letting the words sit between us. Oh. She tilted her head, studying my face. I thought, well, never mind. Just something I assumed. Assumed. The word echoed, and maybe it really was nothing. I nodded once, slow, as if filing it away. People assume a lot of things. Relief loosened her posture by a fraction. She set her cup down and smoothed a hand over the counter as if resetting the space. Anyway, Elise said she might close early tomorrow, something about family logistics. That, at least, was true. Probably, I said. A silence settled, not awkward, but attentive. Sasha shifted her weight, glanced toward the back room, then back at me. You doing okay? She asked. You've had a lot on your plate. I met her gaze. I'm managing, I said. She seemed satisfied. Good. See you around, Pen. Then she lifted a hand toward the back hallway and called, Elise, I'm heading out. Pen's here. The bell over the door chimed as she left. I didn't move right away. I stood there listening to the normal sounds reassert themselves, the hiss of the espresso machine, the low murmur of voices, the scrape of a chair being pulled back. Sasha hadn't asked a question. She hadn't fished. She hadn't misspoken. She'd referenced a fact that had no business being in her possession yet, which meant one thing. She hadn't guessed. She hadn't assumed. She'd known, and if Sasha already knew Lance's mother was coming, then she knew more about Lance, and whatever he'd been chasing, than she'd ever admitted. I stepped back into the evening light, the bell chiming behind me. I still wasn't ready to confront Sasha, but I was done pretending I didn't know what I'd just heard. Three Whiskers was still in sight when Jim approached me. Pen, he said, offering a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Do you have a minute? Sure. I looked back at the shop. Do you want to grab a coffee? Would you mind taking a walk? He asked. I thought it might be easier to talk outside. That was odd. Jim was a banker. Conversations happened behind desks, over polished wood and careful language. But something in his tone, measured, deliberate, made me nod anyway. Sure, I said. Let me grab my jacket. We walked toward the park without hurry, past the hardware store and the bakery, long shadows stretching across the sidewalks. The air carried the damp freshness of grass and earth, the river just out of sight but close enough to feel. Jim didn't speak right away. He waited until we reached the path that curved along the trees, where voices softened and the town grew quiet around us. She came by the bank this morning, he said at last. I didn't ask who. I already knew. Sasha, he continued, mid-morning, said she needed to ask a general question about accounts. Nothing unusual, nothing that would have raised a flag. His hands slid into his coat pockets, shoulders squaring as if bracing against a memory he hadn't liked revisiting. And then, I prompted gently, and then she started talking, he said, about Lance. I felt something settle into place, not shock, confirmation. She said it was awful, Jim went on. First Bruce, then his son, said it was hard losing someone in the prime of their life. He shook his head slightly. I found that odd. I barely knew Lance. Bruce worked for my father. I only met him a handful of times. She assumed you knew both of them, I said. Yes. Jim glanced at me, then back to the path. She spoke like that connection was already established. We walked in silence for a few steps. Leaves stirred overhead. And then she said something else, he added, something that didn't sit right. I waited. She mentioned that Lance liked to drink, Jim said. Said she'd heard Bruce did too, that there were a couple bars in town Bruce favored. My chest tightened, not sharply, but with a slow, deliberate pull. What did you say? I asked. That I wouldn't know, Jim replied, which was true. Bruce kept his private life private, and if my father knew anything beyond that, he never wrote it down. And Sasha? I asked. She backed off immediately, he said. Changed the subject. Asked about lobby hours, left 5 minutes later. Which meant the question had mattered more than she wanted Jim to realize. We stopped near the narrow stream that cut through the park, water slipping beneath a small decorative footbridge edged with wrought iron. Fallen leaves had collected along the stones, the surface broken only by steady movement beneath. Jim didn't sit. He rested one hand lightly on the bridge railing, eyes following the water as if it might carry answers downstream. It didn't bother me at first, he said. People talk. Small town, tragedy invites speculation. But, I said, but later, he continued, after I replayed the conversation without the benefit of politeness, he exhaled slowly. It struck me that she wasn't really asking questions. I nodded slowly. He turned to face me fully now. She was counting on me to fill in what she already believed. The park felt quieter suddenly. She referenced patterns, Jim went on. Behavior, habits, connections, not things you'd know unless you were either very close or listening carefully to someone who was. I thought of the pamphlets, the assumed access, the casual way information had flowed from Sasha until I'd stopped questioning it. She wasn't fishing, I said. She was calibrating. Jim's mouth curved grimly. That's exactly it. We stood there for a moment, the weight of it settling between us. Not accusation, not proof, just alignment. I don't think she's careless, Jim said finally. Whatever she's doing it deliberately. Yes, I agreed, and carefully. He studied me then, something searching in his gaze. I wanted you to know. Before I decide what, if anything, I say next. I'm glad you told me, I said, and I meant it. Jim nodded. My father believed silence could protect people. I don't think that's always true. No, I said. Sometimes it just gives secrets room to move. We walked on. This time, I crossed the bridge. Chapter 18. The path curved back toward Main Street. Jim matched my pace, hands in his coat pockets, gaze forward. We'd said most of what needed saying already. What remained felt heavier for being unspoken. That conversation with Sasha, he said finally, voice low. It didn't sit right with me. No, I agreed. It wasn't meant to. We were almost back to the street when footsteps sounded behind us. Unhurried, confident, the kind that didn't worry about whether they'd be noticed. Afternoon, Pete Ball said. Jim turned first. Pete. Jim. Pete fell easily into step beside us, as though this had always been the plan. He carried the faint scent of sawdust and cold air. Workday, not leisure. He glanced between us. Polite. Affable. Nice day for a walk. It is, Jim said. Pete's attention shifted to me then, not lingering, not invasive, just aware. You made it to the performance the other night. I nodded. I did. Southern accents, he went on. Good crowd, good energy. A pause. Then, lightly, Harriet's loge seats don't disappoint. There it was, not a question, not a compliment. A statement meant to be received. They don't, I said. She was generous. Pete smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. She is. He glanced briefly toward the opera house down the block, then back. Those seats tend to draw attention. Jim said nothing. Neither did I. Pete didn't rush to fill the silence. He never did. Instead, he adjusted his jacket cuff and added conversationally, any change in Cornwall gets noticed. Always been that way. Yes, Jim said evenly. Pete's smile widened just a fraction, as if that pleased him. Well, I won't keep you. He gave a small nod, to Jim first, then to me. Good seeing you both. And you, Jim replied. Pete peeled away toward Main Street, his stride unbroken, his presence lingering even after he was gone. We resumed walking, but the rhythm had shifted. He wasn't making conversation, I said. No, Jim agreed. He was taking inventory. I glanced back once, but Pete had already blended into the late afternoon flow, another man on another errand, indistinguishable from anyone else. That loge, Jim said after a beat. More than kindness. I nodded. A signal. Visibility, he said. And protection, I added. Jim exhaled slowly. Sometimes those are the same thing. Sometimes they aren't. We reached the end of the path, the bridge now behind us. I didn't look back. I didn't go straight home. Instead, I took the long way back through town, choosing streets that were still busy enough to feel watched in the right way, while my mind sorted what it had been collecting without permission. Pete's timing, Sasha's certainty, Jim's unease, Harriet's protection, Dean's restraint. Not a theory, not a story. Pieces, finally visible as pieces. By the time I reached Granny's house, the porch light was on, and the windows glowed with quiet activity. Not panic, not fear. Just people inside a place that had decided to hold. I let myself in. The house felt warm and orderly. Soup simmering somewhere in the kitchen, the soft hum of an ordinary evening. Familiar, grounding. The kind of normal that made danger feel almost impolite. Granny sat at the dining table with her ledger open. Not the financial one, but the thick handwritten notebook she'd kept for years. Names, dates, notes in the margins, only she could fully decode. Elise stood at the counter, phone in hand, scrolling with a furrowed brow she hadn't bothered smoothing. Isla knelt on the floor, coaxing Astor away from a crinkled paper grocery bag he'd decided was personally offensive. Everyone looked up when I entered. Sit, Granny said, tapping the chair beside her. You're ready now. It wasn't a question. It wasn't even an invitation. I sat. Granny closed the ledger, folded her hands on top of it, and waited. I took a breath, not to steady myself, but to mark the moment. Here's what we know, I said, and here's what we don't. Elise straightened. Isla's hand stilled on Astor's back. Even he paused, tail flicking once before settling, as if he'd decided this mattered. Someone is paying attention, I continued. Not casually, not recently, for a while. I glanced at Granny, longer than we wanted to admit. Granny nodded once. Go on. Sasha knows things she shouldn't. Pete notices changes before they announce themselves. Harriet chose visibility for a reason, and Jim... I hesitated, then finished. Jim is remembering conversations that didn't seem wrong at the time, but don't sit right now. Elise's voice was quiet. You're saying this isn't just about Lance? No, I said. It's about who benefits from the story staying unfinished. Granny's mouth tightened, not in anger, but recognition. And the risk? Isla asked. I didn't answer right away. I wanted the truth, not the dramatic version of it. The risk isn't evenly distributed, I said finally. Some of us are being watched, some of us are being tested, and some of us have been here before. I looked at Granny. And some of us knew Bruce, I said. Granny met my gaze, steady as stone. Yes, she said. We do. Isla frowned. I still don't understand why any of this would matter now. Bruce has been gone for more than a decade. Because whatever Lance was looking for, I said, he believed it started with Bruce. Elise leaned forward. Then we start there. Where did Bruce spend time? Granny didn't hesitate. The bars, she said. More than one. There was the Crown and Pickaxe, McCready's before it changed hands. Men who worked the mines used to gather there. Bruce stuck out at both places in his suit and tie. And Harriet? Elise asked. Granny's expression shifted slightly. That's complicated. How? Isla asked. People remember what they want to remember, Granny said. Bruce was charming. Harriet was careful. Those two qualities don't always sit side by side comfortably. I let that settle. So we stop reacting, I said. We get methodical. We figure out who still remembers Bruce clearly and who benefits from everyone else remembering him wrong. Elise nodded slowly. And Lance? Lance followed that thread, I said, which means someone noticed him asking. Isla looked between us. So what do we actually do? We compare notes privately, I said. We talk to the people who remember Bruce best and who were there. Granny reopened her ledger, the rasp of paper sounding louder than it should have. Penelope is right. We call in the people who remember what the town pretends it forgot. My pulse tightened. Like who? Elise asked, practical as ever. Granny's gaze didn't waver. The ones who were there. The retired usher who kept programs in her attic. The former stage manager who knows every access point in that opera house. The old bank teller who remembers which stories were told in whispers and which were never told at all. Something settled into place. Not relief, not confidence. A kind of alignment. Outside, a car passed. Somewhere down the block, a door opened and closed. Life continued, unaware it had just shifted slightly on its axis. I leaned forward, resting my palms on the table. Then let's begin, I said. Dean met me outside Granny's house just after 8 the next morning, his sedan angled neatly at the curb, already settled into the quiet street. The neighborhood was already awake, windows open, a radio playing somewhere down the block, the smell of toast drifting through the air. Normal had returned, at least on the surface. "Morning," he said, stepping away from the car. His expression was neutral, but his eyes warmed briefly when they landed on me before returning to that alert, working look. "Morning," I said. "I won't keep you long." "That's rarely how this goes," he replied. We walked a few steps toward the sidewalk, far enough that we weren't standing directly beneath Granny's front windows. "I had a question," I said, "about the day Lance was killed." Dean didn't react. He just waited. "Do you have access to utility service logs?" I continued. "Electric, water, cable, anything like that, calls by address." His expression sharpened slightly. "That's a pretty specific direction," he said. "Why utilities?" "Because access matters," I said, "and I'm trying to be thorough." He studied me for a moment longer than was comfortable. "Pen," he said calmly, "you know I can't run pieces of an investigation every time you get curious." "I'm not asking you to run anything," I said. "I'm asking what exists." Another pause. "Utility records exist," he said finally. "Yes." "Far enough for what you're thinking," he said, "which tells me you're building a timeline." I didn't deny it. Dean's mouth tightened, not angry, but firm. "The department already has one," he said. "I figured," I replied. "I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing something obvious." He held my gaze another moment. "There was a utility truck on Lance's block that day," he said at last. "Logged, scheduled. We checked it." "Electric?" I asked. "Yes." I absorbed that. Dean watched my face carefully. "You planning to follow that thread yourself?" he asked. "I'm organizing information," I said. "Penelope," he said, "this is the part where I remind you that people who insert themselves into active investigations tend to end up in places they shouldn't be." His gaze held mine a moment longer than necessary. "Which is why I'm asking questions first," I said. That earned a brief, reluctant smile. Dean glanced back toward Granny's house, where the curtain shifted with morning movement. "You coordinating people now?" he asked. "I'm organizing information," I said. "There's a difference." "There is," he agreed. "But when patterns start to emerge, the wrong people notice, too." "I know." He studied me one last moment. "If I pull those records," he said, "you'll hear what you need to hear. Not everything, just enough." "Thank you," I said. Dean stepped back toward his sedan. "Call me if something real turns up," he said. "I will." He paused, hand on the door. "And Pen?" "Yes?" "You're asking smarter questions than most civilians." It wasn't approval, but it wasn't a warning either. I watched him drive off, the car disappearing down the block as easily as any other. Inside the house, Granny's ledger waited. So did the gaps. And now I knew exactly where to look for them. Chapter 19. The Cornwall Energy Office occupied a squat brick building just off Main, the kind of place no one noticed unless they had to. Beige shutters, a sun-faded bulletin board by the door advertising blood drives and lost cats. Inside, the air felt stale, the fluorescent lights humming over a counter worn smooth by decades of paperwork. I signed in and took a seat on one of the molded plastic chairs, my notebook closed in my lap. It gave my hands something to do. This wasn't a conversation that needed notes, just listening. A woman in a navy cardigan emerged from a side office a few minutes later, glasses perched low on her nose. "Penelope Penrose?" she asked. I stood. "That's me." "I'm Marlene. How can I help you?" Her tone was friendly, practiced, the voice of someone who answered questions all day and expected most of them to be forgettable. "I was hoping to clarify something," I said lightly. "It's probably nothing." She gestured toward a small desk near the window. "We can try." I sat. She remained standing, fingers resting on the edge of the desk as if she preferred conversations short and upright. "It's about a service call," I said, "from a few weeks ago, on Garfield." Her brow furrowed, not suspicion, concentration. "We do a lot of work over there. You'll have to be more specific." "The day Lance Dobbs died." That did it. Not alarm, not fear, recognition. "Oh," she said, and it wasn't a question. It was a remembered headline, a moment the town had replayed until it felt like it belonged to everyone. That. I didn't rush her. I let her choose what to say next. Marlene turned to her computer and typed quickly, eyes scanning the screen. "Yes, we had one crew member out there mid-morning. Line inspection. Routine maintenance." "Do you recall who it was?" I asked. She looked at me, then back to the screen. "Larry Dvorak." The name landed cleanly. "How long was he there?" She scrolled. "Just under an hour. No reported issues. No follow-up required." "Was it logged because of an outage?" I asked. "No," she said immediately. "Preventive work." "Requested by anyone?" I kept my tone casual, curious, not prosecutorial. She shook her head. "Scheduled internally." "And the timing," I said. "Would he have been on site late morning?" She checked again. "Around 11. I nodded as if that settled it, as if I weren't counting the ways it didn't. "Thank you," I said, standing. "That helps." I was already halfway to the door when Marlene added, almost as an afterthought, "You know, that crew's been all over town lately." I paused and turned back. "Opera House, residential blocks." She clicked her mouse, reading as she spoke. "And the Trevithick place last week." My pulse gave a small, sharp hitch. "Granny's house?" I asked, keeping my face neutral. She nodded. "Side entrance light. Nothing major. Took 5 minutes." "Nothing major." I smiled. "Thank you. That really does help." Marlene smiled back, already forgetting me. Once outside, I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, letting the pieces settle where they belonged. No emergency call, no outage, no reason to be there, except access. I didn't need to say his name aloud. Not here. Not yet. But now I knew something important. If Larry Dvorak wanted to get close to a door, he didn't have to break in. He could arrive with a logo on his truck and a work order in his hand, systems trusting him, routines making room for him, a town believing familiarity equaled safety. And if he was willing to use that kind of access, Once. He wasn't finished. I headed back toward Main Street, my pace steady, my thoughts no longer circling. The guessing was over. Now it was about boxing him in. The Cornwall Energy office door closed behind me with a click. Afternoon light hit the sidewalk hard and bright, the kind that made everything look harmless. Ordinary. I took 2 steps toward Main and stopped. A utility truck rolled up to the curb in front of the building, engine idling low and steady. Cornwall Energy. Familiar logo. Familiar shape. The driver's door swung open. "Hey there," a man called easily, hopping down from the cab. Mid-40s, broad shoulders, work boots worn soft at the heels. Larry, a fixture around Cornwall, and 3 whiskers. Black coffee, 2 sugars. I'd seen him around the Opera House renovation more than once. Hard hat, easy grin, always ready with a comment when he passed me on the sidewalk. And suddenly, all those small, ordinary sightings rearranged themselves into something else entirely. Larry hadn't just been around, he'd had access. "How's it going, Penelope?" He shut the door with his hip. "They send you in to complain about flickering lines again? We've been chasing gremlins all over town." "Just asking a few questions," I replied, keeping my tone light. He nodded, unconcerned, and jerked his chin toward the building. "Paperwork, end-of-day logs." He rolled his shoulders like the day had been long and he was used to carrying it. "Old infrastructure. Everybody wants modern lights. Nobody wants to redo the bones." I smiled politely. "You worked on the Opera House upgrade, didn't you?" His expression brightened, pleased. "Sure did. Biggest headache this town's had in years. Worth it, though. Looks good lit up at night." Before I could answer, a familiar shape moved into view at the corner of the building. Jory. He trotted toward me as if he'd been waiting, like he always seemed to, appearing precisely when the air turned wrong. But his pace slowed the instant he spotted Larry. Jory stepped directly in front of me and planted his paws. A low sound rolled out of his chest. Not a bark, not a growl either. A warning. "Whoa," Larry said, half laughing. "What's his problem?" Jory barked once, sharp, certain. "Jory," I said, more surprised than alarmed. "Stop." He didn't look at me, didn't move. He barked again, body rigid, eyes locked on Larry. Larry's easy grin slipped. "Town's got leash laws, you know." Jory barked louder. A few windows down the block cracked open. Someone paused mid-step across the street. The moment drew attention the way lightning drew eyes, even in broad daylight. "Jory," I said again, firmer. "Enough." He held his ground one more second, then took half a step back, still between us. Larry shook his head, muttering, "Unbelievable." He moved toward the truck, shoulders tight now, confidence dented but not gone. "I'm going to tell the town council they can't have it both ways. Town dog or not, rules are rules." He climbed into the cab and slammed the door. The engine revved. Though he'd barely arrived, he backed up and pulled away. Jory stopped barking the instant the truck turned the corner. He leaned against my leg, steady and solid, as if nothing at all had happened. I stood there a moment longer than necessary, one hand resting on the top of his head. "You know, don't you?" I murmured. "Just like I know now." "Pen." I turned. Jim crossed the street, one hand lifted in a tentative wave. He'd clearly seen enough to register the shape of the moment, even if he hadn't heard a word. "Everything okay?" he asked as he approached. After a beat, I nodded. "I think so." His gaze flicked in the direction the truck had gone, then to Jory, then back to me. "Good dog," he said. Not a question, not a joke. "Yes," I said. "A very smart one." Jim didn't look back toward the energy office. He kept his eyes on the street a moment longer. "Something my dad used to say," he said. "The ones you have to watch in a town like this are the ones who fit in a little too well." And for the first time since this began, I wondered how long Larry Dvorak had been counting on that. Chapter 20. The path through the park was quiet in the late afternoon, the air holding that in-between quality where the day hadn't decided whether it was finished yet. The decorative footbridge arched over the narrow stream, its stonework softened by moss and time. Jim walked beside me, hands clasped behind his back, his pace unhurried but purposeful. He hadn't asked where I was headed. He'd simply fallen into step. We crossed the bridge without speaking. It wasn't until we reached the far side that he said, "There's something else I should tell you." I waited. "Bruce Dobbs's wife is in town," he said. I stopped walking. Jim went 2 more steps before he realized I hadn't followed. He turned back, apology already on his face, as if he'd known how those words would land. "When?" I asked. "Yesterday," he said. "She came by the bank, asked for my dad by name." My throat tightened. "Susan Dobbs?" Jim nodded once. "She doesn't go by Dobbs anymore. She remarried. But yes." The detail made it worse, not better, because it meant she'd been living an entire life that Cornwall had never bothered to imagine. "I told her my dad had passed away," Jim said. "She spoke with me instead." We resumed walking, slower now. The sound of the stream beneath the bridge seemed louder than it had a moment ago. "What did she want?" I asked. "To say thank you," he said. "She told me Bruce appreciated being given a chance here, that the job meant something to him." He shook his head once, like the simplicity of it had unnerved him. "She wanted my father to know that." The words pressed harder than anything dramatic could have. Gratitude didn't belong in a story the town had turned into rumor and shame. "She didn't come with questions?" I asked. "No," Jim said. "Not about the necklace, not about Lance." After a beat, he added, "Just gratitude and regret. Not spoken outright, but it was there." I pictured Bruce the way people remembered him. Careful, eager, slightly out of step with a town that noticed everything and forgave selectively. "Did she mention Harriet?" I asked. Jim's mouth tightened. "Only in the way people do when they're being polite. She asked after her, nothing more." "But you think she knows?" I said. "I think," he said carefully, "she knows what people assumed about Bruce. What they decided was true because it was easier than admitting they didn't know." We reached the end of the path where it met the sidewalk again. The bridge sat behind us now, its curve framed by trees. "She didn't stay long," Jim said. "Said she didn't want to stir anything up." I looked at him. "Her being here is going to stir things up." He met my gaze. "That's what I thought too." We stood there for a moment, neither of us moving. Bruce had a voice now, not loud, not defensive, just present, and once a story had a voice, it gained weight. "Thank you for telling me," I said. Jim nodded. "I figured it mattered." "It does," I said, "just not in the way people expect." He studied my face for a second, then gave a small, resigned nod, as if he already understood exactly what that meant. When we parted, I glanced once more toward the bridge, its stone arch quiet behind us. This time, I didn't feel the pull to cross it again. I knew where I was headed next, and what questions could no longer wait. Lydia met me just inside the side entrance of the library, her cardigan already off, sleeves rolled, glasses perched where they always were when she meant business. The building smelled of paper and lemon cleaner, the way it always had, orderly, reassuring. "You caught me before dinner," she said. "What can I help you with?" "I just need to confirm something," I replied. She gestured toward her desk. "Then let's not waste time." I sat, my notebook still tucked in my bag. "You checked the records from the necklace theft." "I did." Lydia folded her hands, fingers interlaced. "There was no police report filed." The words landed tacitly, precisely. "No report?" I repeated. "No initial report, no follow-up, no case number." She tilted her head slightly, which means no formal investigation was ever opened. I stared at the neat stack of returned books waiting to be shelved, orderly evidence of a world where things were supposed to be tracked. "What about insurance?" I asked. "I checked," she said. "No claim, no rider, no payout request." For a moment, my brain tried to reject it, because Cornwall's version of the story came with sirens and accusations and consequences. But everyone assumed that it had been handled. Lydia finished. Yes, people assumed. And over time, assumptions become memory. "And Bruce?" I asked. Lydia exhaled. He was questioned informally, but so were most other bank employees. But he was the one people suspected. She nodded. He had access, and he was the one who found Harriet's missing safety deposit key. I sat back, the picture sharpening into something ugly and clean. "Thank you," I said. "For what?" Lydia asked. "For checking carefully," I said. "For not repeating the town's story just because it's the loudest one." A faint smile touched her mouth. Not warm, not sad. Knowing. That's what we do. Granny was at the dining table when I got back, the ledger open again, pencil resting where she'd left it. The house had settled into its evening rhythm. Dishes drying, floorboards cooling, Astor stretched beneath the table like a sentry who'd been relieved of duty but refused to leave his post. She looked up the moment I stepped inside. "Lydia confirmed it," I said, taking the chair across from her. "There was never a police report, no insurance claim either." Granny nodded, unsurprised. "That's what I thought." "You suspected?" I asked. "Strongly," she said. "Harriet is very careful about appearances. A missing necklace is unfortunate. A formal investigation is untidy. And once Bruce died..." I let the sentence trail off. "The story became fact," Granny finished, "especially since the only one who could refute it, who could insist on a proper accounting, was dead." I exhaled slowly. "You're saying Harriet knows what happened to it?" "Yes," Granny said, "and she always has. She didn't steal it." "No," Granny agreed, "but she chose not to correct the story once it took hold. A small choice, really. But those are the kinds of choices that matter." "She'll never bring it back into the light," I said. Granny's gaze softened. "She can't. Not without reopening everything she worked so hard to contain." Silence settled. Not heavy, not tense. Intent. "So what now?" I asked. Granny closed the ledger and slid it toward the center of the table, as she had before. "Now," she said, "we stop chasing a diamond that may or may not still be in play and focus on the man who killed Lance Dobbs." Astor's tail thumped once against the floor. "He thought the diamond was somewhere here in Cornwall," I said. "Yes," Granny replied, "and he was wrong about the story he'd been handed, even if he never realized it." "He was young," I said. "And stubborn," Granny corrected mildly, "but he didn't deserve to die for it." I nodded, the air in my chest turning steadier. "Larry?" Granny's expression didn't change. "Yes?" "And Harriet?" I asked. Granny considered that. "Harriet will keep her silence, and we will keep ours, for now. Exposing her won't bring Lance back. But stopping the man who killed him..." "We'll give his mother something she doesn't have yet," Granny said, her mouth curving into something not quite a smile. "Peace and justice." I stood, feeling something lock into place. Not urgency, not fear. Purpose. Outside, the house creaked as night settled in, the town continuing the way it always did. Lights in windows, doors closing, people believing tomorrow would look much like today. It wouldn't, and this time, justice wouldn't be left to chance. Chapter 21. Dean didn't text first. That alone was enough to put me on edge. He always texted first, arriving in 10 or need you to. Something small that told me he was on his way without making a scene of it. Showing up in person meant one thing. Whatever had shifted was too important for a screen. I was halfway through my morning routine at Granny's. Coffee poured, notebook open, Aster winding underfoot, when a knock sounded at the side door. Not loud, not urgent, just deliberate. I glanced at the clock. Too early for casual visits, too late for coincidence. Granny was already moving. She reached the door before I could, posture calm, expression unreadable. She opened it just wide enough to see who stood on the other side. "Dean," she said, "you'd better come in." That confirmed it. He stepped inside, scanning automatically, door frame, windows, the yard beyond, before his gaze landed on me. Something tightened behind his eyes when he saw I was already dressed, already alert. "How's it going?" he asked. "The day is just starting," I said. "So, great." My attempt at levity fell flat. "You were right about Sasha," Dean said. "Connected, not complicit." I nodded once. My stomach didn't relax. If anything, it sank. His eyes searched mine. "You okay?" "Yes," I said, "but I'm guessing that's about to change." He didn't argue. "Larry clocked in this morning," Dean said, then clocked out 12 minutes later. Granny stilled at the counter. "And?" I asked. "And his truck was logged on Garfield again. Same block, same stretch of time." Dean's jaw worked, like he didn't enjoy giving the next part a voice. Different explanation. My stomach sank farther. What explanation? Dean exhaled slowly. A reported flicker, no outage, no repair ticket, no follow-up. His eyes held mine. Someone called it in. Someone canceled it, both under different names. Granny's glare sharpened. "He's testing boundaries." "Yes," Dean said, "and he's nervous." That was worse than anger, worse than threat. I set my mug down carefully. "You know I stopped by Cornwall Energy yesterday." Dean didn't answer right away. That told me enough. "Larry drove up when I was leaving," I continued. "We talked, casual, until Jory came racing around the corner and started barking." Granny's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Good." Dean shifted, the weight of what he wasn't saying finally surfacing. "Larry has access. He knows routines. He knows homes. He knows when people stop watching." My chest tightened. "So what's the play?" Dean met my gaze squarely. "We limit your exposure. No walking alone. No unlocked doors. And you stop being predictable." "That's reasonable," Granny said. I frowned. "That's not containment. That's retreat." "No," Dean said. "It's baiting the trap without standing in the open and inviting him." Silence settled between us, measuring, deliberate. Finally, Granny spoke. "You won't scare her into hiding." "That isn't my intent." Dean's attention returned to me. "But I need you to understand this has crossed a line. He's not watching anymore." I felt it then. Not fear, not panic, pressure. "Then we end it," I said, cleanly. Dean studied my face for a long moment, then nodded. "That's why I'm here." Outside, a vehicle passed slowly down the street. Too slowly. Aster stopped moving and lifted his head. Granny's gaze flicked to the window. Dean followed it. No one spoke. But we all understood the same thing at once. Larry was on the move. And so were we. Susan stood just inside the door of Three Whiskers, hands folded at her waist, fingers worrying the edge of her sleeve as if she wasn't quite sure what to do with them. She was smaller than I'd imagined, neater. Her dark jacket was buttoned all the way up despite the warmth of the afternoon, and her hair, so like Lance's in color, was pulled back in a simple clip. She looked around the cat coffee shop slowly, not as a customer, but as a mother absorbing the last place her child had belonged. The espresso machine hissed too loudly behind the counter. One of the cats paused mid-stretch on the windowsill, tail flicking once before settling again. Dean stood beside me near the front window, posture easy, but he hadn't said much since we'd spotted her through the glass. He didn't need to. I felt it in the subtle shift of his weight, as if he were already anticipating movement. "She didn't come here for answers," he murmured. "She came to see who knew him." I nodded. Susan thanked Isla, accepted a cup of tea she didn't drink, and listened more than she spoke. When she finally turned toward the door again, something in her shoulders tightened, as if she were bracing herself for the next step. "The house," I said. Dean followed her with his gaze. "Yeah." We didn't rush, didn't call out. We followed at a distance, crossing the street just as she turned toward Garfield. That was when the unease prickled along the back of my neck, a sense of being watched. Before I could place it, Jory appeared. He trotted out from between two parked cars, tail high, ears forward. The moment he saw Susan, he slowed, approached with care, sat squarely in her path and looked up at her face. "Oh," she said, surprise breaking through her composure. She crouched, reaching out instinctively. "Hello there." Jory wagged once. Then he stood and barked. Not at Susan, behind her. The sound cracked against the afternoon, echoing off the houses lining the block. Heads turned. A curtain shifted. Someone paused halfway up a front walk. Dean's attention snapped to the right at the same moment mine did. A Cornwall energy truck idled at the curb. Larry Dvorak stood beside it, one hand resting casually on the open door, his body angled just a little too precisely towards Susan, toward the house beyond her. His eyes moved briefly over the porch, the windows, the door. Jory barked again, louder this time, unyielding. Susan straightened, confusion flickering across her face. He's fine," Larry said quickly, stepping forward. Too quickly. His voice was pleasant, almost neighborly, but the words landed wrong. "Runs wild, but isn't dangerous." Dean shifted beside me, thumb brushing the edge of his badge. Not forward, not back. Ready. Larry smiled at Susan, the expression practiced, friendly, but something tight lived behind it. "You're here about Lance," he said, like he was offering sympathy, like he was entitled to it. Susan blinked. "Yes, And you're headed over to Garfield," he added, and that was the part that didn't belong. "To the rental." Susan's breath caught. Her gaze flicked toward the house as if the street had suddenly turned into a stage. Jory stepped forward, planting himself directly between Larry and Susan. A low growl rolled out of his chest, vibrating the air. Then the barking started. "What's the matter, bud?" Larry reached into his pocket and pulled out a dog biscuit. "Want a cookie?" Ignoring the treat, Jory kept barking. Dean was already walking. "Afternoon," he said mildly, flashing his badge just enough. "Everything all right here?" Larry froze, just for a beat. Not fear, recognition. His hand tightened briefly around the dog biscuit before he slipped it back into his pocket. Susan turned, relief washing over her face as she registered Dean, then me. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I didn't mean to cause trouble." "You didn't," I said, moving to her side. "Jory's a sweet dog. He just has opinions." Dean's gaze never left Larry. "Funny thing," he said. "We've had a few reports lately. Folks turning up places they don't quite belong." Larry swallowed. His jaw worked. Jory barked once more, then stopped. Saturday, still watching, still waiting. Dean nodded, almost to himself. Good dog. Whatever confidence Larry had arrived with was gone. "I've got work to do," he muttered, backing toward his truck. "Just trying to help." The truck pulled away a little faster than it needed to. Susan exhaled shakily. "I didn't even see him until the dog—" "Jory's protective," I said, resting a hand lightly on her arm. "I'm Penelope, Isla's cousin. I knew your son." "Isla was kind," she said, her voice catching. "She told me about the picnic they had." I nodded. Do you still want to go to the house? She hesitated, looked at Jory, at Dean, at me. Yes, she said, I do. She squared her shoulders and started toward the porch, Jory trotting at her side. Dean watched the truck disappear around the corner. That wasn't curiosity. No, I said, it wasn't. Larry had made his mistake. I'm going inside with her, I told Dean. I'll stay out here. Susan paused at the base of the front steps, fingers twisting together again. I shouldn't be here, she whispered. The late afternoon light slanted across the rental house, catching on the dusty windows and peeling white trim. I don't know why I thought this would help. You don't have to go inside, I said gently. We can leave, or just stand here and breathe for a minute. She gave a small, humorless laugh. You're kind. You're like your cousin. The house sat a little apart from the road, as if it had already been edged out of ordinary life. The porch sagged slightly in the middle. One shutter hung crooked, tapping softly in the breeze. It wasn't ominous, exactly, but it had the hollowed-out feel of a place that had already given up its secrets. I want to see where he lived, Susan said, where he spent his last days. I keep thinking I'll walk in and find him sitting at the table, like none of this ever happened. I wish I could promise that, I said, but I can go in with you. That seemed to matter. She nodded and stepped onto the porch. Jory remained at the bottom of the steps, gaze sweeping left, then right, as if counting exits. The unlocked door creaked open. Susan reached for my arm, gripping it tight enough that I felt the tremor. Okay, she whispered, more to herself than to me. Take all the time you want, I said. A jerky nod was her only response. The furniture was sparse. A table, 2 chairs, a narrow couch, no photos, no shoes by the door, one fork on the table, a man passing through, not settling in. Susan moved slowly, fingers brushing the back of a chair, the edge of the counter. He never stayed anywhere long, she said, always restless. I leaned in the doorway, letting her have the space. Susan, can I ask you something? She nodded without looking at me. Do you know why Lance came to Cornwall? Her hand stilled. I wondered when you'd ask that, she said. She turned then, really looked at me. He believed his father stole something. The words landed with quiet certainty. A diamond, she continued. Part of an old necklace. Lance was convinced Bruce took it, hid it, but died before he could retrieve it. What made him think that? I asked, keeping my voice gentle. Bruce sent me an email shortly before he passed. She swallowed. It made no sense. Just fragments. When I read it, I knew something was wrong. She pressed her fingertips into the tabletop. I tried to reach him. There was no answer. She glanced toward the window. Then the police called. They told me he'd died from a brain tumor. A vessel burst. I'm so sorry, I said. I think the email was his way of reaching out, she whispered, letting me know he needed me, even if he couldn't get the words to come together. And that's how Lance saw it? I asked. She shook her head. Lance was 10 when his dad died. He barely remembers him. What he remembers is hearing the police question me, hearing them say they suspected Bruce stole a diamond necklace from one of the bank's customers. My pulse picked up, but I kept my face steady. Did you believe that? No. The answer was immediate, fierce. Bruce was many things by the end, but he wasn't a thief, even with the tumor, even when his mind betrayed him. Her voice broke. I told Lance that, over and over. He didn't listen, I said. She laughed, bitter. He said I was protecting Bruce, choosing memory over truth, as if I hadn't already lost enough. I thought of Harriet, of the careful way she'd spoken, of what was said and what wasn't. Did Lance ever say where he thought the diamond was? I asked. Somewhere in Cornwall, Susan said. He treated that email like a treasure map. I think whoever killed him wanted that map. And the diamond. Her eyes searched mine. I nodded. She sank into one of the chairs, hands flat against the table. If that's true, then Lance died for nothing. I'm so sorry, I said again, because there was nothing else that fit. Susan pushed back from the table, abrupt. I need to get out of here. We walked back toward the street in silence. At the bottom of the steps, Jory rose immediately, tail high, eyes still scanning. Dean was waiting at the curb, arms crossed, gaze tracking the block as if it were a board he could read. Susan's hands trembled as she reached for her car door. She paused, gripping the handle. "Penelope," she said, "thank you for listening, for letting me say it out loud, that my husband was innocent." "I didn't need convincing," I said. "I don't believe Bruce stole anything." Tears slipped down her cheeks. "Thank you." She climbed into the car and drove away. And as the sound of her tires faded into the ordinary rhythm of Cornwall, one truth settled into place with cold, precise clarity. Larry knew Lance came to Cornwall searching for the diamond, and like Lance, he believed it was still out there, close enough to reach. Chapter 22. Augustus Loom was quiet in the late afternoon, the good kind of quiet, the kind that settled into the corners and let my thoughts breathe. I set the shuttle down and ran my fingers lightly over the fabric stretched taut on the loom. Wool and cotton, alternating threads, the pattern simple enough to be forgiving. I'd chosen it deliberately, something steady, something that required attention but not urgency. After walking Susan to her car, I'd come straight here. I hadn't trusted myself to go home yet, not with her voice still in my head, not with the image of Larry Dvorak standing too precisely beside his truck, watching. I pressed the treadle and sent the shuttle through. Thump. The sound grounded me. Susan's words replayed in pieces. Not neatly, not in order. Treasure map, fragments, belief. I leaned closer, scanning the rows. Something was off. Just slightly. A skipped thread, barely noticeable unless you knew where to look. The pattern still held, for now, but if I kept going without correcting it, the error would ripple outward, subtle at first, then impossible to ignore. I exhaled slowly. Fixing it would mean undoing more than I wanted to. Leaving it would mean living with the distortion. That felt familiar. I reached for the pick and began backing out the last few rows, careful not to pull too hard. The bell above the door chimed. I looked up, expecting Elise. It was Harriet. She paused just inside the shop, one hand still resting on the doorframe, as if she hadn't quite committed to being here. Her coat was neatly pressed, her posture upright, but her eyes moved quickly, taking in the loom, the half-finished piece. Me. "Penelope," she said, "I hope I'm not interrupting." "No," I said honestly. "I was just fixing something." She smiled faintly. I always admired that about weaving. You notice mistakes early, or they announce themselves later. I studied her for a beat, then gestured toward the chair near the counter. "What can I do for you?" She crossed the room, steps measured. I was in the area. I thought I'd check in. Not true. Harriet didn't wander. I nodded anyway. "How are you holding up?" Her lips pressed together. "As well as can be expected." She hesitated, then added, "I heard Bruce's widow was in town today." The pick paused mid-motion in my hand. "Word travels fast," I said. "In a town like this." Harriet gave a soft, humorless sound. "It always does." I returned my attention to the loom, easing the loose thread back into place. She stopped by 3 whiskers. Harriet didn't respond right away. When she did, her voice was carefully neutral. That must have been difficult for her. It was. Silence settled between us, thick but not uncomfortable. Harriet's gaze drifted to the loom. "That's a beautiful piece," she said. What will it be? A runner, for the front table. I press the treadle again. Thump. It's simple, but it needs to be right. Simple is rarely simple, Harriet said. I glanced at her then. She was watching the fabric closely now, not me, as if the answer she was looking for might be woven in. Did you know Lance well? I asked. Her shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly. Not at all. He came to the house one time, wanted to talk about his father, ask questions. What kind of questions? She met my gaze. About safe deposit boxes, things that had already been handled. Handled how? Her smile tightened. By time. I let the shuttle pass through again, slower this time. He was convinced his father stole the diamond necklace and hid it. Harriet's breath caught, just slightly, enough that I might have missed it if I hadn't been watching for it. Conviction can be dangerous, she said, especially when it isn't anchored to truth. I thought of Larry, of the way his smile had slipped. Or when truth is incomplete, I said. Harriet's eyes flicked to mine, sharp now, assessing. Bruce Dobbs was very ill at the end, she said. People forget what that does to a man's thinking, to his judgment. I know, I said. His wife believed stealing wasn't in his nature, no matter how ill he was. That did it. Harriet's composure didn't break, not fully, but it shifted. Her hand tightened around the strap of her purse. You spoke with her, she said. Yes. Another pause, this one longer. I imagine she has her own version of events, Harriet said carefully. Her own beliefs, I agreed. So did Lance. Harriet looked away toward the window. Lance lost his father when he was a boy. He grew into an angry young man. Her voice stayed controlled. Grief has a way of sharpening anger until it cuts everything it touches. He was certainly focused, I said. Her gaze returned to the loom, to the pattern emerging there. Focus can blind a person, she said. It narrows the field until all you can see is what you want to find. I pressed the treadle again, then stopped. The thread lay straight now, corrected. I had a mistake in the pattern, I said lightly. If I hadn't caught it, it would have changed the whole piece. And now? Harriet asked. Now I had to undo a bit, lose some progress. She nodded slowly. Sometimes that's the only way. Her purse shifted on her shoulder. I should go. I didn't mean to intrude. Before she could turn, I spoke. Harriet. She paused. If the diamond were still out there, I said carefully, do you think it would be safer, hidden, or found? Her expression didn't change, but something in her eyes did, a flicker of resolve, or something close to fear. Some things, she said, are safest when they stop being hunted. Then her smile returned, the polite version sliding back into place. Good afternoon, Penelope. The bell chimed as she left. I stood there for a long moment, the loom silent, the pattern complete. For now. Harriet wasn't searching. She was guarding. And that meant Larry's belief that the diamond was still out there, waiting to be claimed, put him on a collision course with someone who had already decided silence was the lesser evil. I picked up the shuttle again and sent it through. Thump, the pattern held. For now. Chapter 23. Three Whiskers was quieter than usual. Not closed, but subdued. Half the lights were out, the espresso machine dark, the cats restless in a way that felt contagious. Elise stood behind the counter with a flashlight in one hand and her phone in the other. They said it's a transformer, she told Isla. Could be an hour. Could be longer. I had just stepped inside when Sasha emerged from the back with additional flashlights, the power flickering again as she did. Oh, pen. She stopped short when she saw me, then exhaled. Good. I was hoping you'd be here. Something in her voice made my stomach tighten. What's going on? I asked. She glanced toward the windows, then back at me. Larry Dvorak came by to see how I was holding up. My pulse ticked up. When? Earlier, before the lights went out. She wrapped her arms around herself, more for grounding than warmth. He said he was just checking in, that he'd heard things had been hard here lately. Elise looked up sharply. Larry was here? Sasha nodded. Just for a few minutes. He didn't stay. But she was watching me, not Elise. What did he ask? I said. She hesitated, then shrugged, as if trying to make it smaller than it felt. About Lance. About how he remembered him being here so much. I stayed silent. He asked if Lance liked the work, she continued, if he talked about why he took the job. And what did you say? I asked. Sasha rubbed a hand over her arm. I told him the truth, that I thought it was strange he took it at all. My chest tightened. Strange how? He hated cats, she said simply. Couldn't stand them, used to joke about it. She shook her head, but he said the job would be worth it. The words hung between us. Worth it, I repeated. That's what he said, Sasha confirmed. I remember because it didn't sound like Lance. He wasn't patient about things he didn't care about. Something shifted. Slow, heavy, unmistakable. Did he say anything else? I asked. She frowned. Just that being here put him in the middle of things, that he could listen, see who came and went. Elise stiffened. Listen to what? Sasha looked uncomfortable now. Town stuff, gossip. He thought people talked more freely around animals. I pictured Lance at a corner table, pretending to scroll his phone, watching, listening, trying to assemble fragments that were never meant to form a whole. And Larry? I asked. What did he say after that? Nothing, Sasha said. He just nodded, like something had clicked. And then the power went out, she added. He left, but said he'd be back, soon. The word lingered. As if summoned by it, the front door opened again. The bell didn't ring. Larry Dvorak stood in the doorway, outlined by the gray light from the street, a flashlight in his hand. Looks like you're having trouble, he said mildly. The cat scattered. I felt it then, not fear exactly, but certainty. Larry believed Lance had been close. He believed Three Whiskers was the key, and now, in the dark, he believed he'd finally arrived at the right time. The power's out, I said evenly. So it seems, Larry replied. He lifted the flashlight slightly, its beam cutting across the counter, the empty tables, the cats huddled in shadow. That's why I'm here. Something settled cold and precise in my chest. He wasn't fixing a problem. He thought he'd finally identified it. Chapter 24. Larry had talked longer than I expected. Not loudly, not angrily, just long enough for the shape of his thinking to settle into place. After he left, the park went back to pretending it was ordinary. Water moved beneath the stone arch of the footbridge, steady and indifferent, catching the last of the light and carrying it downstream like it didn't know or didn't care what had been said within earshot of its banks. A jogger passed on the path, earbuds in, eyes forward. A couple with a stroller slowed to watch the ducks gather along the edge. Cornwall kept breathing. I sat on the bench for a moment after his footsteps faded, hands folded in my lap, listening as the ambient sounds reasserted themselves. Wind through leaves, the faint squeak of a swing set farther down, gravel scraping beneath shoes. My pulse had never spiked. That was what unsettled me most. Larry hadn't come to argue. He hadn't come to threaten. He'd come to explain. And a man who believed he was owed something didn't need rage to be dangerous. He only needed certainty. I watched the bridge, the curve of stone and moss, the same one I'd crossed with Jim when I decided I wasn't going to let this go. Back then, it had felt like choosing a direction. Now it felt like choosing a method. Cornering him in a place he believed the answer lived would only tighten him, make him smaller and sharper. If he felt hunted, he'd become exactly what he feared the town already thought he was. But if he felt heard, if he believed, even briefly, that someone finally understood what he'd been carrying, he'd talk. And talking was where people slipped. That was why I'd agreed to meet him in the park. I woke my phone. The screen was smudged from my thumb, the time later than I expected. Dean's name hovered at the top of my recent messages. I typed, paused, deleted. Me. Larry just showed up at Three Whiskers during the outage. Sasha told him Lance hated cats but took the job anyway because it would be worth it. Larry latched onto it. I erased that too. Cleaner, truer. Me. Larry is escalating. He thinks Lance was close and that Three Whiskers is the key. He's not looking for answers. He's looking for confirmation. Still not it. Because the most important thing wasn't where Larry was headed, it was why. I took a breath and typed again, forcing myself to stop circling. Me. Larry believes Lance owed him something. Not money, not gossip. Something that should have been set right. He wants to explain himself more than he wants to search. That's what scares me. I sent it before I could second-guess myself. For a beat, nothing changed. The park stayed peaceful. The bridge stayed quiet. Then my phone buzzed. Dean. Where are you? The simplicity of the question grounded me more than reassurance would have. Me, by the bridge, park bench. A pause, short but long enough to feel Dean's mind moving ahead, assessing. Dean, I'll be right there. Dean already knew what I hadn't said outright. Larry wasn't the type to bluster in public for sport. The words he'd chosen on that bench weren't the words of a man who'd stumbled into a mess. They were the words of someone who'd built a private courtroom in his head and appointed himself judge. He'd talked about Bruce, about Lance needing to pay his father's debt, about the necklace, the diamond, the story, as if they were all part of the same inheritance, passed from father to son, from son to whoever was entitled to claim it. And the way he'd said, entitled, the way the word had rested on his tongue like something righteous, had made my stomach turn. The truth wasn't hidden in a house or a safety deposit box. It was sitting behind Larry's eyes, hard and polished, a belief that had already killed once. I looked back at the bridge, at the path beyond it winding toward town, at the place where Larry had disappeared between trees, as if he could step back into ordinary life without leaving a trace. Larry had made his choices. Now I had to make mine, not to accuse, not yet, to position the truth where it would do the most damage, to his certainty, to his story, to the version of himself he needed to believe in. I stood, sliding my phone into my pocket. My legs felt steady. My thoughts did not. I wasn't going to chase him. I would get ahead of him. Larry didn't run when certainty cracked. He didn't hide. He went where he could steady himself, where words came easier, where grievance had always found an audience. Dean appeared at the edge of the path. Our eyes met. I followed his gaze toward town. He already knew. Chapter 25. The crown and pickaxe hadn't changed. Same amber light, same scuffed floors, same faint smell of old beer and lemon cleaner that never quite left the wood-paneled walls. The jukebox in the corner hummed low, something country and familiar, like it had learned long ago not to demand attention. Larry sat alone at a small table near the back, a half-empty glass in front of him, shoulders hunched as if the room pressed closer than it should have. He was talking under his breath. Not loudly, not enough to draw attention, just enough that the words had somewhere to go besides his head. Should have listened, he muttered, staring into the amber liquid. Should have known better. I caught Jim's eye as we crossed the room. He hesitated, just a fraction, then kept walking. Larry looked up when we stopped at his table. The surprise on his face was genuine. Penelope? He squinted, blinking as if the room had shifted when he wasn't looking. Then his gaze slid to Jim. Goody? Jim inclined his head, calm, polite, banker neutral. Larry? What are you doing here? Larry asked, suspicion flickering through the haze. I pulled out the empty chair and sat. Same as you, I said easily. Getting a drink? Jim followed suit, taking the seat beside me. Larry studied us both, fingers tightening around his glass. Together? Pen and I go back a ways, Jim said. Seemed like a decent place to sit for a bit. The suspicion lingered, then eased. The bartender appeared without comment. 2 beers set down, no questions asked. Larry watched as I wrapped my hand around the glass and took a sip. Then he relaxed, just a notch. Well, he said finally, leaning back, world's full of strange timing lately. That it is, Jim agreed. Larry let out a humorless laugh. Your dad ever tell you what Bruce was like near the end? Jim didn't answer right away. He didn't rush. He said Bruce was struggling, but he showed up, did his job. Yeah, Larry said, that figures. He drank again, longer this time. People forget what pressure does to a man, Larry went on, what it makes him think is reasonable. Pressure does that, I said lightly, makes everything feel like the only choice. Larry's eyes flicked to me, then back to his glass. You could say that. He shook his head, as if clearing it. Bruce knew he'd mess things up, knew it wasn't right to leave things hanging. Hanging how? Jim asked. Larry scoffed. Come on, you know. Jim didn't nod, didn't contradict him either. Larry leaned forward, elbows on the table. Your father supervised him. That puts it on you in a way. Ever think about that? Jim met his gaze. Responsibility has limits. Larry's mouth twisted. Easy to say when you're not the one cleaning up the mess. My pulse stayed steady. What mess? Jim asked. Larry looked at him, then at me. You want to tell him? I know what people believed, I said. I think Jim's more interested in what you believe. For a moment, it looked like Larry might snap back. Instead, he laughed, a low, bitter sound. I believe, he said slowly, that when a man makes a mistake, someone has to set it right. And that someone was Lance, Jim said. Larry's jaw tightened. He was his son. So? I asked. Larry slammed his glass down harder than he meant to. Beer sloshed over the rim. So he knew, Larry snapped. He knew something wasn't right, and he thought he could just walk away from it. Walk away from what? Jim asked. Larry's breathing had changed now, shallow, fast, from giving me what was mine. His father tried to cut me out. I wasn't letting that happen again. The words sat there, exposed. You asked him to fix it, I said, to make it right. Of course I did. Larry's gaze snapped to mine, and he refused. Silence. Larry swallowed. He laughed. Jim's hands rested flat on the table. That made you angry. Larry's eyes shone, not with tears, but with something harder. It made him wrong. I leaned back slightly, giving him room. You didn't mean to kill him. The room seemed to tilt. Larry's mouth opened, closed. He wouldn't stop laughing, he said hoarsely. Wouldn't stop, like me wanting what I was owed was some kind of joke. He dragged a hand across his mouth. The knife was there, on the table. He took another drink too fast. He stopped laughing. I didn't look away. And the diamond? Jim asked. Larry scoffed weakly. That damn thing. He shook his head. It wasn't about holding it. It was about setting things straight. Bruce was the one who worked at the bank, Larry went on. The one who could get into the safety deposit boxes. But the idea was mine. His mouth twisted. And then Bruce died and the diamond just disappeared. And you thought Lance was going to find it, I said, and walk away with the payoff that should have been mine. I let the silence settle before I spoke. There was never a report, I said. No insurance claim, no investigation. Larry frowned. What? Because nothing was stolen, I said. Bruce never took the diamond. There was nothing to set right. Something drained from his face, not anger, not denial, hollow. Jim stood slowly. Larry, I think you've said enough. Larry looked between us, confusion blooming too late. What is this? I didn't answer. A chair scraped behind us. Dean didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. Larry Dvorak, he said, we need to talk. Larry slumped back in his chair, staring at the table as if it had betrayed him. Outside, the Crown and Pickaxe sign rattled once in the wind. Sharp, hollow, final. Chapter 26. Granny's front door was unlocked. I turned the knob out of habit, and before I could step fully inside, Jory slipped past me like he'd been invited all along. Well, I murmured, watching his tail disappear down the hall. I guess that answers that. Voices drifted from the dining room, low and intent, layered with the soft scrape of chairs and the rustle of pages being turned. The searchers were already at work. Granny sat at the head of the table, ledger open in front of her, pencil tucked neatly behind one ear. Maps and notebooks were spread before the others. A faded family Bible opened carefully to a page reinforced with clear tape. No one looked startled when I appeared. "Morning, Penelope," Lydia said, glancing up briefly before returning to the chart she was annotating. Jory had claimed a spot beneath the table, settling with a satisfied sigh. "That one goes where he wants," Granny said mildly. I took a seat. Granny studied me for a moment. "You look like someone who's been awake too long." "I feel like someone who's been listening very carefully," I said. "My brain's tired." That earned a few knowing nods and no questions. A mug slid toward me. Coffee, black, exactly right. For a while, the only sounds were pages turning and the tick of the kitchen clock. "It's strange," Lydia said eventually, tapping the margin of her notes, "how we can feel we have all the facts only to learn we don't." No one argued. For 10 years, Larry had believed Bruce had hidden the diamond somewhere in town. That same belief had brought Lance back to Cornwall. Looking back, a few things finally made sense. Sasha's watchfulness hadn't come from nowhere. She'd known Lance better than she'd first let on, and she'd been trying to stay a step ahead of whatever trouble he might have brought with him. Pete's careful noticing made sense, too. He hadn't been hiding anything. His natural curiosity just meant he paid closer attention than most people. Jory, of course, had been a step ahead of all of us. Granny's mouth curved, not quite a smile. She nudged the ledger toward the center of the table. "Now, let's get back to work." Pages shifted. Pencils resumed their quiet scratching. After a moment, Granny said, almost as an aside, "Mary Ann and I will be out at the Peterson family cemetery tomorrow morning. They're finally removing the old stones so the ground can be stabilized." That earned a few murmurs. The Petersons had been gone from Cornwall long enough that most people only remembered the name from faded newspaper columns and cemetery maps. Mary Ann looked up from the family Bible. "Actually, I was hoping someone else might go with Granny." Granny raised an eyebrow. "You had something come up?" Mary Ann nodded. "Afraid so." I lifted my hand before anyone else could volunteer. "I'll go." Granny studied me over the top of her glasses. "You don't have shop hours tomorrow?" "Not until the afternoon," I shrugged. "And honestly, I could use a little peace and quiet. If you can't find that in a cemetery, where can you? A soft chuckle circled the table. Terence leaned back in his chair, folding his arms behind his head in that thoughtful way he had when he was about to say something mildly unhelpful. Speaking purely from a storytelling perspective, he said, cemeteries are rarely where people find peace. Oh? I asked. In books, he said mildly, cemeteries are where the surprises usually start. A few heads lifted. I laughed and pushed my chair back from the table. Well, I said, reaching down to scratch Jory behind the ears, this isn't a book? Jory thumped his tail once against the floor. And really, what could possibly go wrong? This has been Dead at First Bark, a Cornwall loom and bark mystery, written by Cindy Kirk. If you have enjoyed this story, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to be notified of each new audiobook release. Thank you for listening.